news is news. My name is Alex R. Wagner, and tonight we have quite an interesting special for you tonight. Let's see what's going on here. First off, let me pull up the live stream so we can start getting that chat going, start getting everything moving this late Sunday evening. All right. And now that we have that open, now we can pull up here, go into our live, start our poll of the day as it is every day on a normal show other than our rewind show. We have one rewind show every day, and then we do our regular shows. So let's get into it. Entertainment. No, we want news and politics. We want no news is news. We want monetization on. We want auto monetization on. And we want to save that shit. Our poll of the day, as it is every day, is who will be president in 2028? 835 days until election. And we got J.D. Vance with 64 wins. Marco Rubio with 4 wins. Mr. Gavin Newsom with 20 wins. Or Israel. That's what we need to know tonight. That's the poll of the day. That's what we're going with first. Let's jump into it right now. First up is the Jeffrey Epstein of China. Jeffrey Epstein of China.
Officials survive scandals all the time. They quickly... 63 hours. That's how long it took.
Actually, let me pull you all in real quick. Let's see if we can get a little bit of conversation. Let me read you guys a little bit of news right now first real quick. See if I can pull it up, because now I have it on my Instagram finally. They finally approved me. Okay. 13 hours ago, New York Times, inside the phone-throwing drama at the troubled broke Democratic Party. The Democratic National Committee is facing a deep financial crunch, with party leaders reportedly asking vendors to delay sending bills until after the 2026 midterm elections. The unusual accounting move underscores growing concerns about the DNC's finances, despite Democrats entering the campaign season with favorable political wins, including President Trump's slipping approval ratings. The party has reportedly been significantly outraised by Republicans, fueling frustration with the DNC chairman, Ken Martin. The report says Martin has become increasingly isolated as questions mount about his leadership. It also describes a July incident in which Martin allegedly threw his phone onto a junior aide's desk during a heated exchange, prompting a formal complaint to the DNC's Human Resource Department. Witnesses differed over how forceful the phone was thrown, but said it landed on the aide's desk nonetheless. Inside the phone-throwing drama at the troubled broken New York Times, the Democratic Party has its allies are far behind Republicans when it comes to money. Trump controls 400 million super PACs money, and the Republican National Committee is sitting on nearly $130 million. Martin's DNC is $2 million in debt. The committee's role is not to just help Democrats win back power in the midterms, but also to lead the party into the 2028 presidential race, including by overseeing a new primary calendar while organizing debates and a national convention. For more than a decade, the DNC has transferred millions of dollars every election to sister committees responsible for winning the House and Senate. But the National Party is now so short on cash, even after taking out a $15 million loan last year, that officials have privately conveyed to congressional leadership that there will be no such transfer in 2026. Mike Waltz, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, told NBC's Meet the Press Sunday that the U.S. has everything it needs for military operations against Iran, dismissing reports that the U.S. weapons stockpiles are depleted. New York Times, Berlin Pride event attacker killed in police shootout. The police on Sunday evening shot and killed the man suspected of killing a woman and injuring 29 others near a Berlin gay pride celebration after he charged at officials with a weapon, the German authorities said. The man, 21-year-old German citizen with a family migration history from Lebanon, had been the subject of a protracted nationwide manhunt after the Saturday evening attack. The suspect used a rented van and what appears to be a machete, and German officials called the attack an attack of Islamic terrorism. The police said that they had tracked the suspect to an area in the western corner of the city where residents maintain large garden patches after officers shot him. Fire department officials attempted to revive him, but he died at the scene, police say. 9 hours ago from the Associated Press, German officials identified the suspect in the gay pride event attacker as 21-year-old Abdul Balaut. They said he has previously sought to join ISIS. Berlin prosecutors said Balaut traveled to Lebanon in 2025, intending to cross into Syria and join the Islamic State group. There he contacted people he believed were ISIS members before Lebanese authorities arrested him and sentenced him to 3 months in prison for inciting religious secession conflicts. So he was in prison in Lebanon and then took the Lebanese fucking citizenship he got from being a migrant prisoner in Lebanon and then went to Germany. After completing his sentence, Balaut returned to Germany where he was arrested at Berlin's airport. In May, a Berlin juvenile court convicted him of preparing a serious attack of violence, endangering the state, and separating Islamic State propaganda on Instagram. He received a suspended sentence of 1 year and 10 months after the court cited time already served. His confession and claims that he had distanced himself from ISIS were what were accepted as the plea bargain for the 1 year sentence. He was released pending prosecution appeal, leaving him free at the time on Saturday to drive through the crowd of the LGBTQ members in Germany and kill them. Really, people? It's an LGBTQ pride. Like, the right wing is gonna... Why are the leftists just fucking Islam terrorists now? What are we doing? What are we doing? This LGBTQ fucking thing. The fuck? Okay. Whew. All right. CBS News. ICE plans to target Haitians as temporary protected status is set to end. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has made plans to ramp up operations to arrest and deport Haitian migrants as hundreds of thousands of Haitians brace for termination of their legal status, a CBS report says. The plan includes arresting migrants in Ohio where large Haitian... Oh my God, the ones that were eating the cats! He's finally getting the ones that were eating the cats, guys. He's finally got the cat guys. Watch out, Haitians that are eating the cats in Ohio. We're coming for you. All right. The internal plans for the potential arrest and deportation blitz have been made as more than 300,000 Haitians prepare to lose deportation protections and work permits under the temporary protected statuses of TPS program. The Supreme Court last month sided with the Trump administration in its efforts to end the TPS program for Haitian and Syrians. The ruling's binding mandate is set to be issued to lower courts on Monday. Are they going to really in mass arrest every Haitian? Because again, Haiti doesn't have a government right now. It's run by a ring lord named fucking... Barbecue is his name because he burns people alive or something. I'm not kidding. That's legitimately what is happening in Haiti right now. But Haiti is attached to the Dominican Republic that seems to be a democracy on the same exact island. So I don't know. Maybe put some fucking police from the Dominican Republic into Haiti, make them both one motherfucking state, tell Puerto Rico they can join as well, tell DC no fucking way, and here we go. We got 52 states. Thank you very much. Anyway, let's go. CNN, 3 hours ago, red flags about agent in Maine shooting may have been missed, Homan acknowledges. Border czar Tom Homan said Sunday that if allegations of violent behavior against the immigration officers prove true, the officers should have been disqualified during the vetting process. Damn. Yo, Republicans, y'all hear that one? Listen to that one. Border czar Tom Homan said Sunday that if the allegations of violent behavior against the immigration officer prove true, the officer should have been disqualified during the vetting process. In an interview on CNN, Homan indicated it was possible the agency vetting process had failed after ICE agent involved in a fatal Maine shooting was revealed to have abuse allegations for 2 ex-wives and, at one point, in order to relinquish his firearms. And you let him be an ICE officer with a firearm? He literally wasn't allowed to have firearms. What are we doing? If those are facts, I don't think we should have ever cleared vetting. Yeah, no fucking shit, bro, said Homan, adding an internal affairs investigation is underway. Yeah, the same people that are investigating that girls' school still, guys. Still vetting that girls' school. The Department of Homeland Security has not publicly released the identities of any agents involved in the fatal July 13th shooting of John Sebastian Duran Garcia during the immigration enforcement operation in Maine. The claims against the agent have ignited concerns over the agency's hiring process. 3 hours ago from Seymour and CNBC, Ukraine attacks Iranian vessels in Caspian Sea. Tehran accuses Kyiv of hostile and criminal acts. Fuck yeah! Oh my God, Ukraine going to bat for us. Yo, we had 13 days straight of attacks. Then the whole media is like, looks like he's just golfing now. Looks like we don't have an arsenal now. Looks like that's why we're not doing this now. Here comes Ukraine, blowing up some shit in the fucking Red Sea. Oh my God. Yeah, it's illegal actions, but we don't give a fuck. Ukraine's our ally. Suck a dick, Iran. Suck a dick, Iran. Don't be going and getting your boys over in Russia and China involved. But also, China's on our side because of the fucking Hormuz Strait, bro. Your only ally is Russia, bro. Come on. Illegal actions by Ukraine. Ukraine doing this in honor of Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham was like, if I blow up in this test facility and they have to say that I had a heart attack and blah, 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 you make sure that you go and you blow up Iran. And that's what Ukraine doing. We stopped shooting people 13 days straight of attacks after they killed 4 of our people. We pause for one day. Ukraine comes in. What? All right. The Ukraine and Iran wars collided over the weekend as Kyiv attacked an Iranian commercial ship in the Caspian Sea. Tehran accused Ukraine of trying to expand its war with Russia, while Kyiv said the ships contained military cargo headed to Iran, one of its key allies from the United States. Iran, wow. So they did it on their own merit. Yo, our boy Zelensky coming to bat. Our boy Zelensky coming to bat. He's like, we saw that the ship had Iranian shit, and we're with the U.S., motherfuckers. He's like, can we get the money now, please? Money, please. Zelensky's sitting over there like, money, please. Fuck. Iran summoned a Ukrainian diplomat in Tehran on Sunday to protest an attack on the Iranian commercial vessel. Ukraine also accused Russia of assisting Iran with satellite surveillance of U.S. bases. Ukraine has played a role in the Iran war by providing counter-drone tools to Gulf states, but now the conflicts have officially merged, according to the Wall Street Journal. This is 3 hours ago, guys. This is the start. Literally, you are experiencing the start of World War III. I don't know how I feel about that, but that's literally what is finally, I mean, we've said it so many times as millennials, as clickbaiters, as people just commenting on shit. Boom, a fucking missile comes into my goddamn apartment from Austin. Yeah, that's going to happen in like day 26. We don't knock it off and calm the fuck down. But literally, let me repeat that again, guys. We are literally in World War III. Listen to the merging of the wars. The Ukraine and Iran wars collided over the weekend as Kyiv attacked an Iranian commercial ship in the Caspian Sea. Tehran accused Ukraine of trying to expand its war with Russia, while Kyiv said the ship contained military cargo headed to Iran. Iran summoned a Ukrainian diplomat in Tehran on Sunday to protest an attack on the Israeli commercial vessel. Ukraine also accused Russia of assisting Iran with satellite surveillance of U.S. bases. Ukraine has placed a vital role in the Iran war by providing counter drones to tools in the Gulf states. But now the conflicts, quote by the Wall Street Journal, have officially merged. The conflicts have officially merged. Again, listen to the top of this. It sounds a lot like the start of World War I, guys. The Ukraine and Iran wars collided over the weekend as Kyiv attacked an Iranian commercial ship in the Caspian Sea. Tehran accused Ukraine of trying to expand its war with Russia, while Kyiv said the ship contained military cargo headed to Iran. The Iran summoned a Ukrainian diplomat to Tehran on Sunday to protest an attack on the Iranian commercial vessel. They have officially merged conflicts. Wall Street Journal. Some in Tehran believe Iran should expand cooperation with Russia or consider attacks against Ukraine as well as NATO allies, including Israel. Vessels and infrastructure. They plan to potentially start a multi-war invasion. Multi-war invasion. From the Wall Street Journal 3 hours ago. This is not fake news, people. Holy shit. I was going to do a deep dive into fucking Epstein and shit, but holy fuck. Infrastructure. Oh my God. Let me really repeat that one more time, guys. Some in Tehran believe Iran should expand cooperation with Russia or consider attacks against Ukrainian vessels or infrastructure in a multi-step war, giving NATO members a stronger incentive to participate in military action against Iran. This is 1 hour ago now. July 23rd was the busiest day of commercial airfare ever, according to the data of Flight Tracker. A whopping 153,359 commercial flights were tracked around the world. Doesn't that sound like the headline that you get right after the start of World War III? Because this is literally where we're at. Let me read it one more time, people, and then we're going to get into our deep dive into Epstein. We might look at a little bit of Fox and CNN, see if anybody else is reporting this yet, but this is coming out at, 8:30 on a Sunday through the New York Times and CNBC? Ukraine strikes Iranian vessels in Caspian Sea. Tehran accuses Kyiv of hostile and criminal acts. The Ukraine and Iran war collides over the weekend as Kyiv attacks on an Iranian commercial ship in the Caspian Sea. Tehran accused Ukraine of trying to expand its war with Russia, while Kyiv said the ship contains military cargo headed to Iran. Iran summoned a Ukrainian diplomat in Tehran on Sunday to protest an attack on the Iranian commercial vessel. Ukraine also accused Russia of assisting Iran with satellite surveillance of U.S. bases. Ukraine has played a role in the Iran war by providing counter-drone tools to Gulf states, but now the conflicts have officially merged. A quote from the New York Times, or not from the New York Times, from the Wall Street Journal, even a more credible, potentially right-leaning source, have officially merged. The conflicts between the Ukraine and Russian war and the Iranian U.S.-Israel-backed war have officially merged. Some in Tehran believe Iran should expand cooperation with Russia or consider attacks against Ukrainian vessels or infrastructure, an expert wrote, though they could give NATO members a strong incentive to participate in military action against Iran. Wow, people. Wow, people. Wow. Are we ready for the show? Do we even know what the show is going to be now? Largest amount of people ever in our show. Getting ready for it. I'm going to just see here. Urges GOP to pass the SAVE Act. What the fuck is Fox News doing? Let's see what CNN is doing over here, if they've got anything yet. But again, this is on a Sunday night.
A lot of them care more about
Senator's sister Darlene Graham appointed to fill the they are off to the races, guys. Have no idea what's going on with the actual news. Holy shit, people. But there's nothing else for me to report here other than the facts of what the facts are, which is the conflicts have officially merged, everyone. We are headed to World War II after Ukraine struck down a military vessel from Iran with military cargo in the Caspian Sea 3 hours ago. According to the Wall Street Journal, that is the merger of the wars. The wars are now officially merging. But
that's how
we're going to get into our late night deep dive because we have no other news, no other pundits, no other sources giving us that. But we will continue to give you updates if there are updates throughout the hour and throughout the night. But we're going to go into our deep dive now. First up, this happened 2 days ago. The Chinese Epstein? The Chinese Epstein? Is the world unraveling?
63 hours.
Let's get into
That's
it.
how long it took for a 12-second video to end the career of
Thank
one
you
of
all
the
for
most
tuning in. Make
powerful
sure you
men
hit that
in China.
like button,
12
hit that
seconds,
subscribe.
63 hours. Fired, investigated, and eventually prison. Here's the
And as I say that, we get another update. Oh, wait, no, this is a festival. Okay. 2 people killed, several injured in shooting at Seattle Food Festival, authorities say just now. This is 5 minutes ago. The area was hosting its annual Bite of Seattle festival featuring festivals with hundreds of local vendors and live music performers. CNN. Could this be a splinter cell? Here we go. Could the one in Germany be a splinter cell? Here we go. 2 people were killed and multiple people injured in Seattle in a shooting Sunday evening 5 minutes ago in Seattle Food Festival, a block from the city's iconic Space Needle, fire officials said. The Seattle Fire Department said it responded to reports of a shooting at the Seattle Center just after 6 p.m. 2 people were declared dead at the scene, and 4 others, including a 2-year-old, were transported to a local hospital. Let's all play for that 2-year-old, man. He ain't a part of this fucking shit. One of those taken to the hospital was in critical condition. Harborview Medical Center said. After the persons were treated for minor injuries, declined going to the hospital, fire officials said. So 2 people are confirmed dead in Seattle 5 minutes ago. This is 6 p.m. This happened at the Seattle Center, 6 p.m. Pacific time. Right now, Pacific time, they are at 8 p.m., 8:30. So this happened about 2 hours ago in Seattle. Let me jump on to X real quick. Let's see if we can get something from that Seattle bit. But again, like Ukraine... I mean, do we have anything out of Ukraine here? No, nothing out of Ukraine right now. And then Seattle. Do we have anything out of Seattle right now? This is about an hour ago. This is getting taken into custody. One person has been arrested. So that was him. Looks like just your standard Seattle punk. I don't know. Let's get into the Chinese Epstein.
The thing, in China, that is unheard of. Officials survive scandals all the time. They quickly get 63 hours. That's how long it took.
And this video is brought to you by KLAIZE. He has 69.7 thousand subscribers. A little more than me, about double. Here we go.
For a 12-second video to end the career of one of the most powerful men in China. 12 seconds, 63 hours. Fired, investigated, and eventually prison. Here's the thing, in China, that is unheard of. Officials survive scandals all the time. They quickly get transferred, they get re-educated, and the internet posts get deleted before lunch. But this video, this one could not just be deleted, because this wasn't just some official caught having an affair. This was a ring of property developers who were hiring young women, training them, sending them to seduce government officials, secretly filming everything, and then using the tapes to blackmail those officials into handing over construction contracts. By the time this was all over, 21 officials were taken down. A district party boss got 13 years, and plot twist, the whole
okay, maybe communism takes down the Epsteins.
thing had already been discovered years earlier and covered up by a police chief who had later become famous for fleeing to a US consulate in the middle of the night because he was afraid of being killed by his own boss. So get comfortable and grab a snack.
Oh my God.
Okay, so setting the scene, Chongqing. You've probably seen those videos of a train driving through a residential building or the city where streets are stacked up on top of each other like lasagna. That's Chongqing, a massive city in southwest China. Officially over 30...
Most people that have ever been watching me ever, I know that we're all hanging in for war updates and stuff now, and we will give them to you as it goes. We literally are starting World War III. That makes sense why it would be the most people ever in the chat. But thank you all again. Make sure you double tap, hit that subscribe button. Let's get into it.
Million people living there. And in the late 2000s, growing at the speed that is honestly hard to comprehend. Entire districts going from farmland to 40-story towers in a few years. And when a city is building that fast, do you know what becomes the most valuable thing in the world? Construction contracts. Because in China, you don't win those by having the best concrete. Clearly not. You win those by having the best relationship with the official whose signature goes on the paper. Now, normally, the way the developers built those relationships was the classic stuff. Banquet, badge or red envelopes, and maybe a Rolex that randomly appears on the table. Standard corruption starter pack. But one businessman in Chongqing looked at all of that and went, that's expensive and unreliable. What if instead of renting an official's loyalty with bribes, you owned him?
Oh my
God. His name was Xiaoye, a property developer. He ran a company called Yonghuang, and his business model was, I'm going to be honest with you, diabolically simple. Step 1. Recruit attractive young women, mostly between 15 and 20 years old. Now, technically, the age of consent in China is 14, but just because it's legal doesn't mean it's moral. Step 2, train them. Scripts, etiquette, how to text an official, how to act, where to stand, and finally, how to sleep with them. According to the BBC's reporting, the girls were paid around 300 yuan, that's like $50 per recording, and the contracts the footage unlocked were worth millions. Step 3, send the girls after specific officials, and only officials with real power over construction and land. This was, and I hate that this sentence is true, a well-run company. They pretty much did a whole SWOT analysis. Strengths, women they controlled. Weakness, hard to get government contracts. Opportunities, sending the women to government officials. Threats, the law. Step 4, hidden cameras in the hotel room. Step 5, blackmail. And the official can't go to the police, right? Because what's he gonna say? Hello, officer, I'd like to report a crime. Here is a video of me, a married Communist Party secretary, committing adultery with a teenager. He's trapped. Which brings us to the man who became the face of the entire scandal. And, oh, what a face it is. Li Zhenfu, born in 1958, started out as a village school teacher, worked his way up through the system for 30 years until he became the Communist Party secretary of Beibei district, basically one of the top dogs of Chongqing. And the locals had nicknames for this man. People called him Li Zhenfu, which is a pun because the name sounds like Lei government, and also my personal favorite, the pig butcher, because of his forceful management style. This was not a beloved community servant. This was a man who people were scared of. He also had another reputation for womanizing. He had plenty of rumors surrounding him, like allegedly keeping a hair salon owner as a mistress, or helping a hotel waitress become a civil servant in exchange for sleeping with him. Now, let me introduce you to the other side of the story. Zhou Hongsha. In 2007, she is a young woman from a poor background whose life is just not going well.
Like
she jumped between jobs working as a caregiver, a bus conductor, and at one point, according to Chinese media, she even got pulled into a pyramid scheme. Regardless, the pay was always low, barely enough to cover rent and daily necessities. So she is exactly the person who was one bad week from saying yes to something she shouldn't. And then through a friend at a dinner party, she meets Xiaoye, the property developer. He is a married man. He claimed to be, and this is not true by the way, he was lying, Chongqing's representative of a Hong Kong-based company called Hualongda. At that dinner, he proactively asked Zhou Hongsha for her number. A few days later, on September 16, 2007, which is Zhou Hongsha's 25th birthday, Xiaoye called her. He said his company employees were having a party and she should come because it was her birthday for food and drinks at a hot pot restaurant. Zhou Hongsha claimed she normally held her liquor well, as she could normally drink 6 or 7 beers without even getting drunk. But that night, she got drunk on just 1 bottle. The drink was spiked. Xiaoye's workers then picked her up and put her into a hotel room. Once inside, Zhou said on the brink of passing out, "I want to go home." But Xiaoye's men replied, "The boss still has another engagement. He'll come over later." Half conscious and growing suspicious, Zhou wondered, what's he coming over for? Before she could think further, she passed out. In the middle of the night, around 3:30 a.m., Xiaoye opened the door, took his clothes off, and then took her clothes off. Zhou Hongsha woke up in shock and began resisting. Xiaoye, her. Zhao later recalled, "The next morning I was furious, but Xiaoye told me he genuinely liked me and would take responsibility and asked me to be his girlfriend." At first, Zhao refused, but soon she changed her mind since she had already been forced to sleep with him at that point and there was no undoing what had happened. So she agreed to be with him. Born on May 9th, 1964, Xiaoye was 18 years older than Zhao Hongsha. And here's where it gets really dark. In a blog post attributed to Zhao that circulated after the scandal broke, she described how Xiaoye recruited her. And he didn't even sugarcoat it. As his now girlfriend, he straight up just asked her if she was willing to sleep with government officials he did business with. She said the company spent 2 weeks having other girls coach her on what to do. And the night before her first assignment, Xiaoye slept with her himself. As rehearsal, her word for the whole experience was that she found it disgusting. So she was a broke 25-year-old being managed by her married boss, who was also her boyfriend, who was also her pimp. We'll come back to this. Anyway, the operation begins. Zhao was given a fake name.
Get a breaking news out of that shooting again. NBC News, 4 of the injured were taken to the University of Washington Harborview Medical Center, the region's top level trauma center, spokesman Susan Gregg said. All had been shot, and the injuries including gunshot wounds to the arm, leg, abdomen, lower leg, Gregg said. One woman was in critical condition and in surgery. The other patients are in satisfactory condition. A pediatrician patient, 23-year-old and 39-year-old female, said the email. One patient, 40-year-old woman with minor injuries, declined to be taken to the hospital.
18-year-old Zhou Xiaoxue and her company playbook. She starts texting leads and little messages, checking in on him. Warm, attentive, have you eaten yet? That kind of thing. The classic long game. And it works. The 50-year-old party secretary is very interested in this 18-year-old who is suddenly taking a liking to him. Shocking. Who could have predicted? February 7th, 2008. Chinese New Year's Day, by the way. The Lanjian Hotel in Chongqing. Li and Zhao check into a room. Li Zhenfu was born in 1958, so 24 years older than Zhao's actual age. There is a camera hidden beside the bed. 12 seconds of that recording 4 years later will detonate his entire life. But he doesn't know that yet.
We got the update from the press for tomorrow for what the for what President Trump's schedule is. 8 a.m. President Trump will do executive time with pre-credentialed media there at 8 a.m. 9 a.m. is the call time. 10:30 a.m. out-of-town pool will come in. 1:55, the president's views on drag racing and vehicle demolition. That's his first thing. We're going to be in World War III by then. That's at 2 p.m. tomorrow. The president participates in a tour and gift ceremony at 2:10 p.m. And the president will deliver special remarks at 2:50 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
Right now, he thinks he's just having a very good New Year.
Sorry, didn't mean that. Let's get back into it.
Actually, this is technically the second time those two have slept together. Because the first time, which was a week earlier, she forgot to turn the camera on. And the company isn't done, because a tape alone is good. But do you know what's better? A tape plus a live crisis. So a week after on Valentine's Day, when Lei and Zhao are at another hotel again, the Sophie's Jingyuan 5-star hotel, whilst they're together, the door basically gets kicked in by a furious random man claiming to be Zhao's boyfriend. It's a classic honeypot, and this man is of course one of Xiaoye's workers. He's yelling, there's threats, how dare you mess with my girlfriend, how dare you cheat on me. A second man enters, claiming to be a private investigator, takes out a device resembling a camcorder and plays a video. It was a sex tape of Lei and Zhao in the previous hotel room. And then, to add realism, they even beat up Zhao Hongsha during this whole ordeal, which at this point, with so much evidence, it just feels unnecessary. So Lei, a married party secretary, is standing there in the hotel room, watching his entire career flash before his eyes. And then, what a coincidence. Xiaoye himself claiming to be the boss of Zhao's...
Alright, I think we got enough of the Chinese Epstein and understanding of what it is. Let's get into the real Epstein. This is about 2 months ago.
Oh my gosh, I was 14 years old.
This is why Epstein in America didn't happen.
When you're that young.
At the highest levels of society,
even after
remember,
Epstein...
in China, they arrested that guy, arrested all the officials, arrested the whole thing in less than 12 minutes when they found out. This is why we didn't do the same thing.
Was convicted in 2008 for sex crimes, including one involving a minor. the visitors kept coming.
And nothing happened.
You have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you.
Over 24 people have resigned, CEOs, members of government worldwide. But I haven't seen any arrests or investigations here in the United States.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I think this is a massive cover-up. All over the world, we are being lied to.
Shut up.
Americans have flooded the streets to protest police brutality, for women's rights, against ICE, and even for Gaza. So how can something this disturbing only produce this?
The satirical statue of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein hand in hand has now been taken down.
A lot of evil motherfuckers out here on this street. Bunch of pedophiles, bunch of rich pedophiles.
The outrage certainly exists, but it's been systematically diffused and diluted. And I believe that's by design.
Yep.
There's a
'Cause as we
concept
saw,
that helps
China just
explain what's
rushed
going
them all.
on here called the Overton window. It's the range of ideas that a society considers acceptable, what feels normal to talk about or believe. Everything within the window is seen as reasonable, and what is outside it is not, to varying degrees, from not very normal to radical to unthinkable. But that window isn't fixed. It can shift over time. And one of the ways it shifts is through repeated exposure to the extreme, the unthinkable. Not because it will be accepted by the masses, but because it makes the less extreme things seem more acceptable. And in the process of being repeatedly exposed to the unthinkable itself becomes familiar too. I believe there are 4 forces pushing that window in the United States towards a place where something like the Epstein files doesn't mobilize people, it overwhelms them. The first is the most obvious: desensitization. Years ago, these files may have triggered a political crisis and protests across the US, like these events from Trump's first presidency.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the...
They came from across the country.
President Trump signing a new executive order imposing a 90-day ban on visas for citizens from 6 Muslim-majority countries.
It was a huge crowd, and a loud and an angry one. And I say huge.
They seem tame compared to what we've learned from the Epstein files.
Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center, and he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness.
Thank you for a fun night. Your little girl was a little naughty.
The difference is, today, these files emerge in a society that has already been pushed far beyond its previous limits, because even the most unsettling written testimony cannot rival the impact of what people have seen and heard themselves.
Towns and cities have been reduced to rubble and dust.
It is no exaggeration to say that the live-streamed genocide of Gaza fundamentally changed the world forever, on a material level and on a psychological level. I think the average person before couldn't say that they'd ever seen a man burned alive, or a father carrying the pieces of his child in a plastic bag. What was seen was so shocking that across the world, people took to the streets in the millions.
From Barcelona to Athens, Mexico City to Rio de Janeiro.
With time, the horrors Israel unleashed on Gaza escalated. But the mass mobilization didn't. What psychology tells us is that the human brain is not built to remain in a constant state of alarm. There is a process known as habituation, where repeated exposure to the same stimulus gradually reduces the intensity of our emotional response to it. Not because the stimulus becomes less severe, but because the brain, in order to function,
okay, guys, we have an update. We have an update from the Ukraine thing. Here we go. Here we go, guys. All right. This is the full expanded update of Ukraine striking the Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea, joining the wars together. The wars are merging as the Wall Street Journal has claimed, the wars are merging, which is pretty much the signal of World War III. And here we go. July 25th, 2025, Ukraine struck an Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea in a significant escalation that effectively merges the European Union and Middle Eastern conflicts together. Here is a deep dive into the attack, the conflict, narratives, why the specific body of water has become a major geopolitical flashpoint at this very moment. The striking conflict claims. Early Saturday morning, a long-range Ukrainian strike, widely reported as a drone attack, hit on Iranian merchant vessels that had departed from the Russian port region of Astrakhan. The attack caused an explosion that killed one Iranian soldier and injured another. The incident immediately sparked competing narratives regarding the ship's cargo and purpose. Ukraine's justification. Iran's President Vladimir Zelensky confirmed the military action, stating Ukraine had achieved very strong results with large-range strikes against vessels used in military cargo involving Iran. Expanding on this, Ukraine's ambassador to Israel told Israel's N12 news network that the ship contained components for drones and missiles bound for Iran. Equated the enemies of Ukraine and Israel as the same evils of access. They are putting them together, guys, and warned that such strikes would likely happen again. Iran's outrage. Iran's foreign ministry strongly condemned the strike, insisting the ship was a civilian commercial vessel. Iranian Foreign Minister Arabs Aish called the attack a hostile and criminal act, and explicitly tied it to the Middle Eastern conflict, claiming it was a blatant UN charter violation done at an Israeli's behest to drag Europe into the war. The diplomatic fallout. The strike triggers immediate diplomatic shockwaves across multiple nations. Tehran's retaliation threats. Iran's summoned the Ukrainian-charged Dafirs to Tehran to formally protest. In calls with EU to foreign policy chiefs and Russian foreign ministers, demanded internal accountability and warned that the strike cannot go unanswered. Russian backing. Lavar offered condolences for the deceased Iranian soldier, thanked local Russian authorities in Caspian in assisting the crew, and stated that they needed to investigate further, but that the Kyiv regime was going outside its own playbook. Zelensky's counter accusation. In tandem with the strike, Zelensky revealed intelligence suggesting Russia is actively sharing satellite surveillance of Gulf states and U.S. military facilities with Iran to help direct Iranian strikes in the Middle East. U.S. political commentary. Interestingly enough, President Trump and everyone in the U.S. cabinet, including all U.S. media, have been silent since the strike nearly 4.5 hours ago. The geopolitical core. All right, guys, let's get back into it. Let's get back into the deep dive. No U.S. news, but
it has to dampen the response so that it can function and survive.
Check X for us for a minute, but
I felt this happen to me in real time. At the beginning of the genocide, working with footage like this was physically unbearable. There were nights I couldn't sleep, and many moments where I had to step away from the screen because my body was rejecting what I was seeing. But slowly, something was shifting. Recently, I went back to watch a video I edited towards the beginning of the genocide. A video I remember really struggling to put together.
The war with all the civilians.
Today is 10 times worse than yesterday, 100 times worse than the first day. Gaza is collapsing.
And when I watched it, something disgusted me. Not the footage, but my own reaction to it. And I caught myself having a thought that I'm almost ashamed to admit. I remember it being worse. Because in the time between then and now, I had seen much worse. I have the capacity to process and then organize. Except that that ability is under attack too. And that brings us to the second force. A sustained war on the mind. We're living in an age of short-form content and shorter attention spans. Every event, no matter how significant, is dropped into this constant, fast-moving feed where it has to compete for attention with everything else. In this digital environment, the way something is presented becomes just as important as what it contains.
And we are going to get back into that, but I do need to give you guys a little... I know it sounds so ridiculous to do that to you guys right there, but I want to give you what's going on with Ukraine in the World War III scenario right now that we're in with the wars legitimately merging. And let's take a look at this real quick. Breaking news.
Vladimir Zelensky as
this
his
is the
first
report of it.
international. Andy Burnham will host Vladimir Zelensky as his first international leader since becoming prime minister, with the Ukrainian leader.
This information for security.
That's not what I was looking for. Okay, right here. Fire reported at Ukrainian industrial facility after strike in the... And then this is the Iranian threat against Ukraine comes after Ukraine. This is the ship. This is the start. And Iran is claiming it's a commercial vessel. But Ukraine is claiming that it was a military vessel given to them by Russia. And it will most likely be what sparks World War III. Whew. All right, let's get back to our video.
After almost 7 years of slow dripping information and waiting, all at once, 3.5 million files are dumped.
If you piled all the documents released on top of one another, we're told it will be twice the height of the Eiffel Tower.
It's overwhelming by design. Unorganized, heavily redacted, and difficult to navigate. This release requires time and attention to sift through, things that the average person is already struggling with. And for journalists and content creators to get through all of this is going to be a long and slow process. And in a world of 24-hour news cycles and short attention spans, maintaining the emotional momentum in order to translate into any kind of mobilization is difficult.
People are like, oh, I see now, nobody has our side. Neither one of these groups, it feels like, have our side. And you feel like it's just all these articles. It's like, well, here's an article about this is going to happen. And then people get in an uproar about it. But nobody, it's almost like it's all algorithmed perfectly to the amount of our attention span, where it just fades out of like the zeitgeist of discussion.
The information overload is intentional, to kill our ability to sit and process what has happened, and instead leave us constantly reacting. And this brings us to another layer of this war on the mind. It's not just a war on our attention, but a war on the truth as well.
Every lie Donald Trump has told in the first 154 days of the Trump presidency.
There was a time in the US media landscape when it was genuinely shocking that a sitting US president would blatantly lie on camera. That's not really the case anymore. It's almost like the assumed baseline is that the president is lying, and that has just become normalized. This has happened alongside other assaults on the truth as well. The emergence of AI,
viewed millions of times, showing just how fast fake photos can spread like wildfire.
And the mass awakening many Americans have been experiencing about their own history, unearthing so many lies that were fed to them by the government.
This is how freedom is spread, okay? The West is the best.
Somewhere in all this, something changed in how truth functions in American life.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday. that he trafficked to other individuals.
So this is a Democrat hoax.
If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them.
So when the Epstein files are released into this environment, they don't land as a singular, undeniable revelation. They're surrounded by many more questions. This is only 300 gigabytes of the estimated 15 terabytes of data seized from Jeffrey Epstein. What's in the millions of other files that haven't been released? Who are the redacted names? Why is this being released now? And is it a distraction from something else? When people can't tell what's true, the window shifts without ever really noticing it. Because how can you mobilize against something you can't truly understand? Which brings us to the third point.
A huge pro-Palestine demonstration took place today in the nation's capital.
The biggest nationwide days of protest since the killing of George Floyd in police custody.
Over the past decade, Americans have mobilized a lot. And despite it all, they've seen little to no structural response. If anything, the current administration shows how the US has only slid further towards fascism, and now picking up another horrible and extremely unpopular war on Iran.
We are at a point where no one is even trying to pretend that ethics laws apply to them. No one seems concerned about being held accountable for anything, and corruption that would have once been an unprecedented scandal gets swept aside in the daily torrent of atrocities being committed around the globe by the Trump regime.
The empire is on a downward spiral, and the illusion that people can do much to change it is dying. Psychology has a term for this: learned helplessness. When repeated attempts to change an outcome fail, people start to internalize the belief that their actions don't matter. And none of this is happening in a vacuum. The average American is struggling, and people don't have infinite emotional capacity. When survival itself is exhausting, outrage becomes a luxury. And then they get the Epstein files, where to top it all off, unlike previous moments that have led to Americans protesting, the villain isn't clear. Before, it's been the police, or Trump, or Israel, or ICE. But here, it's the entire establishment elite.
Yeah.
Regardless of their politics on paper or how far some may seem from one another, they're bound by their participation or enabling of this massive network of pedophiles. The monster seems so big and all-powerful that it can be hard to know what to protest or who to aim it at. If everything feels corrupted, nothing feels actionable. And what isn't actionable slowly becomes acceptable. Last is one of the most powerful forces in moving the Overton window.
I hope we get a liberal president next. I want to transition sooner.
The media. The more they focus on a story through a certain framing, the more that framing becomes fact and any other considered conspiracy. The American mainstream media covered the story extensively.
I appreciate people both on the left and the right keeping the conversations active and going. Make sure you double tap, hit that subscribe button. If you're feeling like helping me out, I am literally $300 away from my rent. So $4 a month, you can become a member. You can help support the channel, help support me doing this and giving you guys the news 7 days a week. And you can also, throw in that super chat.
And frame the story to be within the same world as the Diddy scandal, Me Too, and Harvey Weinstein. That this is just about rich and powerful perverts being perverts. And ignored the other element.
What happened in that massage room, I assume, was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
That this sadistic and horrifying network routinely abused children, most likely for blackmail and leverage.
The infamous Lolita Express, their private plane used to transport young girls and high-profile friends, including Bill Clinton.
She also told me in that meeting that the private plane that she and Jeffrey used, was wired for audio, video.
And the evidence highly suggests that they were Mossad assets.
They were all essentially commodities to him, traded for the advantage of one single cause, which is Israel. That was the motive. And we know he had, extensive high-level connections to the Israeli regime, to its government, to security, intelligence, its financing circles, its business community. That was the means that went with the motive. So it's a story about Israeli influence in the highest corridors of power and wealth.
Epstein had a very close relationship with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, who would stay at his apartment so frequently that Epstein's staff called it Ehud's apartment.
Theoretically, he could.
He was sort of an unofficial ambassador who could use this network that they had created together to be kind of a front man, an advance man for the Israeli regime.
So Epstein served.
Hey, Vincent! What? How, you're not even a mod yet. Welcome to the mod club, Vincent. Thank you for being a rare Democrat that actually uses his brain, has common sense, and is willing to listen to all sides, Alex. So cheers. Absolutely. Technically, I've never voted for a Democrat, though. Voting history, only giving you the presidential voting history real quick. Let's be honest here. I went door knocking for Ron Paul in 2012 with Charlie Kirk in Iowa. He was 18 years old. I was 21 years old. We were bunking together. Then we got boxed out and Mitt Romney became the nominee. So in 2012, I wrote in Ron Paul's name. In 2015, I was interested in everything, but I stayed independent and didn't vote in a primary. And then I voted Jill Stein in 2016. I voted Joe Jorgensen in 2020. And then I was going to vote RFK, and because Joe Biden had changed the rules of the debate, I decided to vote with Donald Trump for the first time ever.
Advisor to Barack, and he was facilitating introductions to
Here
tech
we
investors and financial firms.
I am common
One of
sense,
them was
I appreciate
Palantir.
you
That's
so
the
much.
US-based
Thank you for the
data
super
analytics
chat,
firm founded by
Vincent,
Peter
and
Thiel.
welcome to the club.
And they are deeply involved
The objective overall of this channel is to make fun of politics. So,
government and surveillance. Here is a clip from a call between Epstein and Barack.
Palantir is Peter Thiel's company.
Palantir, Palantir.
You know what you saw with the Democrat in me? I'm from Illinois. 2008, Obama. Definitely would have. But I was 17, so.
Yes.
Epstein tried to procure cyber weapons for Israel.
And I loved Clinton growing up.
Aren't we done? Like, that's it. Like, is there someone who is not connected to a government and their intelligence agencies that tries to get cyber weapons for that government?
The mystery of the woman next to Jeffrey Epstein.
Ghislaine Maxwell, accused of...
And it took everything in me to end up voting for Donald Trump, but the only reason that I did was because of the DNC changing the rules of the debate. Because my whole structure of voting third party was always get a third party candidate in that debate. And when they changed the rules of the debate, I was like, well, you guys are the ones cheating.
Being Epstein's right-hand woman.
Ghislaine Maxwell's father was Robert Maxwell,
a media and publishing tycoon who owned the Daily Mirror.
Was one of the most important and powerful people in British public life in the 70s.
And what's interesting is when you look at the you look at what we were watching earlier today, the midterms, and they were saying that really it's going to be really hard for the Democrats to come back because once it's easy
a
for
man
their,
with long suspected ties to the Mossad, who mysteriously died when he fell from his yacht.
His body was brought to Israel to be buried in Jerusalem's Mount of Olives. That's a graveyard reserved for Israel's elite servants. His funeral was attended by Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, Israeli President Chaim Herzog, and at least 6 serving and former heads of Israeli intelligence. A lot of Mossad agents at that funeral.
Epstein quotes a book called Robert Maxwell, Israel's Super Spy, in an email titled "He Was Passed Away." Epstein's lawyer was Alan Dershowitz.
The informant believed Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. For the confidential human source, remembered Dershowitz tell Alex Acosta, the U.S. Attorney Southern District of Florida at the time, that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and Allied intelligence services. CHS shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein during which she took notes. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief.
And Epstein's very close friends were these Norwegian diplomats.
Speaking of don't blatantly cheat, The Republican in Alaska is currently getting fucked over by the Democratic Party. They're putting up a John J. Sullivan, and the top 4 vote getters get into the race. So John Sullivan, the senator, will break his vote with John J. Sullivan, who is literally being funded by the DNC, so that this woman that would literally definitely lose to the sitting Senator John Sullivan will end up with more votes, because collectively she's just one name. And there's 4 names, and there's two John Sullivans. Which John Sullivan is it?
Who were famous for playing a key role in the Oslo Accords, the peace plan that many Palestinians see as having been a trap for Palestinians.
Was one of the architects of the Oslo Peace Accords.
The diplomat Rod Larson, quote, wrote official letters of recommendation to U.S. authorities to secure visas for young Russian women in Epstein's orbit, claiming they possessed extraordinary abilities suitable for research roles.
Feel like it. Even with all the attacks, if they would have just stayed within the...
He also calls him his best friend.
It's crazy how many times they do it. I literally, I guess you are saying I'm a Democrat. You knew, Vincent. I didn't realize that you knew it. I'm a registered Democrat in Texas, in Austin, because I voted in the Democratic primary for Jasmine Crockett over Tellerico, because Tellerico went on CBS with Stephen Colbert and acted like he was getting canceled, and in reality, they were just trying to silence Jasmine Crockett. So I went out and voted for her, and got fucked over by the DNC again, because the DNC literally shut down the voting in Houston and in Dallas late night, which is when all the black vote comes in. And you're not able to investigate or protest an election because it's a primary. They did the same thing in 2020 in Iowa. They had the very first digital voting system in Iowa with the Democratic Party. And if you guys remember correctly, they just fucked it all up, and then they just said Bernie won.
So why does mainstream U.S. media suppress the story?
Can we discuss the blackmail operation that was taking place and which government that's a special ally of the United States?
She is a clown, truth hurts, but she was a free clown. She was a sitting senator, and the party was against her and manipulating it against her. That's the person I want in power. Anybody being manipulated by the system, I'm like, give them power. Give the people that are getting fucked over power. Even if it's Jasmine Crockett. As crazy as she is. I
put him up to it. And do we really want to be allies with a country that kidnaps young girls for rape just so they can have dirt on American politicians and control our foreign policy?
Spoiler alert, the topic was changed promptly to Epstein's relationship with Russia.
Possible connections between convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Russian intelligence services.
Growing suspicions of a Russian
fueling speculation that Epstein is working for Russia.
Imagine if the story was Epstein tried to procure cyber weapons for China.
Wait, so the Young Turks goes on Piers Morgan and says Epstein was protecting Israel. So then every news network blasts out Epstein was protecting Russia. Wow.
China. Do you think we'd be talking about that nonstop? Of course. Everybody would be like, China, our mortal enemy, China. Or just a random country, Kenya. Like, I imagine New York Times, CNN would be like, whoa, Kenya's all over the Epstein files. And it turns out he was trying to get cyber weapons for Kenya. He was trying to get America to bomb Kenya's neighbors on behalf of Kenya. Wow, what an amazing story. When it's Israel,
The Israel connection is undeniable. Ignoring this or letting this fact just slip by allows the idea of this happening to become acceptable and normal.
Tellerico's a nut job. But now I'm on Tellerico's side because Ken Paxton gave a sweetheart deal to a pedophile lawyer of 28 days. A lawyer that molested a 10-year-old boy in the state of Texas, Ken Paxton, as the Attorney General, gave a 28-day sentence to that man. But what's weird is Tellerico is saying that, and the DNC is having Jake Tapper talk to some lady from 30 years ago and deplatform Graham Plattner. While Tellerico is sitting here in Austin telling everybody, hey, yo, fucking Ken Paxton, he's like Epstein protector. Like, legitimately. And the DNC and the media are off to the fucking races, canceling their own candidate out in Maine to replace him with a man who throws water bottles at women's faces. Great replacement candidate. Like, what are we doing?
Investigations are now underway in at least 10 countries.
Britain's former Prince Andrew has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
Norway is living through the crisis the US never had over the Epstein files. The country's former prime minister and top diplomats found themselves under police investigation and forced out of their roles.
Lord Mandelson had been sacked as US ambassador because more links with Jeffrey Epstein had emerged.
What happens in the heart of the empire doesn't stay there. What the Epstein files reveal is not just the...
Like, I feel like everybody knows that Ken Paxton's fucking people. Bro, so it's like...
moral depravity.
And also, from a DNC perspective, Ken Paxton is literally one of two lawyers that tried to overturn the election in 2020 for Donald Trump. Tried to bring it to the Supreme Court. So that alone, the DNC should be focused on attacking that man. They got their guy Tellerico over Jasmine Crockett, and they're spending their fucking days with Jake Tapper doing interviews with some lady 30 years ago who may have left her door unlocked and Graham Plattner came in.
A few individuals, but
like,
how the system that governs all of us
They're still just trying to manipulate everything rather than just let people fucking vote.
And the reception of the files reveals how this system is able to sustain itself. It doesn't try to hide anything. But
because if you like him or not, Donald Trump destroyed that system and made it so that it was a populist system where the populist winner, no matter what the idea is, wins in the Republican Party. Now, people like Ben Shapiro and Megyn Kelly will tell you that's really dangerous because that means that Nick Fuentes can become the candidate of the RNC. And I say, again, it's America. And it should be a free system on both sides. It's crazy that we're orchestrating it for so long, but the DNC continues to manipulate their side over and over and over, and even every single day. But the RNC kind of got broken up by Trump and replaced with whatever you want, Trump. And it seems that Trump might be at least on the right track. We'll have to find out in 2027 and 2028. But it seems like he's on the right track to reform the RNC to be kind of a populist first. It doesn't matter what's up. We can just vote for whoever kind of thing. Because his objective with the Lindsey Graham scandal. Lindsey Graham dies, his sister replaces him only because Donald Trump calls her up and says, do you want the seat? Then Donald Trump says, if she wants to run for the full 6th term, because again, the media writes it all off and goes, oh, it's basically just like a special thing the president's doing with the governor, and the seat is up in January anyway. There's going to be a special election in a month for a real senator in a month anyway. And then Donald Trump calls up the sister and says, well, if you do want to run, I'll support it. And then she says, yeah, I'm going to run. And now she's probably going to be the senator. But I would rather have her, who spent her entire life fighting for adults with disabilities and veterans with disabilities, than some random politician from South Carolina that was waiting to grab the vultures of Lindsey Graham up.
Reveals just enough in a world
also,
that's
women
already
tend to
been
not be
pushed
warmongers,
too far
even if
to
their
respond.
brother was. Just saying.
Now we can see this as a push of the Overton window,
at, Liz Cheney.
or we can identify the common denominator involved in all of these elements. That's already been sitting at the far, far end of the spectrum for a very long time.
Exactly. I don't care who
Israel.
the candidate is, as long as they were elected fairly.
And instead of a push, maybe this is all a pull.
And it seems like that's the hardest
because
thing
the
to
levels
fight for.
of moral depravity involved here have long been within the Zionist Overton window.
He described the dog attack as rape, saying soldiers laughed and recorded the sexual assaults.
We found booby-trapped children's toys and canned food planted by the occupation, meaning Israel, to cause more casualties.
It doesn't matter who your enemy is, you need to destroy their offspring to prevent them from creating more offspring.
And that pull has become even more clear in the US and Israel's latest collaboration, the war on Iran.
A heartbreaking deadly strike on an Iranian girls' elementary school on the first day of the war.
There were students ranging from 7 to 12 years old.
Lebanon's declared a day of mourning.
She was 4 years old and called Lamar, an angel to her family. When they found her body, she'd been decapitated.
They've hit the same benchmarks. Horrifying violence to begin. Repeated lies.
If we didn't hit within 2 weeks, they would have had a nuclear weapon.
Weaponized helplessness. And media complicity.
For the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain.
Yeah, unfortunately, the chat is English only, just because if we start throwing other languages in, it gets out of control, and then we can't have like debates and discussions. That's all. That's what that's about.
A world that has failed to stop the genocide in Gaza and failed to bring justice to the powerful around Epstein is what paved the way for what is happening now, where the people of Iran, Lebanon, and Palestine are experiencing levels of savagery that were once debilitating for us to watch in Gaza.
My son was just out playing. How can he be here now? I can't see him anymore. I can't look into his beautiful eyes. I have no words anymore.
Constitutional Republic.
The baby is good to kill.
Really? In Lebanon?
Yes, in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Iran. I kill children.
What Jeffrey Epstein built on that island and in that house.
If this is your first time joining the show, what's up? Say hello. My name is Alex R. Wagner. But tonight, we do our poll every single hour, and we do our poll every single day. We're going to be the most accurate poll there is. The best poll, the greatest poll, okay? We're doing this poll every single day from the first day of the Iran war all the way through until the election. But we're in hour 2 now. Who will be president? And this is always the runoff. In 2028, we have 835 days until the election. And for the first time ever, we have 2 in that seat. Because we have J.D. Vance, who is leading it right now, and he's got 64 wins. And we've got Gavin Newsom, obviously. Gavin Newsom, who is always there with his... What does he have now? 14 wins? 20 wins. He has 20 wins now. But we also have now still a third party, which is Israel. So we're just going to do it with Israel. We're not, because they were tied with Gavin Newsom. So is it going to be J.D. Vance as president, Gavin Newsom, or Israel? Wow. Israel makes its way in. Almost beats Gavin Newsom. All right, back to the show, guys. Back to the video.
House and in that ranch weren't anomalies. They were concentrated versions of how power already operates. Spaces where the rules don't even apply. Even when it's exposed at this scale, nothing breaks. What we're collectively living through is a war on truth and justice and basic human decency.
I'll tell y'all what. If you make Israel the winner tonight, that means Israel has to be the 4th candidate every single night moving forward. Right now, it's always John Ostroff, and he always loses. He's never won. Because it always goes by the Kelchi poll odds. But if we have 4 winners, including Israel, then we have to keep Israel as that 4th candidate every night.
We're being dragged towards accepting barbarism, of normalizing the lack of morality in power. They try to constantly overwhelm us with increasing levels of violence so that we may somehow come to accept it someday. But it is our duty and our moral imperative to resist that, even if it's just within ourselves, every day. A special thank you to our supporters on Patreon. Doing this work takes...
All right. That was from Uncivilized, if you guys want to go check that out. Next one up, we got a cross-examination from a homicide detective of the Charlie Kirk assassination. This was, 5 months ago? Yeah, about 5.
Look, in the end, all of these theories always emerge early
long before the trial begins. Why? Because it turns out the investigators are holding on to a ton of evidence that they have not shared publicly. And while they're holding on to this, something as simple as the autopsy report, they're holding on to this for a reason, right? They want to make sure they've investigated every potential accusation, every potential theory that's out there, and they don't want to release information to the public that later on might jeopardize the investigation. Here's what I mean. Often we'll be interviewing somebody and they'll tell us something that either they have to know from firsthand knowledge, which would implicate them in some way, or they might have heard it online. Well, we don't want them to hear it online. So when they do mention this little weird detail to us, we'll go, whoa, that's not been publicized anywhere.
About 30 hours in people's minds, but there are other conspiracies.
We're not doing a podcast. Fuck that. Nah. All right, into the next one. How Israel kills journalists.
These journalists are tired and hungry. It's been several days since they've eaten. Some struggle not to faint. Others already have. Sometimes live on air. But they feel a responsibility to continue working. The 6 men in this tent have spent the day documenting the events on the ground. Ibrahim Jahir, Mohammed Nufel and Muamin Aliva are cameramen. Mohammed Kuraiki, Mohammed Al-Khaldi and Enes Al-Sharif are reporters. In just a few minutes, they'll all be dead. The Israeli military claimed one of them was a terrorist. Since the Hamas attacks in October 2023, Israeli strikes have reportedly killed between 235 and 310 media workers. Journalists, cameramen, photographers, and producers.
Whoa.
The exact numbers vary depending on the source.
Israel.
For journalists, this war is now considered the deadliest of the 21st century. They've been killed in strikes on residential buildings and civilian infrastructure, and while working in areas that were attacked. And in some cases, the Israeli military has been accused of deliberately targeting them. The army rejects these claims as false. This is a story about Gaza in wartime, about the people reporting on this war, surviving and dying in what has been called the graveyard of journalism. For this investigation, we spoke with a number of journalists. Some appear in this video, others provided important background information. We also reached out to the Israel Defense Forces and Hamas for comment. The IDF responded with a written statement. As always, you'll find our sources in the description. On October 7, 2023, the Islamist militant group Hamas carried out a terrorist attack on Israel. 251 people were taken hostage and around 1,200 people were killed. Israel responded by launching a large-scale military operation against Hamas in Gaza. In October 2025, Hamas and the Israeli government agreed to a ceasefire. Since then, each side has repeatedly accused the other of violating the agreement. Up until the ceasefire, tens of thousands were killed in Gaza and many more injured. The exact totals are hard to verify. Estimates range from figures reported by Gaza's health ministry to even higher numbers in independent analyses. Since the beginning of the war, the Israeli government has restricted most international journalists from entering Gaza without supervision. We asked them why. The IDF says it regularly facilitates access for foreign journalists. However, few actually obtain this access. Those who do enter Gaza as ambeds are escorted and monitored by Israeli soldiers. Supposedly, the arrangement is intended to ensure safe reporting. We asked the IDF what criteria journalists have to meet to qualify as embeds.
Whoa. We're talking about Epstein? This was 4 days ago. This just happened 4 days ago. What? This is crazy.
A French model recruiter linked to Jeffrey Epstein has been found dead at his home in the suburb of Colombes near Paris, according to prosecutors. Daniel Siad had been the subject of renewed scrutiny in the wake of the latest releases of the Epstein files by the U.S. Department of Justice. For over a decade, he'd arranged for the late sex offender to meet several models. CNN's Katie Paul-Glaze recently interviewed Siad, who said he'd had no reason to believe that 2 women he'd recommended to Epstein had been harmed by him, even though those 2 women told CNN that they were indeed abused by Jeffrey Epstein.
My work with him has been strictly professional. I never doubt that
Because I never heard anything from anyone
And now he's dead?
who came back to me that
And now he's dead?
a bad situation with him.
Siad said he believed that Epstein was a casting director for Victoria's Secret and for a modeling agency. CNN has found no evidence to support that claim.
I didn't know a lot about him until when he comes.
He said too much. Holy shit, he said too much. Said that he was a Victoria's Secret and Miss Universe recruiting agent, and he didn't see anything wrong with it. Then he ends up dead.
To Paris, and I told you again, he said he pays his due to the government. So for me, he's free, man. He's clean. He was such a powerful person, and how can I not trust him?
Epstein ties to the novelist.
Epstein! And now he's dead. What?
Part of ongoing investigations, including a criminal probe launched this year in Paris involving Siad, according to the city's chief prosecutor. Now, Siad's lawyer has pointed to the stress that the man was under due to the unbearable waiting and, I quote, the stigma cast upon him. Siad's lawyer's statement also calling for respect for his loved ones as they mourn, adding that he died and was innocent. Siad himself was also facing accusations of abuse. A model accused him of rape when she was working in France in 1990. Siad had also denied that accusation.
Yeah, he's like, rape? You mean sex? Yes, we had sex. Guys just goes gone.
His death certainly marks the latest macabre twist in the Epstein saga and a reminder of the ripple effects of the revelations from the Epstein files and of the fact that they are far from over. Melissa Bell, CNN, Paris.
I don't know his private life.
Well, you did, because he was a convicted child sex offender.
But again, he paid for it. He said, I paid for it.
So that's it.
Oh no, now he's dead. Yeah, this is wild.
For me, he came. I mean, how can you let...
This guy died this week.
A criminal like
this
this
should be the number one story right now. We've already forgotten about Epstein completely.
State.
Paris. For years, young models were recruited here for Jeffrey Epstein. Digging through the Epstein files, CNN found Epstein received dozens of photos of young models, sent by model scouts and agents. We identified at least 6 individuals, not just sending him images of models.
Yeah, as stuff is starting to come around, it's starting to make a lot of sense. Donald Trump had Miss Universe. You don't know if he was in it or not, but he had the Miss Universe, which was part of the scouting. Ivanka's part of the scouting. The whole France thing with these French places, scouting. And what are they scouting? The same thing as the honeypot in China that brought all those 19 politicians down. A fucking honeypot. And who are they honeypotting for? Well, Alan Dershowitz and Jeffrey Epstein just happened to go to Tel Aviv like 7 times a year. And Jeffrey Epstein happens to be like basically in cahoots with a Mossad agent.
But discussing arrangements for him to meet them, even after his 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution, including with a minor. Now, one of them has agreed to meet with us here in Paris.
Okay, we're here.
Daniel Siad dealt with Epstein for more than a decade, arranging to send him models.
You didn't think in that time that sending young women, young models, to the US to meet Epstein after he had a conviction for child sex offences,
this man is dead now,
any risk in that at all?
He has been very professional with me. Never...
But you're not a young woman.
Sorry?
You're not a young woman.
No, listen.
Sorry?
My work with him has been strictly professional. I never doubt that, because I never heard anything from anyone who introduced him who came back to me that they had a bad situation with him.
And now he's dead.
The files show Epstein paid tens of thousands of dollars to Siad. In reviewing their correspondence, we found messages like, "Cute French girl in Marrakesh," Siad wrote. "She said that she will be happy to meet you." In another, he says a woman is very polite and has potential as a model or assistant. Siad then sends a photo. too old, Epstein replied.
So Epstein wasn't a model agent. Why was he paying you?
No, he was, because they
No, he was. No, he was. See? This is why he got fucking... Bro, this guy just died this week. Listen to what he's about to say here off of this lead question. This is it.
Because they opened an agency, MC Square.
He was not the model agent.
He opened an agency, MC Squared.
Leading that model agent.
He was a financier for, but was acting as a casting director for...
He was the financier, but was acting as the casting director for it.
Victoria's Secret.
You believe Epstein was a casting director?
For Victoria's Secret.
That's how he had been introduced and how he introduced...
That's how he had been introduced, and that's how he introduced himself to me. And now this man is dead.
Myself also.
In fact, we found no evidence Epstein had an official recruiting role at either company, MC Squared or Victoria's Secret.
You sent an email in 2018.
But why does the media protect this whole thing? And why is no one else saying that that's how they meant?
It said you were looking for a good-looking young assistant. If you're looking for models,
yes.
Why are you then looking for an assistant for Jeffrey Epstein?
He asked me for assistant. Maybe it was not on the phone, but when I met him in...
But was that your job?
Sorry? No. But because I trust in him, I believe that this guy is a professional person. He needs somebody. He knows I have a good connection.
Oh, yeah. Because he asked him for an assistant, and then the guy said he gave him the assistant, and then Jeffrey Epstein replied, too old. So the guy is just this is just the sweetest pie guy. He's also has armpit sweat just what is up with that? Why are they all armpit sweating?
Connections
just
around. If I find
fucking,
the right person who can
the royal guy
him,
that was part of it.
I am honored.
Prince Andrew is sweating too.
One of the people Daniel Siad introduced to Epstein was Juliette. Back in 2004, she was a young model in Paris.
He told me, okay, so I am Danielle. If you are interested, I can have opportunities for you in New York City. Is that country interest you? I was like, yeah, why not?
Juliette had a flight booked for her to New York, where she met Epstein. She described the encounter.
He asked me to undress me, so I undressed me and I kept like I always done underwear. And at this moment, he looked at me and said, "Oh, the bra too." He began to check at me and touch me and say, "Oh, no, that's not okay. Here, that's not okay." He made me turn. Here, I started to have fear, and for me, it wasn't normal.
What do you think you were afraid of?
I was fear because I didn't know about his intention. He just asked me to put off my bra. All was weird and unclear.
We spoke to another former model, Svetlana, who shared a similar story, saying Siad first introduced her to Epstein, who later abused her. Siad maintains he didn't know that the women he sent to Epstein were abused. But he himself is also facing accusations of abuse. Ebba Carlson has accused him of rape when she was a model in France in 1990. Siad denies her allegation.
To be honest with you, I don't remember at all this person, and plus I have never abused any model in my life.
She remembers you.
Listen, I would be very happy to confront her in the court. I don't remember.
Do you have any regret about meeting Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes. Yeah. I feel.
Why did you do this interview, bro? They ended up killing you now. God, that's crazy. They killed this guy. Oh my God, they killed this guy.
It's like a nightmare. I can't believe that this person had another.
You keep saying that, but I keep repeating that this other side of him was public knowledge.
I am not Yeah, I'm not the person who is like a press, looking at the internet to go this kind of really...
But you were aware?
Sorry?
You were aware?
Of what?
His conviction for child sex
Me, you're
offences.
repeating the same question
Well, you're telling me that you don't read the press, that
No,
you...
man, listen, I didn't know a lot about him until when he comes to Paris, and I told you again, he said he pays his due to the government. So, for me, he's free. Man, he's clean. How can a government of the United States let this person out from jail? How?
True.
It's not just the government, though, is it? We have a personal responsibility. If we don't think someone...
Listen.
That's my question.
The justice. There is a superpower.
Okay, that's enough. Okay? It's not a trial, right? You want me to stop interviewing? Yeah. Can I ask a final question?
But you are nasty. You are not. I'm very honest, sincere with you.
and
you are repeating the same thing. I mean, I'm nobody. I'm somebody from the.
Yeah, but nobody. He's dead now. Because he said Jeffrey Epstein was a Victoria's Secret recruit.
Mountain.
And put himself
when you
out
meet
as
somebody, a billionaire, well-known person worldwide and so on, he was convicted with all whatever he did, as when I find out after and so on, and he's free. He can.
It's weird too. It's like this lady, she's like staring at him with this disgust and just being a total fucking cunt bitch. And it's like she's ruining the ability for us to actually get answers. Thanks, CNN. You sent a giant cunt out to scream at this guy, expose him in public, and get the source killed. CNN gets the source killed. And then CNN reports that the source is killed. And how they condemned the source because the source spoke to Epstein after his conviction. How dare you? We all have a responsibility to never speak to anybody that does anything wrong. And I don't care because you should be a part of cancel culture too. You're not investigating. If you were investigating, you would want to know what the fuck the relationship was and what they did and what, like, did he bring you somewhere? Did you guys go to dinner? And what did you do? Anything. What the fuck? Just condemn the fucking witness until he gets killed because you don't protect him? CNN.
To Paris, he's free. He said I paid, and the agency.
I feel so bad for this guy. He's just trying to be
such
open.
A powerful person, and
he's a
how can I
Nimrod.
not trust him?
After
But they're,
Epstein's
like, making him a
2008 conviction,
pedophile.
Siad wasn't the only one who continued giving Epstein access to the modelling industry. Faith Cates, the co-founder of model agency Next Management, is another. In 2010, 2 years after his conviction, Epstein asked Cates for a great girl to take to an event. Cates replied, "Let me think who is around, XOXO." Cates reportedly left Next Management last year, and her spokesperson told CNN she was grossly misled by Epstein. Then there is modelling scout Ramsey El-Holly. In 2009, he describes to Epstein a model as a gift that I had been planning on giving you. And then there is Jean-Luc Brunel, who ran multiple model agencies and was accused in civil court in 2014 of bringing girls to the US to farm them out to his friends, especially Epstein. Brunel was himself charged in France with underage sex crimes, but died in prison in 2022 while awaiting trial.
So he died. This other guy just died. The only people left are 2 women.
Denied all charges.
That aren't saying anything.
There is now an ongoing investigation in France into Epstein and his connections there. Siad is under investigation, according to the Paris prosecutor's office, but he says police have not spoken to him.
Oh, you're
For
a powerful
victims of
woman,
Epstein
aren't you?
around
I
the
hope you
world,
never get
they
a
await
fucking
justice
assignment
from
ever
the
again.
courts.
You stupid idiot. You just got your fucking witness killed. Ugh, what a moron. What do we got here? The Epstein files? Yeah, let's check this.
Are elsewhere and let loose.
Oh no, we had some. There was something interesting over here that was going on. What was that? There's something over here. Oh yeah, this Oompaville.
Following post was made
This
on
is a month
4chan.
ago.
Don't ask me how I know, but Epstein died an hour ago from hanging. Cardiac arrest. Screen cap this. That post on 4chan is the first post publicly announcing the death of Jeffrey Epstein before all the news media. Somebody inside the jail made that post. By the way, Jeffrey Epstein, the financier and convicted sex offender who, at the time of that post, was awaiting federal trafficking trial when he was found dead in his Manhattan jail cell. The funny little post went up at 8:16 in the morning on August 10th, 2019, and was posted by a user with the auto-generated 4chan handle RPTND1SI, and attached to the post was a pixel art image of Wart from Super Mario Bros. 2. All of it was posted on 4chan's politically incorrect board, Poll. Now, Epstein was found unresponsive in his cell around 6:30 a.m. And the first major news outlet, the Associated Press, reported the death at 8:54 a.m. The 4chan post went up at 8:16, 38 minutes before any news outlet on the planet had the story. In the thread on 4chan, there were 6 posts from the original poster. Posted in those posts was medical handoff language, the kind a paramedic would use when transferring a patient to a hospital, not exactly the kind a guard or a layperson would type. After those 6 posts, the OP of the thread vanished. A second user, Swam8WIF, posted in the same thread that a body double had been swapped in, which is crazy to say. Now, eventually, a Citibank subpoena would reveal the identity of this second user, Swam. It's crazy that banks can have records that can be subpoenaed that will tie your username in. That's pretty wild. Okay. The second user was a fellow by the name of Roberto Grijalva, a lieutenant at the prison where Epstein died. The first user, the one who posted the death itself, has never been identified. It's been 7 years almost, 5 federal...
Well, what are these like security guards at a state prison doing on 4chan? What?
Subpoenas, no name still. What most people don't know is that Epstein had a documented personal relationship with 4chan.
2 different, yeah, exactly. Oh, whoa. Epstein did?
He met the founder. He was a lurker. He emailed Peter Thiel, the PayPal co-founder and possible antichrist, about using sites like 4chan to take over modern democracy, which is hilarious. And the board that Epstein's death was first announced publicly on launched within days of a meeting that Epstein took in 2011, a connection that the inventor of 4chan Moot denies, but the timing is very interesting to say the least. In October of 2011, Boris Nikolic, a venture capital advisor who would later be named as a secondary executor of Epstein's will, met Christopher Poole, the 23-year-old anonymous founder of 4chan who went by the handle Moot at an unknown tech event in New York. Nikolic, for his part, claimed to have no idea why Epstein had named him in the will at all, which I believe that. I've been in so many wills, especially from extremely rich people, guys. Nikolic was also a direct advisor to Bill Gates, and I believe he was aware of that position. From the 2025 release of the Epstein files, we now know that Bill Gates and Epstein had a friendship, a controversial, sexually transmitted, disease-ridden friendship. The drafts that Epstein wrote and never sent were about an STI that Bill Gates allegedly contracted and asked Epstein for antibiotics to surreptitiously dose his wife with. Make of that whatever you will.
What the fuck?
The point that Epstein wrote and never...
Hold on. He put this in his drafts, wrote it, and then never sent it. And I remember this, but I never saw the actual full email. Let me read this. Dear Bill, I cannot believe that you have chosen to disgrace our friendship developed over the last 6 years. I am aware that incidents happen. It is how each of us has chosen to deal with this unfortunate event that has me dismayed beyond comprehension. You have decided to discharge me from my job. Had Larry, your person, tell me that I engaged in morally improper behavior, asking me to be the major actor in a cover-up so that you can maintain the reputation that you have worked so hard to achieve, asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement, and have categorically told me that we cannot have any direct ongoing business relationship, in total disregard for its impact on the public perception of my reputation. I will have intelligently avoid the truth you have diligently avoided the truth. Tell people that Bill will not invest with me and craft and answer the suits your needs. But you did agree to send people that Bill will not invest with me and craft and answer to the suits that you need. But you did agree to send you a letter of recommendation should a future employer ask for one. You have told me that Melania insists on me not communicating with you. Oh, Melinda insists on me not communicating with you unless Larry is copied or present, though you have consistently maintained that I could not have done a better job and that I was underpaid compared to my contribution. You then, beyond all sense of fairness and frankly decency, said that a generous compensation for keeping the Gates reputation intact, you would let me keep what we agreed I had already owed, the investment pieces, and give me 2 years severance. Why is he getting 2 years severance? Similar to Christy Turner, another casualty. If the shoe was on the other foot, I would have said, Boris, this is not your fault. I confess to Melinda, you didn't. It was in a moment of weakness, and I will do anything within my power to make it right for you. I have more money than anyone needs, and I assure you I will structure something so that you will not be penalized for my error. Lucky for me, I have enough money to provide to you, though it will not heal the injury. It will make you secure in your future. In addition, I will bend over backwards to make sure your next career is rewarding and on an upswing. I appreciate the fact that this drastically alters your plans, and I am very aware of the career path you gave up to join the foundation. I am very sorry, but I believe time heals all wounds. This will eventually pass. In that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you said had your heart set on. And in addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we had agreed to. 30 to 40% of the $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's dollars. Terms and conditions be agreed. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. What I did receive, however, was a unfriendly, strongly worded email telling me how employable I am and that I should not look to you for any significant financial help in the future. To add insult to injury, you have implored me to please delete the emails regarding your STD, your request that I provide your antibiotics that you can that you can give to Melinda, and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to you as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. Wait, you also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. And it's a victim, obviously. In return for all of those requests, which I would have done without a second thought, I am not to attend meetings with Melinda. I should continue to provide you with the same level of service and dedication that I have done so diligently until you are ready to discard me of our friendship.
% were about an STI that Bill Gates allegedly contracted and asked Epstein for antibiotics to surreptitiously dose his wife with. Make of that whatever you will, but the point is that the Gates orbit is what put Nikolic in Epstein's orbit. Gates and Epstein had been friendly since at least 2011, and Nikolic, as Gates' scientific advisor, was in the room for many of those meetings. So, October 20th, 2011, Nikolic emails Epstein about Moot, sharing his Wikipedia page saying he was impressed by what Moot had accomplished at only 23 years of age. October 23rd, poll is created internally at 4chan. October 24th, Epstein writes back saying he drove Moot home and likes him a lot. November 10th, poll goes live to users. November 13th, Epstein sets up a meeting with Moot through his assistant. Around the same window, Moot says the board decision came first, but the emails make the timing a bit more confusing and tight. Poll was created on October 23rd, 2011, and Moot has claimed Poll was created to replace New, which was an earlier 4chan board that Moot himself described as a bad Stormfront. Stormfront, by the way, if you didn't know, was the long-running neo-Nazi web forum founded in 1995. And also the name of the Nazi woman from The Boys, which I really liked the latest season, to be honest. I think I just...
This is getting distracting. Let's see if we can skip into something that's going to jump us up. Otherwise, we're going to have the real story of Donald Trump.
In the world, I've been trending my whole life. From the day I was born, I've been trending.
I like the good publicity and I like the bad publicity. It all plays.
Who is Donald Trump? A while back I realized that for all the attention Trump gets, I actually didn't know much about his life, how he rose to become one of the most powerful people on the planet, and what his life and career can teach us about what he really wants. I didn't know any of that. So I delved in to try to better understand how he rose to power, and most importantly, why there are so many products with his name and face on them.
It is not a toupee, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Will you please inform the public?
So join me as we explore the rise of Donald Trump.
Rich, ruthless, and famous, known for the buildings he's built and the wives he's divorced.
He played Monopoly, but more than Monopoly, he played with building blocks. Always with building blocks.
Donald Trump was born in Queens, New York, a river away from the gleaming skyline of Manhattan. He was a middle child of 5 kids, the son of an immigrant mother from Scotland who ran the Trump home and who was known for her charitable work in the community. But in Trump's telling, his father was his greatest influence.
My father built low and moderate income housing in Brooklyn and Queens.
His dad made a big fortune taking advantage of post-World War II government programs that funded affordable housing complexes during New York's rapid growth. By all accounts, Fred Trump was an obsessively hard worker, saying that he was successful because he could, quote, squeeze 9 days of work into a 7-day work week. Growing up, young Donald was the rich kid on the block. But even still, his hardworking father forced him to have a newspaper delivery route to teach him hard work. Though apparently when it rained, his dad would drive him around on his newspaper route in his Cadillac. Okay. Fred Trump focused on teaching his son the ways of the real estate business, taking young Donald to construction sites from a very young age. He instilled in his son a deep drive to win at anything you do, to be the winner. He would tell Donald that he was raising him to be a king, and that he must become a killer at anything he did. He was tough on Donald because he wanted him to be a winner. At school, Donald Trump was, in his own words, aggressive. His music teacher, who died in 2015, once said that, quote, there are certain children who need attention all of the time. He was one of those. And even punching that music teacher in the face, apparently giving him a black eye, because, quote, I didn't think he knew anything about music. I mean, he was like in elementary school. But it does show you some of this personality that starts to shape up from a young age. Trump says in his book that he focused on creating mischief because for some reason, quote, I liked to stir things up. I liked to test people. It wasn't malicious, it was just aggressive. You can read a lot more about this in his book, The Art of the Deal, where he talks a little bit about his childhood, as well as this really well-reported biography, Trump Revealed. I pulled a lot from these sources in my reporting here. Anyway.
One of the great choices I ever made in terms of success was the choice of going to NYMA, New York Military Academy.
Trump's father, Fred, obsessed with hard work and discipline, sent Donald to military boarding school to live full-time when he was just 13 years old. And this is where Donald Trump really starts to thrive.
It was a good education. It was a good training. It was a good training. I enjoyed it.
From my reading, this military academy was pretty intense. It was a place where, quote, physical brutality and verbal abuse were tolerated and encouraged, both in hazing new students and physical disciplining from teachers. Trump actually thrived on this kind of intense structure. It helped fire up his competitive nature, and soon he would be getting good grades and winning medals for things like having the cleanest room, or the shiniest shoes, or the best made bed, all while going around telling fellow students that, quote, I'm going to be famous someday. And this is where I want to start to make a list of some of Donald Trump's core beliefs that start to become clear from a young age. This is stuff we'll see over and over again, and I want to make a list. First and foremost, the guy is obsessed with winning. You see this all over his childhood and the rest of his life.
I was a great baseball player. What position? First base. Catcher, first base.
Trump was super into baseball. His baseball coach recounts that, quote, Donald always had to be number one in everything. He would do anything to win, and he wanted people to know that he was first. So teenage Donald Trump spends the school year thriving at military academy, eventually rising to the rank of captain over the rest of the cadets, and then spending summers back in Queens working with his dad, learning the ways of the real estate business. Both of these experiences are very formative and lay the foundation of who he will become and what he will do in his future. That future continues when he goes off to college.
I went to an Ivy League school. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Trump gets into college and he still doesn't know exactly what direction he's going to take. He considers going to film school in LA to become a filmmaker.
My other fantasy as I got older was to do movies. I wanted to be a movie maker.
Man, what an alternative world that would be. Donald Trump, the movie director.
Down the hall and to the left.
Thanks.
I like keeping a low profile.
If only. But ultimately, he decided to follow his father's path. He studies economics and business, and this is like during the 70s. There's a war going on in Vietnam. Young men are being recruited, but Trump qualifies for an educational deferment, meaning he gets out of the draft 4 times because he's going to college. Once he got out of school, he would have been eligible for the draft, but he qualified once again for a deferral because of a problem with his heel bone. Though there is some controversy around this, because the doctors who wrote Trump's deferral recommendation both lived and or worked in buildings owned by Fred Trump, Donald Trump's dad. And there's some speculation as to whether or not he actually did have a heel spur, or whether or not these doctors were doing Donald Trump's dad a favor by making it so his son wouldn't be sent off to war. Either way, he didn't go to war, and instead starts working for his dad's thriving real estate business, building lower and middle income apartment buildings in Brooklyn and Queens. And then there's this moment in 1964 that shows us another important part of his personality. We'll make it the second item on our list here. There was this huge bridge in New York that had just been completed. It was a massive feat of engineering, connected Brooklyn to like Staten Island or something. Fred Trump was invited to the opening ceremony of this bridge, and he invited his son Donald to be present. Donald sat there in the crowd and noticed that during this celebration of the bridge, the guy who actually designed the bridge was there, but he was just off in the corner. Quote, no one even mentioned his name, recalls Donald. He goes on to say, quote, I realized then and there that if you let people treat you how they want, you'll be made a fool. I don't want to be made anybody's sucker.
They just took us like, for a bunch of suckers.
This is a huge one. That for Donald Trump, it's not just about winning. It's that you must fight for recognition. That if you're not the center of the show, you're a sucker. Recognition and attention matter a great deal to Trump from a very young age.
I'm an artist. In a certain sense, I'm an artist. I built the greatest buildings in the world.
Okay, so Trump joins his dad's business and he starts really learning the ways.
And I started off making little deals in Brooklyn and Queens with my father, and they seemed to work out.
He's only in his 20s, but he quickly runs into some big issues that would redirect the course of his life. At this point, we're in like the 1970s. The Civil Rights Act had just passed, which made it illegal to discriminate against people based on their race. And to enforce this, the US government, the Justice Department, would send agents undercover around to different apartment complexes to make sure that landlords weren't discriminating on who they rented to. This was a routine thing that they were doing, and it eventually happened to the Trump apartments. The DOJ would send in a black person undercover to apply for an apartment, and they quickly started to see a pattern where black or Hispanic people would be told that there was no available units in that complex. And then right after, the DOJ would...
Or they were told that those weren't available in that complex because they knew that they were journalists and they smelled them. Maybe they could smell a journalist.
Would send in a white person looking for the same type of apartment, only to find that suddenly there was room in that apartment complex. Department of Justice officials did this over and over and started to see a pattern of systematic racial discrimination. And on one day in 1973, Trump and his dad are hit with this lawsuit. The United States of America v. Fred Trump, Donald Trump, and Trump Management, Inc. The DOJ is hitting him with this lawsuit over allegedly discriminating against people based on race or color. They found that managers would mark rental applications with a C, indicating color. But yeah, these are one of these rental applications, and this may be the C that they are referring to here in the remarks section. I don't actually know, I haven't verified that, but in one testimony, a doorman for Trump's property said that he was directed to tell black applicants that the rent was twice as much as it actually was. And then when they asked the super why they denied certain applicants, the super replied that he was, quote, doing what my boss told me to do. I'm not allowed to rent to black families. The DOJ found that this
sounds like the Epstein guy that got fucking offed last weekend.
Was widespread, happening all over in Trump's at least 14,000 units. This lawsuit was a pretty huge deal. It was one of the largest fair housing cases at the time. Here's the New York Times front page the day after this came out. Major landlords accused of anti-black bias in city. 27-year-old Donald Trump was furious. But instead of admitting to these allegations and settling with the DOJ, he fought back. And this is where we get to the next item on our list, which is a pattern we'll start to see, which is that when Donald Trump is called out for something, his response is often to fight no matter what.
I think people see me as a fighter. I think people have always seen me as a fighter. They know that I don't take a lot of crap from people.
The Trumps responded by countersuing the Department of Justice for $100 million, claiming that they made false statements. Now, the judge dismissed this suit outright, saying that there was no basis for it. But even still, the Trumps fought on. During this time, Trump said that, quote, I'd rather fight than fold, because as soon as you fold once, you get the reputation of being a folder. So he kept fighting for years, even though there wasn't really a solid defense there. And finally, he was forced to fold. But watch how he does it. Watch what he prioritizes. He strikes a deal with the DOJ that allows him to admit no wrongdoing, but that would require him to make a bunch of changes, like emphasizing that his apartment complexes are open to people of all races, taking out ads in the paper saying that Trump apartments actually do welcome black renters. But he didn't have to admit any guilt, and that is a point of pride for him.
We settled the suit with no admission of guilt. It was very easy to do.
Fighting no matter what means never admitting you're wrong, regardless of the circumstances, never apologizing, never folding. It's something that all humans do. They evade responsibility, but Trump has kind of made a brand out of it. It's a pattern that we'll see over and over. But anyway, a bigger point I want to make here is that this whole lawsuit really turned Donald Trump off of his dad's business. He didn't like this whole renting to middle and lower income tenants. It was causing too much trouble for him. Remember, he grew up in a rich New York City family with a reputation and connections. He had a taste for prestige and luxury and wealth and attention, and none of that was out here in Queens. So in his early 30s, he starts to turn his attention across the river toward Manhattan, the epicenter of wealth, prestige, excess, and attention, the high life of New York City. And it wouldn't be long before he was at the top of it all. And this is where we need to take a slight diversion, and for that, I'm going to sit over here. You've heard me talk about NordVPN. I'm a big
market. Now, from a real estate standpoint, it's probably become the hottest city in the world. People are flocking here by droves.
Well, they weren't flocking here by droves right away. In fact, when Trump moved to Manhattan, Manhattan was kind of a city in decline. It was full of empty, crumbling buildings, kind of like a faded memory of its glory days. But Trump came in with a huge vision, a huge enthusiasm to resurrect the city at a time when most investors were pretty sheepish about putting their money in this crumbling city. Check out this New York Times feature on Donald Trump around this time. Tall, lean, blonde with dazzling white teeth, a glib, non-stop talker who believes that, quote, New York is either going to get much better or much worse. And he's predicting that it's going to get, quote, much better. It was a pretty good prediction. Over the next decade, Trump used his father's company connections, money, reputation to buy old decaying buildings and give them glitzy renovations.
And we purchased the old Commodore Hotel, and we've reconverted that now into about $110 million Grand Hyatt Hotel, which is...
This includes the purchase of this old department store on Fifth Avenue, atop which he built his signature project, Trump Tower, a 68-story building in Midtown Manhattan. Or was it 58 floors? Trump sort of has a habit of like exaggerating the number of floors in his buildings. Anyway, the point is, the city kind of loved it. It was a welcome renovation, a unique style of a building, but no one loved it more than Donald Trump himself because he was winning. In a very short time, he had broken away from his life and business in Queens and built a temple unto himself, a physical expression of his love for opulence and status and exclusivity and attention.
Trump Tower, a creation which holds a shopping area where if you have to ask the prices, you don't belong there.
Marble, gold, columns, waterfalls, mahogany woodwork, chandeliers, and for Trump and his family, a massive 3-story penthouse that looks like a European palace had a baby with Las Vegas. But remember, winning is not all that matters to Trump. Next, he needed to make everyone know about it. And he needed to control the narrative. The story couldn't be that he had grown up with a rich dad who gave him money and reputation and connections to make a lot of this happen, or that a lot of these deals were made with a combination of tax exemptions, with some fairly shady financial sleight of hand, and at times full-on lies to banks in order to secure funding. That's something we understand now because court rulings have come out to prove how shady a lot of this was. But no. At the time, the story needed to be that he was this smart, hardworking guy. And honestly, there's no doubt about that. But this is where Donald Trump's master storytelling comes into play, showing his ability to subvert the law while crafting a story about his success that people would just eat up. And a big part of that storytelling is reflective of another one of his core beliefs, that people want to be sold a fantasy. I mean, and I'm not speculating on this. In his book, he says that, quote, I play to people's fantasies. People may not always think big themselves, but they can still get very excited by those who do. That's why little hyperbole never hurts. People want to believe that something is the biggest and the greatest and the most spectacular. This is truly one of the most important things on this list, because I think he's right. I think people do like to be sold a fantasy.
I like it. You do? Man's got it made, got everything.
He started crafting this big fantasy image of this rich, no BS talker. He became good at getting in front of the camera, telling the story that you want to hear.
I'm a rather, and you will be surprised, but I can be a rather humble person if I want to be.
I like to be non-controversial.
rather humble person if I want to be.
By the mid-1980s, Trump's tower and big personality had made him famous, giving him the platform to keep selling his fantasy persona as a rich party animal, always surrounded by women and famous people. And there was perhaps nowhere that helped elevate this image and storytelling more than the New York City tabloids.
I mean, 22 days in a row or something on the cover of the tabloids. It's never been anything like that.
Trump appeared on the front page of the New York tabloids 87 times in the course of 15 years. And this was not by accident, it was by design. This was a part of his strategy. He learned how to hack the media really early on. This idea that no matter how much bad press you get for shady business like racial discrimination, bribing people that have connections to the mob, allowing his casinos to be used as money laundering, all of this can be washed away if you distract people with a tantalizing, glamorous lifestyle. Sell them a fantasy, because that's what they want. Or better yet, in his own words in 1991 in an Esquire interview, quote, you know, it really doesn't matter what they write, as long as you've got a young, beautiful piece of ass. This would prove to be true, and still is true. And the tabloids were his megaphone for this strategy.
The reputation of Donald Trump, the man who dates a different woman every year.
I want to talk a little bit more about the tabloids because I feel like this was like his boot camp for learning how to work human psychology and the media to get attention. He became an expert at getting people to pay attention to him for good and bad, and finding a way to get whatever he wanted to appear in print. Like, for example, when the tabloids were covering his struggling marriage with his first wife, Ivana Trump, who he later had 3 children with, he and Ivana faced off, trying to shape the tabloid's narrative by fostering relationships with different columnists and planting information. Trump had been having an affair with actress Marla Maples, who later became his second wife and the mother of his 4th child. And this affair, this tension, became so juicy to the New York tabloids. It was everywhere. And instead of hide from it, Trump fueled it because it added to his image. It was these years where he really learned that all press was good press. He also got really good at planting rumors, using fake names like John Miller or John Barron. Yes, I'm literally saying that Donald Trump would call journalists and pretend that his name was John Barron to give them information that would benefit himself, Donald Trump. Like here he is in 1984, calling a Forbes reporter who was assembling a list of the 400 richest Americans.
Okay, what's your first name, Donald? John Barron.
Even though it sounds just like Trump, we know that it's him pretending to be John Barron, saying that he's the vice president of the Trump Organization, and saying that he knows how much Trump owns of the family business, and thus how rich Trump is.
Okay, and when you say, in excess of 90% of the ownership, I believe?
I'd say in excess of 90. In fact, well, it's really closer to even the ultimate, but it's in excess of 90%, yes.
If it's not obvious, he's lying. He's playing pretend. He didn't own 90% of his dad's business. And guess what? It totally worked. Forbes ended up coming out with a list that said that Donald Trump was worth $100 million. But later we learned that he was only worth $5 million. Man, if only it was that easy today. Like, reporters not skeptical back then? This guy obviously sounds like Donald Trump. I mean, listen to him.
Just consolidated. I think last year somebody showed me the article, and I think you had 200 and 200, and really it's been pretty well consolidated now for the most.
And if you're skeptical, Trump himself testified in court that, quote, "I believe I occasionally use that name," referring to his use of John Barron as a fake name. And as his baseball coach said way back when he was a teen, Trump will do anything to win. Oh, and just let's be clear though, the definition of winning here isn't what most of us think of, which is being the best at something while following the rules that everyone else follows. To Trump, winning means making people think you won, making people think you're worth $100 million, even though you're really worth $5 million. The truth doesn't matter. The perception matters. He gave them the drama that they wanted about his divorces and relationships, and in exchange, he got the attention that he craved and that he used to craft his image. So far this is my list, my interpretation of what motivates this guy, what he really believes, how he thinks, and how he's used that to be successful. First in real estate development, but soon in much, much more.
Was the darling of the 80s, is seen in the 90s as a man in trouble.
This surely will be my favorite part of the video because it's about to get wild.
There is a new billionaire in town. Trump's the name. Donald Trump is a major deal maker, a swashbuckler.
Throughout the 80s and 90s, Trump's name starts to appear on everything. Trump Magazine, real estate and luxury living. Dear reader, over the years, I've developed an intensely cogent philosophy. And then he launches an airline.
Donald Trump bought the Eastern Shuttle for a price tag of $365 million.
The Eastern Shuttle is no more. Tomorrow morning it will be the Trump Shuttle.
Planes with leather seats, faux marble, gold-plated sinks, carpet that was so thick that the flight attendants couldn't push their drink carts. To which Trump responded, unsurprisingly to anyone, "Tell them to push harder."
We are going to run the best airline in the industry, and we really don't anticipate any problems.
The airline did fail within a couple of years, but remember our rules. We don't admit defeat. He claimed that it was a success. He launches a board game, Trump the Game, which is effectively Monopoly, but with a few tweaks. We got the instruction booklet with faux marble texture. I would be disappointed with anything less. We got $100 million bills, Monopoly money with Trump's face on it. You got real estate, you got investors, you got casinos, hotels. The game represents everything that Trump wants you to believe about him and parts of his real life. He had built a real estate empire.
I win.
You always win.
Trump opens a slew of casinos in New Jersey that help revive Atlantic City. These casinos were over-the-top, excessive luxury, just like everything Trump touched. He helped start an American football league to compete with the NFL.
And the answer is we are
because they wouldn't let him buy a
right
team.
now with the NFL. There's no
Probably
question
why you're in
about
for
it.
That didn't work out.
if you wanna
He
be
launched a vodka brand. I have it right here. Success Distilled. Even though, side note, Donald Trump doesn't and apparently hasn't ever drank alcohol.
I'm glad I'm not a drinker. I mean, I've never had a drink in my life.
This also no longer exists and was very expensive, but I did it for the fans.
Imagine.
$120 on sale. The world's finest super premium vodka. Like, it sounds like Trump, his wording, like, I swear, it's just like super premium, the finest, the best, like everything's the best. Everything's the best. And then, of course, there's the beauty pageants. A big part of Trump's image was that he was consistently surrounded by women. So he bought up major beauty pageants.
They're standing there with no clue. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
At least 26 women have come out publicly accusing Donald Trump of some form of sexual misconduct. This includes his ex-wife, who accused him of sexually assaulting her, but then later softened the allegation after a legal settlement. Anyway, this is a long list of women and accusations that each have a specific context and results. But it includes one case where Trump was found guilty for sexual abuse. Now, he denies all of this. That is until he thinks he's not being recorded.
I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss them. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the you can do anything.
Some water, guys.
But this didn't stop Trump from continuing to rise as an icon of relatable fame and fortune. He continues to put his name on everything, turning, as one Trump Organization executive put it, quote, from a serious businessman into a cartoon. He's on the cover of Playboy. He creates a real estate investing course that he calls his university, which he eventually got massively sued for. He launches a travel and tourism website, a mortgage company, a home and furnishing brand,
Finally, the same luxury and comfort I demand in my hotels.
a men's clothing line, including ties. Okay, wait, side note, I have a funny story here. When I was a Mormon missionary and I had to wear this every day, the only way to express yourself is with a tie. And so we would trade ties with each other. And the most valuable ties were Trump ties because they were like so, I don't know, they just had weight. They just had brand power associated with them. Yeah. I once traded a Trump tie, I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. There's Trump Winery, and then he's suddenly launching a steak brand.
When it comes to great steaks, I've just raised the stakes.
Like, we kept finding new things that Trump's name was on, like this urine test kit that is currently on eBay for a couple $100. No, we did not buy it, right? $500. No, thank you. Oh my God, we almost pulled the trigger on that one. Nope. And then, of course, this literal water called Trump Ice with the guy's face on it and just water from 2004 or something. We also paid a lot of money for this. Collector's item. Oh no, it expired in 2004. We're going on 20 years from when this expired. 20-year-old water. I wonder how it's doing. Should I take a sip? Should I open it? Like, what else am I gonna do? I have to take a sip. I'm drinking some right now. I'm doing it. Oh, whoa. This expired 20 years ago. Oh, dude, it's been like vacuum sealed. Oh. It smells chemically. I'm taking a sip. This could be my final sip. Death by Trump water. No, I'm just kidding. Wow. Okay, Trump water. Tastes like prestige. Like this guy could brand anything with his name and
Guys,
face.
what
It'd
are we
become
doing?
a
All right, we're going into hour 3, and it looks like Israel is staying in the race. They are tied again for a second hour in a row with Mr. Gavin Newsom. Let's get into it. The third hour of our show. Here we go. Who will be president in 2028? We have 835 days until the election. And we got Mr. J.D. Vance still winning. J.D. Vance, 64 wins. Mr. Gavin Newsom with 20 wins. And Israel is still in it. Israel is still in it. Could Israel become the fourth victor of all time? Come on, guys. Vote for Israel. I want to put Israel on the ballot every week. Please, please, please. All right, okay. Back to where the fuck is Johnny Harris at? Where the fuck is he at? Where the fuck is he at? Where were you? That was such a good one, too. Where are we at? Oh, here we are. Okay. All right. And back.
Symbol. But what you have to know about all of this stuff is that he didn't
Double
own
tap, hit
most
that
of
like
this.
button, hit subscribe,
He's really just
y'all.
licensing his name. Like all around the world, you see these buildings. They have the Trump name on them. But Trump or his organization didn't build them. They don't manage them. They simply give the people who do own them permission to use the name to signal a sense of prestige, brand power. Trump's image had become his greatest asset, appealing especially to the American middle class. Because even though Trump came from extreme wealth, he presented like an everyman. He was a plain talker, he had an outer borough Queens accent, and yet he had it all: the money, the women, the luxury. And this pull yourself up by your bootstraps reputation of having earned it from the ground up. A Disneyland-esque version of the American dream, which was a mix of half reality and half fantasy. We're used to a lot of this stuff now, celebrities and influencers putting their name on stuff to sell someone else's product. But back in like the 80s, most people would see all of these products and think that like Trump owned all of it, that he had this massive empire with dozens and dozens of products. Leasing his name allowed him to build an empire of products, but without using his own cash. And when these businesses failed, as nearly all of them eventually did, Trump could pocket his profits, cut ties, without facing the fallout of the business folding. Now, let me be clear. I'm not saying that this is illegal or even unethical. If anything, it was smart. I guess my takeaway here is that Trump's main skill wasn't being a businessman in the traditional sense. It was being a marketer, a showman, the sales pitch, the ability to sell himself, and the fantasy that he built around himself. His rise is almost entirely explained by his ability to do that, combined with the fact that he was born and raised with an obscene amount of money to get him started. Okay, but let's move ahead with the story. I've emphasized this enough. Trump has built this big fantasy brand. It's really working. He's making a lot of money. He becomes like an icon. But by the early 2000s, his brand was kind of losing its luster. His business empire starts to kind of decline. His casinos were filing for bankruptcy, and his glory days seemed to be maybe over. But that would change in 2004 when he was able to once again monetize his persona, this time on a reality TV show.
New York City, it's the benchmark for success. Believe me, I know.
It's almost like he has
My name
to
is
fail.
Donald Trump, and I'm the largest developer in New York.
So, like, I mean, think
The
about
concept was
Iran.
the brainchild
Like,
of
he
the
fails,
creator
he's gonna-
of the reality TV show Survivor, and it was pretty brilliant. Trump would be the boss, looking over his vast business empire, and there would be contestants who would compete to impress the big boss enough to get hired. This ended up being a powerful premise for a dramatic show. It was a massive success, bringing in tens of millions of viewers and rejuvenating Trump's persona, actually elevating it. A household name for many Americans who would tune in to watch him act out this role that he had been preparing for his whole life. The showman in the spotlight, entertaining people while also building his brand and his image as a ruthless businessman.
You're fired.
Oh my God, oh my God.
The Apprentice with Trump lasted for 14 seasons and laid the foundation of what would happen next. His launch into running for president.
I am officially running for President of the United States.
Yo, guys, this is like
And we are going to make our country great again.
This is motivating the
Do you have
This man
the
does not
genes
lose.
to be a successful politician?
He doesn't
never
lose.
really know. I think I'm pretty outspoken.
If he's down,
and
if
that's
he's
not probably a
unemployed,
good
if
thing in
he's
terms of a
fucking
politician, but it's a
failing,
good thing
if
if
he
you
got
ever got
broken up
elected, you
with,
can really do a job.
You've said, though, that if you did
comes
run for
back.
president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I
fucking
think I'd
Rocky
win. I
in
tell you
real
what, I
life.
wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life.
Trump had flirted with running for office a few times before.
On the Republican side, there's speculation that developer Donald Trump may throw his hat into the ring.
But it was only in the 2000s, while he was crafting his image on The Apprentice, that he started to insert himself into politics more and more. Like in 2008, when he challenged whether or not then candidate Barack Obama was actually an American
I
citizen.
know, can you
More
imagine
recently,
if Trump
Donald
was
Trump
a
have
Democrat?
questioned President Obama's citizenship.
We have to look look at it. We have to see, is it real?
Now, this was an overt display of racism that did not land well with a lot of Americans, and it coincided with a sharp decline in The Apprentice's ratings. Eventually, most of Trump's branded ventures would go on to fold, and once again, he seemed to be on course for being a name of the past. But we know this guy by now. He is fueled by an endless desire to win and be recognized for it, and he had a pretty tried and true playbook to do it. So in 2015, Trump descended an escalator and threw himself into the spotlight that he knows so well. When he was asked later why he decided to run for president, he said, quote, "Because here's the way I look at it. I have so many rich friends, and nobody knows who they are. You must fight for recognition, or you'll end up as someone else's sucker."
Say what you will about Mr. Trump, he certainly would bring some change to the White House.
So he wielded his tireless work ethic and his ability to inflame and divide and lie and lie and lie some more and bully all the way into the limelight. After years of practice on smaller stages, he entered the largest stage of them all and expertly sold the fantasy of being the everyman, despite having never lived like anything but a king. And it worked. There's a reason why Republicans who understand how power works are scared that he's back, that he's running for president again. Dick Cheney, the epitome of a conservative Republican, said that, quote, "In our nation's 248-year history, there has never been an individual who's a greater threat to our republic than Donald Trump. He tried to steal the last election using lies and violence to keep himself in power after the voters rejected him. He can never be trusted with power again." He's one of the many Republicans, including his previous vice president, who understand how our country works, how delicate our system is, and who see clearly how this person does things. And it scares them. It scares them for the very existence of our country. This is not typical political fighting. This is weird. This is different. This is a genuine worry for the system itself. A system that now, thanks to a new Supreme Court ruling, gives a sitting president immunity from the law, right at a time when indictments from government prosecutors are racking up against Donald Trump. Not because the deep state is out to get him, not because the Democrats have coordinated this, but because he has broken the law, and our system is working to make him stand accountable.
Today, an indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States, conspiring to disenfranchise voters, and conspiring and attempting to obstruct an official proceeding.
As Trump runs again for the White House, I've been seeing these same ingredients play out, these beliefs, these behaviors. He has a tried and true playbook, and he'll use it over and over again. I mean, just look at this side by side that The Daily Show recently did.
Joe Biden is a failed president. She was a failed vice president. The worst president in the history, the worst vice president in history. He is incompetent. She's incompetent. She can't talk. She can't talk. Low IQ. He's a low IQ individual. She happens to be really a low IQ individual. She really does. She has a very low IQ.
After studying his life and watching him lead my country for 4 years, it feels clear to me that Donald Trump will continue to pursue this playbook, these beliefs, this lifelong ambition to win, to not be anybody's sucker, to win and to get recognition for it, recognition that he so deeply and nakedly craves. This is what he's been doing his whole life, to win at all costs, to do whatever it takes. And my genuine worry, like that of Dick Cheney's, is that this time he's willing to rip apart the entire country in the process. I've made a similar video for the other candidate running, Kamala Harris. That video comes out next week. It is a similar biography commentary on Kamala's life. I've tried to approach both of these with a non-biased lens, but at some point I also have to say what I observe and what I see. You know, I really feel like my view of Trump was expanded through this research. I was able to humanize him and see him in a different way and understand him. And I think that's really important. And yet when I feel like the political system that ensures my freedom and security is being attacked, like that is also something that I will say full-throatedly and without mincing words.
He's protecting his job at the New York Times because this is a campaign video. All right, guys, that just sucks when that happens. And then he also did the real Kamala Harris. But unfortunately, he ended up.
We are going to make our country great again.
It's January 15th, 2017. In 5 days, Donald Trump will be sworn in as President of the United States. Thousands of miles away in Cairo, Egypt, at this bank, 11 kilometers from the international airport, a bank manager receives a handwritten note from someone who holds an account at the bank. The note asks him to, quote, kindly withdraw a sum of $9,998,000 US. This was unusual. But, according to bank records, bank employees did what they were told, heading to a vault full of US dollars and assembling stacks of $100 bills into 2 large bags. It all weighed about 200 pounds and comprised a large part of all of the US dollars that were in Egypt at the time, now sitting in bags in the manager's office. Until later that day, when 4 men showed up. They verified that they were associated with the account, and they took the money, put it into a truck, and left. The bank account where that $10 million was taken out of belonged to a shadowy organization called the Research and Studies Center. It was an Egyptian entity, but it's an entity that US intelligence believes is a front for the General Intelligence Services of Egypt, basically Egypt's international spy agency, the Egyptian CIA, let's say. So the Egyptian CIA takes out $10 million, and from here, the trail goes cold. Because shortly after this transfer of $10 million, the account is closed. And that entity, the Research and Studies Center who owned the account, apparently doesn't exist anymore. Why did the Egyptian CIA need $10 million in cash? Who were these men who collected it? What were they doing? And what, if anything, does this $10 million have to do with former President Donald Trump? This is a really important set of questions. One that the FBI and federal lawyers have been secretly investigating to try to answer for years. Because they strongly suspected that this $10 million made its way into the hands of the Trump campaign, a foreign country trying to buy the election, and in exchange, buying loyalty from the new president. And they suspected that Trump may have known about this and accepted this bribe, and if he did, that would be a violation of federal law. I want to tell you the story of this investigation and how it was suddenly shut down by Department of Justice officials who were appointed by Donald Trump. This recently released Washington Post investigation reveals that there was much, much more going on that we didn't know about until just now. So I'm going to try to visualize this story, show it to you in the clearest way possible. Now listen, I know that this is a very politically sensitive topic. There's an election coming up. We all are taking our sides. I commit to you that I'm going to stick to rock solid facts here. I'm going to lay them out the best I can and show you the evidence that clearly demonstrates how we know these facts. Whenever I'm making circumstantial connections or my own analysis, I will try to make that very clear. Ultimately, I want to lay this all out and let you make a decision as to whether you think there was wrongdoing here, whether you think something needs to be changed or someone needs to be held accountable. As always, every assertion in this video is fact-checked and linked in my sources by timecode. You can always check that out, scrutinize it, leave comments if you have issues with it. And with that, let's dive in.
Today I wrote another check for $10 million. I'm spending money like crazy.
President El-Sisi has been somebody that's been very close to me from the first time I met him. I met during the campaign where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay?
Hey, before we go on, I want to explain something about our methodology of reporting on stories like this. Going deep on stories takes weeks. All right, hold on a sec. I have been using this elementary school penmanship practice paper for about 10 years as my note-taking platform, and I don't know why, but I love it. Okay, to keep things totally rock solid, crystal clear, I'm gonna make a list. I'm gonna call this list What We No. And in this box, on this list, I am going to put the things that we truly know that are rock solid facts to keep us crystal clear. Number 1, we know that Egypt wanted to give money to Donald Trump's campaign. They planned on it. They approved it. How do we know that? The CIA. Johnny Harris talking about the CIA again. Here we go. The CIA spies on everyone. We know that. We know they spy on foreign countries and foreign leaders. And during the 2016 presidential campaign, we know that they had a confidential informant within the Egyptian government. This was a reliable informant who had given the CIA reliable information in the past. They trusted this person. Between this informant and, quote, other operations, the CIA learned that, quote, Egyptian leaders, including President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, had signed off on sending $10 million to Mr. Trump's cash-strapped campaign. They say this happened just before the 2016 election. Okay, let's go back to our list here and make this more specific. The CIA is actually saying that they know that the president of Egypt, el-Sisi, actually signed off on giving Donald Trump $10 million, specifically $10 million. We were never supposed to learn about this intel, by the way. This was totally classified, part of a secret investigation. And in my mind, this intel is quite reliable. It comes from multiple sources. It comes from a reliable informant. And the CIA used it as a...
This is how a Democrat responds to getting information about a CIA with the election. But remember that Donald Trump dropped all of that information that we were just investigating last week about the elections and the voter machines tied to Venezuela. I would love for Johnny Harris to do a Venezuela Smart Tech California 2020 election voting machine video. I don't think that I'll ever get one.
A way to pass along to the Department of Justice their concern that there may have been some foreign interference from Egypt. And with that, let's get back to this guy, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, the president of Egypt. He's a military man who rose to power in 2014 after kicking out Egypt's first democratically elected president, who, by the way, was horribly unpopular, and the people also kind of wanted to kick him out. But yeah, he rose to power in a coup and then just held on to power. And, predictably, once he consolidated power, he started silencing the press, squashing political dissent or political opponents, locking people up, arresting journalists and activists, etc., etc. Same old story. But his record was so bad that during the Obama administration, the US cut Egypt off of billions of dollars of military aid that we usually send them. We cut it off to basically punish el-Sisi for all of these horrible human rights abuses. So Egypt gets cut off from all this vital military aid, but not for long. Okay, here's the second thing we know. Trump and el-Sisi met up in New York during the campaign, like when he was still a candidate. It was September 2016, a few weeks before the election. They're at the UN headquarters, and they have this closed-door meeting. And according to the Trump campaign, Trump was very warm to el-Sisi. Now remember, the US was keeping Egypt at arm's length because of all these human rights abuses, so that was the MO for diplomats. Trump totally breaks from all of that in true Trump fashion, says that he loves el-Sisi, he's gonna invite him to the White House. The campaign says that the US will be, quote, a loyal friend to Egypt. Here he is on Fox News right after the meeting.
He's a fantastic guy, took control of Egypt, and I thought it was a great meeting. We met for a long time, actually. We had a long meeting.
So that's the other thing we know. That's why it's on this list. Trump loves el-Sisi. They have a good chemistry. Trump wants to help Egypt. So it's actually not surprising that Egypt wants to help Trump win. This would be very good for el-Sisi, which explains point number 1 here. El-Sisi signed off on this plan to give $10 million to Trump, according to good CIA intelligence, because he wanted him to win. It would benefit him and his regime if Trump won. Now, a little context here. Presidential campaigns are really messy and hard in the last few weeks. Campaigns kind of have to spend millions and millions of dollars in the last 2 weeks leading up to the election to blitz on advertising, on travel, on like get out the vote campaigns. But the Trump campaign found itself in a tricky situation in the weeks leading up to the 2016 election. They didn't have the money to do this. They were running out. So what did the campaign do? They asked Trump himself for money. This Post investigation reveals that they pleaded with Trump to write a check to his campaign for a final blitz of television ads. And the response was no. Trump repeatedly declined. He didn't want to give any more of his own money to this campaign. That is until October 28th, 2016. It's 5 weeks after Trump and El-Sisi met in New York, and Trump suddenly changes his mind and announces that he's going to write a check to his campaign for this final blitz. And how much is he going to give? $10 million.
Today I wrote another check for $10 million. I'm spending money like crazy.
Now, one small thing here. Trump advisors told the FBI that while this $10 million looked like a contribution, like a donation from Trump to his campaign, they actually structured it as a loan. $10 million that could be paid back to Trump. Okay, so we know that President El-Sisi signed off on giving Trump's campaign $10 million. Why? Because Trump and El-Sisi are friends, and a Trump presidency would benefit El-Sisi and his regime greatly. We also know that Trump, who refused to give money to his campaign in the final weeks leading up to the election, suddenly changed his mind and wrote a check for $10 million to his campaign, which was a loan to be paid back. Okay? I'm going to add that to the list. Does this all feel solid to everyone? These are rock solid facts in my mind. And now let's just add the point that we talked about at the very beginning, that 5 days before Trump was inaugurated, $10 million of cash, $9,998,000, $2,000 away from $10 million, was loaded up in 2 bags in cash and carted away, taken out of a bank account that is associated with El-Sisi's intelligence agency. I'm gonna add this to the list. So looking at these 4 items, doesn't it kind of feel obvious? Doesn't your brain want to connect the dots and paint a picture that it feels very clear in my brain? President El-Sisi, who we know wants to give $10 million to his new friend Donald Trump, orders $10 million to be taken out of a bank and secretly transferred to Trump's campaign. And Trump, knowing this, suddenly feels comfortable loaning his campaign exactly $10 million, knowing that he'd be repaid from this money from Egypt. Doesn't it all lined up? Like, case closed, we can just convict somebody? No. That's not how it works. That's not how the burden of proof works. It's not how our justice system works. This list, while full of robust facts, still doesn't paint a picture of any wrongdoing. It is in the realm of circumstantial evidence. $10 million over here, $10 million over here, they must connect. But investigators never found the connection. They never found the $10 million flowing in to Trump's bank account. And therefore, this is circumstantial evidence and not rock solid, provable anything. But luckily, when we have this, that's what investigations are for. Soon after Trump takes office, the Department of Justice launches an investigation. Because remember, this is when the CIA told them that, quote, El-Sisi signed off on giving Trump $10 million. This was concerning intel, and it was happening at a time, if you remember, that there was a lot of concern about foreign interference in American democracy. A lot of that focused on Russia. That was public, that was a big thing. We all talked about Russia, foreign interference. But at the same time, there was this investigation happening into whether Egypt helped buy the 2016 election. It was all happening quietly in the background because it was pretty sensitive. We're talking about potential bribery of a sitting president. So the FBI and investigators are looking into this, trying to find evidence of potential wrongdoing. Meanwhile, President Trump takes office and starts to do exactly what he kind of promised he would do when it came to Egypt. He invites El-Sisi as one of the first guests to the White House. He calls him, and this is a direct quote from someone who was in the room at the G7 summit in France, quote, "My favorite dictator." God, Trump. Boy. Wow. My favorite dictator. And then, remember how Egypt had been cut off by the Obama administration of $1.4 billion of military aid? Trump unfreezes that money. and it starts to flow to El-Sisi, not for anything in return, just give
Oh my
El-Sisi the
God.
money. And this was against the advice of his first secretary.
Isn't it kind of your guys' fault for, like, right after he gets elected, you blame Russia? And he was doing this whole thing with
Secretary of
Egypt the whole
State, he said, like,
time?
this is
That's
not
what
a
you're
good
telling
idea.
me?
And Trump's like,
That's
yes,
how
it
dumb
is.
you guys are?
$1.4 billion to Egypt.
Catch him?
Now listen, if, big word, if, put if on the screen, if El-Sisi had bribed Trump with $10 million to help get him elected, then his investment is paying off. He is benefiting a ton from a Trump presidency. Now, we don't know if he did. We don't have any direct evidence that he did. But if he did, pretty good investment. So while this is all happening, the FBI and federal investigators continue to try to find a link. $10 million leaving Egypt? Did it ever enter Donald Trump's bank account somehow? To find this out, they took the investigatory step of requesting Donald Trump's personal bank records. They were going to look at them to find large transactions to see if $10 million showed up sometime before the election. So let's get a calendar out here. The FBI requested records spanning May to November 2016, the months leading up to the election. But guess what? They didn't find anything. They found no suspicious deposits from foreign entities of $10 million. So then they decided to go look at the Egyptian bank and get their records. And they fought in this massive battle that is wild and it's detailed in the Post's investigation because the Egyptian bank didn't want to give over their records. They're like, no, we're not going to give over our records because that would, quote, wreak havoc on American foreign policy, possibly alienating U.S. allies, undermining diplomatic efforts, and inviting reciprocal treatment. Jeez. What's in these records, Egyptian bank?
Yeah.
What is in these records that's going to topple American foreign policy? So this epic court battle goes down. There's like a secret investigation and court thing happening in D.C. It goes all the way to the Supreme Court. And finally, the Egyptian bank has to surrender the records. And this is how we learn about the big transfer in US dollars that happened from the Egyptian bank in cash. They didn't know about this before. But the investigators noticed something weird about all of these records that they got from the Egyptian bank, which is that other than that tiny handwritten note that said, put $10 million in 2 bags and 4 guys are gonna come pick it up, they felt like something was missing. And I'm gonna quote directly from the Post here, just so clear. They found that the bank, quote, had not turned over a single email of that enormous same-day transaction, the $10 million of cash, and that the lack of any internal communication on such a huge sum of money, same-day transaction, was unthinkable. The US prosecutor who was heading this case continues with, it strains credulity that the bank kept such a stockpile of US dollars on hand, let alone that it was able to be gathered up in less than 24 hours. Translation? The bank probably didn't give over all their records. Like really, there was no other like emails being like, hey, there's gonna be a $10 million transaction from this bank branch near the airport. So they're probably missing some records, but they did get that handwritten note that talked about the $10 million transfer in cash 5 days before the inauguration. January 15th. Let's get back to the calendar. Now remember, the FBI had access to Trump's bank records from May to November 2016. So if the $10 million was going to the Trump campaign, the FBI wouldn't see it because they only had Trump's records up to November 2016. Okay, well that's easy, says the FBI. Now that we have new information about this $10 million transfer from Egypt, let's just get a wider set of records from Trump's bank.
Right.
Something after January 15th so that we can see if some $10 million deposit shows up there. This is like standard investigatory procedure. One FBI agent told the Post that if this were any other investigation, they would have a justification to get these records, quote, in a heartbeat. But because this wasn't any other investigation, this was investigating the finances of a sitting president, they would have to ask their boss for permission. And who is their boss? This guy, Bill Barr. And here's where the investigation starts to deteriorate, unfortunately.
The guy that made Epstein disappear.
Bill Barr was appointed by Donald Trump to be the Attorney General. That's the head of the Department of Justice, the top law enforcer of America. Bill Barr can reasonably be considered a Trump ally. You may disagree with me on this, and if you do, please say so in the comments. I'd love to hear your rebuttal to what I'm about to say. His job is to keep the president legal and honest, and yet what he showed during his tenure is that he would often side with Trump. He would undermine investigations against him, and he even stoked fears of voter fraud in 2020 without real evidence, though he did eventually come out and affirm that the 2020 election was not stolen, because there's no evidence that it was. But yeah, the guy's a Trump ally. And the big question is, why does the president get to appoint the person who is supposed to keep him legal and honest? Well, the American system is not perfect, and there's also other special sort of controls on how we keep the president honest, even if this guy's biased and politically motivated. And anyway, I'm not going to go into that. It's a story for another day. The point is, Bill Barr, we can say, is a Trump ally, and he is the boss of all these people who are investigating the Trump-Egypt connection. So he hears about this investigation. He hears that the agents want to expand the amount of bank records that they can get on Trump so that they can see if there was a $10 million deposit after the cash left Egypt. And he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it one bit. He goes to the FBI director and he says, hey, you need to, quote, impose adult supervision on these agents who are, quote, hell-bent on getting a wider range of Trump's records. Adult supervision. Yikes. That doesn't sound good. Barr starts voicing doubt about the actual agents who are working on this investigation and starts to question whether or not there's even enough evidence to continue the investigation. Now, a note about the agents. If Bill Barr is politically appointed and potentially marred by political bias, the investigators in this case often are not. They are career employees of the department. They are there because they are good at their job. They have shown that they are committed to the values of justice in America. They've not risen because they have garnered favor with some political person, at least not as much as political appointees. Politics is in everything. It's impossible to escape it. But these career investigators have different incentives. And these career investigators felt strongly that this investigation needed to continue, that they had evidence, that the next logical step was to get a wider range of Trump's records so they could see if this $10 million shows up. And they are met with more and more resistance by Barr and other Trump-appointed leaders within the Department of Justice. This drama, this tension, which was all happening in secret, is now thoroughly documented in this Washington Post investigation. I recommend that you read it because the Post interviewed like dozens of these people who were in the room, and it paints a picture that is very clear. The political appointees didn't want this to happen. It all comes to an end when Barr kind of suddenly replaces the prosecutor who was working on this case with someone who was more aligned with him. And he almost immediately pumps the brakes on this investigation. He halts it. A few months later, Barr replaces that person with a new prosecutor who then sends out an email with the subject line, Egypt investigation. The Post looked at this email, verified it, and it states that, quote, based on review of this investigation, we would be, quote, closing the above matter with no conviction or indictment. So it was over. That was it. Whether or not that $10 million from Cairo ended up in Trump's world, and whether or not Trump knew that that $10 million was coming, and therefore he gave $10 million to his campaign, knowing he would get paid back, whether Trump's actions as president, actions that greatly benefited Egypt, were the result of this money influencing his decisions, we will probably never know any of this. And in the eyes of the career prosecutors working on this, because the mechanism through which we know things, investigation, was shut down too early and through politically motivated bias. Now that's my read. I'm gonna make it very clear, that's my read on this. You should read the accounts of these prosecutors who felt like it was shut down too early. My read, my connection is that it was done by a Trump ally for politically motivated reasons. And so all we're left with is this. A list of some rock-solid facts that look pretty fishy, but nonetheless are not rock-solid evidence of wrongdoing. In 2021, a new administration came into the White House. They could have reopened this investigation and seen it through properly. And yet the new Attorney General wasn't briefed on this until a year later. But by then, it had been more than 5 years since those 2 bags of cash were filled with $10 million in Cairo, meaning this thing called the statute of limitations had expired. It was too late. They couldn't actually prosecute this. The Post reached out to the Trump campaign, and in reply, they said, quote, The Washington Post is consistently played for suckers by deep state Trump haters and bad faith actors peddling hoaxes and shams. Okay. And then
Right, but here's the problem is that, like, when you write all this shitty reporting about, like, oh, Donald Trump is falling off of Air Force One, he tripped like Joe Biden, blah, 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 then why do you expect him to take your question seriously when you have a serious thing?
And just recently,
it's easy to dismiss you, and it's easy for us to dismiss
New Jersey
your reporting.
Democratic Senator
For him to
Bob
get away with
Menendez
whatever
was
he wants to get
charged
away
in a
with.
case that alleges that
Because
he
neither
used
of you
his
can be
political
trusted.
influence to benefit Egypt in exchange for cash, gold bars, and other luxury items.
He accepted these gifts from businessmen acting on behalf of the Egyptian government.
He was bribed by Egypt. Like, we know Egypt does this. I mean, we could add this to the circumstantial list. Wow. Egypt likes to bribe people. Okay, to end this, I just want to make it crystal clear, like crystal clear, that I am not saying that Donald Trump or anyone in his campaign should be convicted or found guilty for a crime in this case.
I'm just using my platform at the New York Times right before the election in 2024 to try to see if I can do something. Because look, the next video over here a year ago, the real Kamala Harris. What's the problem with Elon Musk? It's very leveraged towards one side, my guy. All right, up for our next video. This is trending on Hype right now. It's like a big trending thing about data centers and shit. So let's check this out.
I think I'm going crazy. A few months back, I was researching a completely different video, the history of American culture, and I stumbled on this really, really small fact. It was that the language of this type of historical lens called transnational history had been adopted by certain writers at the Heritage Foundation. Now, the original conclusion of my video was the European Science Foundation and the EU more generally had funded a lot of papers with this lens first to sort of develop the thought process to make Europe more accepting to the American culture, which was overwriting the entire continent post-World War II. I figured, well, that's a great end to the video. It's a nice little twist. It's a nice little, button on things, and we'll end it there. And then I had to look at just one more thing. It was such a small, tiny little thing. It was that the Heritage Foundation in 2024 raised a record-breaking $103 million. Now, if that doesn't sound that weird, you're right. If you look at the year before, they raised $93 million. So it's not exactly weird that they'd have a 10% bump during an election year, right? Except then I looked back at 2020 and 2016. In both of those election cycles, donations had gone down about 15% from the previous year. And again, I realize this is such a small thing. There's a billion things that could explain this. Maybe they were raising money for a new wing. Maybe they got a fancy new donor on board. But for some reason, it just kept gnawing at the back of my mind. So I dug a bit more. Now, donations to the Heritage Foundation can be anonymous, so I didn't have a whole lot of luck there. So instead, I tried to find some wealthy people who might have suddenly taken up a lot of these talking points. Some of these people who might be interested in the thoughts coming out of the Heritage Foundation. After all, it's ultimately just a think tank. And that turned me on to a whole other path. Nowadays, you have all these tech billionaires suddenly taking these right-wing talking points straight out of the Heritage Foundation's playbook. And what's so strange is, if you just go back a few years, they were all spouting fairly left-wing talking points. So I started tugging. I started uncovering little bits and pieces here. I traced payments. I traced contracts. I listened to well over 10 hours.
This video is by Portable Orange. It's in the top 10 on Hype right now, so go hit that Hype for it if you like it. So help him out, Portable Orange right now. He's in the Hype on YouTube. This is his documentary. It's called Big Tech is Not What You Want. Big Tech is not what they want you to think.
Congressional testimony. I watched over 40 hours of podcasts. I found about $100 billion of your and my tax money. And in the end, the story I found, well, it kind of makes me sound crazy, so maybe it's better if you just see for yourself.
Oh boy! Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this?
runtime, or my wall, that actually took me like 2 days. I was not expecting that to take this long. Didn't give it away. There's a lot of stuff to go over. But as with all my videos, I do have a companion doc in the video description with direct links to every single source that I'm talking about. So as much as I like looking crazy, as much as I like the aesthetic, everything I'm about to say is very much backed up, and I encourage you to double check for yourself. This has been a story that's been in the making basically since the 90s. But I really think the best place to start is before things changed most recently. And frankly, that happened with the election of Barack Obama.
Built this video for me. That started with the Barack Obamas.
The day Barack Obama got into office, he made one thing very clear. He wanted to get the American government and its citizens online. And in many ways, the internet was a large part of the reason Obama had been elected. His use of social media and memes allowed him to reach the youth to turn out their vote so that he could succeed in certain areas where Democrats traditionally struggled. By the time Obama took office, the economy was in shambles, due in no small part to his predecessor, George W. Bush, letting the banks hold less cash. So Obama used this tailwind to pass the American Recovery Act, which contained a lot of provisions, including 2 programs specifically aimed at the tech sector. First was the National Broadband Plan, where the government subsidized broadband companies to expand access to rural areas. The second was tax breaks and incentives to build out America's power grid, especially using green energy. And Obama and tech companies were largely on good terms. See this town hall where Obama makes Zuckerberg look halfway human.
I will say, and I hate to tell stories on Mark, but the first time we had dinner together and he wore this jacket and tie, I'd say halfway through dinner, he's starting to sweat a little bit. It's really uncomfortable for him. So I helped him out of his jacket. And in fact, if you'd like, Mark, we can take our jackets off. Okay.
That's good. And it wasn't as though that's all the government got out of this deal. When the Affordable Care Act went live, the online portal was in shambles. Day one, it was plagued with bugs, if you could even reach it at all. But a bunch of engineers from Facebook, Google, and various other tech companies came on board in order to help fix the website. And beyond tax credits and contract work, the government was also offering loans to tech startups. Elon Musk's Tesla was saved by a $500 million loan from the Obama administration, which, to be fair, he paid back in full and even a little bit early. And the majority of Americans both trusted and loved tech. One poll from Gallup had the approval rating for the tech sector at around 70%, although that's technically a combination of both the computer industry and internet industries. I'm kind of averaging the two. So I'm going to say this here, and I'm going to be repeating this frequently throughout the video. Despite the aesthetic I've chosen, this really wasn't a smoky backroom deal or some kind of conspiracy. The incentives of tech to make money and the incentives of the then Democratic administration to create websites, get people online, reach more people, this was aligned interests. And the reason that's important is because that makes the relationship way stronger than some sort of financial transaction. Now, as it ever goes in politics, if one party is reaping rewards, the other party kind of wants a taste. As much as the Democrats were pushing tech and the internet as much as they could, Republicans during this time period would frequently lampoon social media companies as censoring conservative speech. They claimed conservative views were being stifled, that terms of service were written in such a way to specifically favor more liberal points of view. Now, these claims were not baseless. The early demographic of people who had access to the internet was, unsurprisingly, on the wealthy side, and as a result, also skewed quite urban. This meant the early internet in many ways skewed left. As a result, the people who went to college to build those websites also skewed left. So as the internet arrived at more and more rural places, the social media sites they were met with were fairly urban and fairly liberal, and a lot of these people felt like they were coming into a community that they didn't belong to. And so this quickly turned into a self-fulfilling prophecy. Republicans kept pushing to regulate these tech companies, so tech companies had no incentive to try and make nice with them. It really seemed as if big tech and the Democrats were gonna build their shining utopia together. But then, not for any explicitly clear reason, the relationship started to sour. In June of 2016, Peter Thiel's company Palantir
we're like
would sue the U.S.
three
Army,
likes away
claiming
from
the Army
100
had
likes.
unfairly...
3 likes away from 100 likes. Hit that like button. Hit subscribe. If you guys want, you can join. $4 a month. That helps support the channel. Get a little logo next to your name. You start off as a North Korean. You make your way all the way to becoming an American citizen. Appreciate you all stopping by in this late night Sunday conspiracy
passed them over
corner.
for a bid that they hadn't allowed
We'll be live
Palantir
tomorrow
to
at 2 p.m.
integrate their
Central
systems
Time.
with the
Or no.
Army's systems.
We'll be live tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time for President Trump's gift-giving ceremony.
To truly
That's the call
demonstrate
sheet I
what their
got.
system was capable.
Hey-o, hit
Whether or not this
100.
had merit
Whoa.
was beside the point. Musk had sued the Air Force just a few years prior for a similar reason, claiming they had unfairly excluded SpaceX from a contract. Musk, however, ended up settling that lawsuit, preferring to take the win on the Air Force opening up other bids in the future that SpaceX could bid on. Thiel, however, was not satisfied with that. Thiel was taking this one all the way. It felt, to a small extent, like the honeymoon period was maybe ending, and this even extended to social media as well. Obama wanted to support net neutrality, or the idea that an internet service provider has to charge a general fee as opposed to having fast lanes that, bigger companies can pay for access to. And then before, during, and after the 2016 election, Obama, along with basically everyone else, was talking quite a lot about fake news, and specifically social media's role in spreading that fake news. In fact, in his final address to the nation as president, given in January of 2017, Obama made the following appeal to Americans.
For too many of us, it's become safer to retreat into our own bubbles, especially our social media feeds. And increasingly, we become so secure in our bubbles that we start accepting only information, whether it's true or not, that fits our opinions, instead of basing our opinions on the evidence that is out there. If you're tired of arguing with strangers on the internet, try talking with one of them in real life.
Yeah, homie.
And to make matters
Or just
worse,
drop into the
just
chat.
across the pond, in tech's second biggest market, the European Union,
All are welcome
they weren't just taking Obama's words to heart, they were doing something about it. Back in 2009, they'd opened an antitrust investigation into Google over how Google favored their own products in Google shopping search results. Now, interestingly, this case was originally brought to the European Union's attention by none other than Microsoft. In 2016, the EU passed its first big piece of tech regulation. Called the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, it generally regulated how data could be used by large companies, as well as stating individual rights with respect to their data. Now, I'll note this law only applies in the EU, regardless of citizenship status. So if you're a French citizen in America, it doesn't apply. And if you're an American citizen in France, it does apply. Compliance with the GDPR is estimated to cost most American tech companies $50 billion on average. That's for both the staff and the infrastructure. Similar laws have been adopted all around the world, including in Brazil, Japan, New Zealand, and South Africa. The UK and the state of California even passed their own very similar pieces of legislation in 2017 and 2018, respectively. The big takeaway is this: tech was feeling attacked on all sides, both at home and abroad. Which brings us to 2016, which, wouldn't you know it, just so happened to be an election year. And after Bernie made the mistake of saying he was going to break up the banks, which, he's not going to win the election at that point, big tech was pretty excited to welcome the first female president into the White House. But, as literally every single person watching this knows, Hillary Clinton did not win the 2016 election. No, instead,
We
tech
live in the
and
alternative
the rest of us
timeline.
were stuck with Donald Trump.
10 years later, and we're still 10 years later, and we're still segueing our documentaries on Hillary Clinton did not win that election. It literally was the debate. Was it that, or was it the Cubs winning the World Series?
Donald Trump and Barack Obama ran surprisingly similar campaigns, at least in terms of their
Guys, make sure that you go to Portable Orange and you hit that hype button. This is a man that is just like me. I don't know how many subscribers he's got right now, though. He's got 64,000. I've got 21,000. So, guys, make sure that you go over to Portable Orange, you hit that subscribe button, and make sure that you hype this video by hitting that like button. And then if you get the special hype button on the video, you hit that hype so that this doc can keep going to the moon.
Their ground game. And in the end, they won for a very similar reason: their outreach via the internet. And so naturally, when Trump took office, he was at least happy with the social media side of big tech, although that wasn't universal. See this tweet of his about Facebook a year into his first term. And to be fair, that certainly did not extend to the rest of the tech sector.
Sorry, that tweet was cut off.
Donald Trump and Barack Obama ran surprisingly similar campaigns, at least in terms of their ground game. And in the end, they won for a very similar reason: their outreach via the internet. And so naturally, when Trump took office, he was at least happy with the social media side of big tech, although that wasn't universal. See this tweet of his about Facebook.
Facebook was always anti-Trump. The networks were always anti-Trump. Hence, fake news at New York Times apologize, at Washington Post apologize. They were both anti-Trump. Collusion?
A year into his first term. And to be fair, that certainly did not extend to the rest of the tech sector. Trump renewed a push for fracking, shale, and offshore oil, and removed many tax breaks and advantages that had been granted to renewable energy, or as we might call them today, green energy sources. Then, just as a kicker, he also stripped several broadband companies of subsidies meant to increase competition in the marketplace in rural areas where the internet was still relatively new. Although this was 2017, so not exactly brand new by any stretch of the imagination. But social media at least was safe. They did get a lot of good press from him. He would constantly talk about this new tool that allowed him to speak directly to the people and bypass the crooked media. And he was right about this, and this opinion has certainly spread. I mean, even today, if you really want to be informed about something, you don't go to CNN, you don't go to the New York Times, you don't go to these mainstream outlets. No, you go to Twitter or something, and you listen to other people talk about the mainstream outlets. It's a completely different world. I know. Let me have a little fun with this, okay? The story is quite depressing overall. And Trump would keep up this positive dialogue about social media until 2019. Sometime around May, Facebook banned several high-profile accounts it considered to be spreading hate on its platform. The notable ones were Alex Jones, Louis Farrakhan, and James Woods. Trump used the opportunity to take up the Republican battle cry. Social media was censoring conservative voices. Now I'll note what's often lost here is why these people were banned. Just that December, there had been a shooting in Christchurch, a city in New Zealand, where 52 people who were praying at a mosque had been gunned down by a lone gunman. Facebook came under a lot of criticism for this because the whole thing was live streamed on their platform from start to not quite finish, but pretty darn close. Naturally, Facebook felt like they at least had to look like they were taking some actions.
But you see what they do? You see what they do there, though? It's like Muslim extremist once again, and instead of like focusing on that and stopping that from being live streamed on your platform, they're like, all right, let's bump off some of these evangelical fucking celebrities.
After all, they didn't want to end up with another EU regulation costing them money. Now, as we went over, Trump wasn't a fan of Facebook even before this, but that also wasn't one-sided. Less than a month after he had taken office, Mark Zuckerberg put out a long post kind of attacking Trump, although in a rather indirect, dare I say, zucked manner. The United States is a nation of immigrants, and we should be proud of that. Like many of you, I'm concerned about the impact of the recent executive orders signed by President Trump. We need to keep this country safe, but we should do that by focusing on people who actually pose a threat. We should also keep our doors open to refugees and those who need help. That's who we are. I'm not good at Zuckerberg either. I'm not good at any impressions. How about that? If you recall from some of the reporting we went over from the Obama years, the mood at those companies was that they were building a better future, that they were actually improving the lives of people around them. Now, was that genuinely a work culture shared by the execs, or was that just sort of a work culture that was encouraged to get people to work for these billion-dollar companies for not that much pay? hey, I'll let you decide. But with the internet helping to elect Orange Bad Man, and with the spread of fake news, misinformation, and now violent killings because of social media, well, it was harder and harder to think about that in a positive light. And it wasn't just workers at these companies that were becoming disillusioned. Americans as a whole were becoming rather disillusioned with social media. Gallup shows that during Trump's first term, trust in internet-based companies declined roughly 10 points. They were still slightly above water when you combine them with tech as a whole, but barely. Now, Trump was still using social media, obviously. He was tweeting like crazy. It truly was a love-hate relationship. And I think nothing exemplifies that better than Trump's July 2019 summit on social media. At the event, Trump naturally gets up to speak and says many nice things about the social media companies and influencers who attended. Trump then invited freshman Senator Josh Hawley up to speak. Unlike Trump, he wasn't there to give everyone their laurels. No, he was there to declare war.
Google, Facebook, Twitter, they've gotten these special deals from government. They've gotten a special giveaway from government. They're treated unlike anybody else. If they want to keep their special deal, here's the bargain. They have to quit discriminating against conservatives. You agree with that? No more.
Much like with everything Trump does, this was not only clearly planned, but an example of his rather showmanship mentality. This was a warning, and Trump had made sure that Hawley himself was there to speak to promote Hawley's proposed legislation.
Josh is doing right now, he's doing some very important legislation because we have to do something about what's happening.
From the bill's summary, it removes this statutory immunity unless the social media company obtains certification from the Federal Trade Commission that it does not moderate information on its platform in a manner that is biased against a political party, candidate, or viewpoint. As a brief explanation, social media companies typically have the benefit of something known as Section 230 of the Federal Communications Act. This shields them from any liability of posts made on their platform by posters. As much as Hawley's proposed legislation is often framed as just a necessary tool to restore freedom of speech, the reality is it was anything but. Recall, the way those companies would get that protection back was getting a certificate from the FTC. And framing the problem as output-oriented versus input-oriented is a very common political maneuver, because it's much easier to claim something needs control if the output is unfair, even if the input that arrives at that might be perfectly fair. As an easy example, assume a website is 80% left-wing. If I have a perfectly equal algorithm, one would assume that 80% of those posts would be left-wing. Therefore, the conservatives might feel as though they're being suppressed, when the reality is it's just a natural consequence of the culture in the area. Big tech was clearly in trouble. Even if the worst didn't come to pass, things were not looking good for them long term. But they still had one hope left. You see, luckily, Trump didn't start moving on a lot of this stuff in earnest until 2019. And 2020 was an election year. And that year, the Democrats just so happened to nominate the vice president of the guy who'd brought about tech's golden age. Oh yeah, big tech was riding with Biden.
Of course they were. Of course they were fucking riding with Biden. We really are living in the end times, guys.
Biden's messaging on the campaign trail mostly focused on two things: a return to normalcy and a revitalization of America's infrastructure. But if you recall, Americans were souring on social media, and as any politician in a democracy should, Biden at the very least talked the talk. In stump speeches and interviews, Biden would often sprinkle in bits about how we needed to regulate these big tech companies, notably on the internet and social media side. Google, Facebook, Twitter, and even TikTok. In fact, in an interview with the New York Times, Biden proposed the single most radical regulation that had been proposed by anyone up to this point in time: the complete repeal of Section 230 protections. But Biden, at the end of the day, is a politician. He'd been in the Senate for decades. So, I mean, he was just saying what he needed to get elected. After all, this was Obama's VP. There was no way he'd actually regulate these tech companies. Right? Well, in the immediate aftermath of the election, I imagine many of these tech companies breathed a small sigh of relief, because Biden's transition team included a lot of figures from the tech sector. His transition team included one former advisor to Palantir, a lobbyist for Apple, and one lobbyist who technically never directly worked for Google, but worked with a lot of companies that worked with Google and worked on lobbying for some issues that Google wanted, even though Google didn't technically pay her, and you get the picture. Early on, Biden also faced a lot of criticism from his own party over his decision to keep a lot of these tech and defense contracts Trump had signed, notably including Palantir. But once Biden settled into office, things started to go a little differently. By November of 2021, less than a year into Biden's first term, he had already created the Agency of Cybersecurity, both standardizing and regulating all technology companies that worked with, quote, critical infrastructure. He also signed an executive order aimed to promote net neutrality. Now, to be fair, regulation is not, strictly speaking, always hated by companies. And early on, it can even be welcomed to a certain degree. When you don't know where the line might be drawn, you have to fight for every square inch, which means you have to cover all your possible bases. But once you have some baseline generic regulation to work with, well, now you can focus more on moving that line in a favorable direction, which is a much more concentrated and efficient use of your resources. But that relief didn't last long, because that same year, 2021, a whistleblower came forward with documents showing social media was a lot more harmful than even people might have suspected. This was the release of the Facebook files. Yeah, I know, weird, isn't it? I swear, this is a story about big tech in general. Facebook just keeps being at the center of a lot of it for some reason. I mean, for all I know, it's just the way I did my research led me to that. And to be fair, I mean, if you check the companion doc, there was stuff going on with like Google and Apple and Twitter and stuff at this time, just nothing quite as flashy as what was going on with Facebook, so... The Facebook files was a set of leaked documents that included internal emails, meeting minutes, and even documents like internally commissioned studies that showed that Facebook had a long history of choosing profits over safety. I know, shocker, but just listen, okay? It gets good, I promise. As an easy example, Facebook knew they were showing ads featuring nicotine, alcohol, and even adult content to underage children. Facebook was aware of this and even considered creating a separate category for these ads, but decided against it when they realized that in order to make sure that actually happened, they'd have to spend money. It would ultimately cut into their bottom line. But this wasn't limited to just being reckless with ads. See, in order to get money off those ads, Facebook wanted to maximize the amount of time you spent on the platform. And one of the easiest ways to keep you on the platform was to attach some value or meaning to being on the platform. The algorithm would take you from pages about how to eat healthy, maybe how to exercise a little better, to eventually pages about crash diets and maybe about crazy workouts, until eventually it would get you to pages that were basically devoted to saying if you didn't have less than 3% body fat, you weren't a real man. If you ever wondered why eating disorders and body dysmorphia in general are on the rise, a big part of it is social media. And as much as I think we all know this on some level, it's very different when you realize that it's very much by design. Hating how you look is a great way to keep people on the platform, especially if those pages are saying you'll look better if you just do X or Y or Z. And this is to say nothing of the rise of pedophiles on the platform and the specific sex trafficking of children that often occurred, where people would either get in Instagram posts or talk to some of these kids and say, hey, why don't you chat with me off the platform? Why don't you come over to this other chat service and we can chat there, in order to lure them to meet up in real life. And Facebook wanted to go even farther than this. By law in the US, you're not allowed to have a Facebook account unless you're at least 13 years old. But many of these internal documents showed that Facebook was actively trying to recruit younger users. One email from 2018 said, if we want to get big with teens, we need to bring them in as tweens. Yet another from 2020 stated, why do we care so much about tweens? Because they are a valuable but untapped market. Now, obviously, this is what most of the news media focused on. After all, won't someone think of the children is a time-tested way to get people's attention. But what I want to take a brief detour to focus on was how much foreign political parties were feeling the effects of Facebook. Though the documents themselves are not publicly available, both the Wall Street Journal and the whistleblower Frances Haugen herself both talked about how political parties in Europe were often reaching out to Facebook over concerns of the effects their algorithm was having on their reach. Now, at the time, these parties wanted to focus on the classic issues, the economy, civil liberties, healthcare, the real meat and potatoes of politics. But what they found was when they put out those messages, their ads and posts didn't reach as far. It was the niche politics, the far more extreme things that were getting amplified.
Politicians are being forced to take positions they know their own constituents don't like or approve of because those are the ones that get distributed on Facebook. That's a huge, huge negative impact. Facebook also knows that they have admitted in public that engagement-based ranking is dangerous without integrity and security systems, but then not rolled out those integrity and security systems to most of the languages in the world. And that's what causing things like ethnic violence in Ethiopia.
And documents show Facebook knew they were contributing to the spread of these ideas, and they actively took steps to stop some of these ideas from spreading. You can very easily find a bunch of news articles of Facebook talking about how they would specifically suppress political movements they did not agree with. Now, maybe you support those positions, maybe you don't, but I would imagine that you don't like Facebook being the deciding factor in whether or not those positions reach more people. And I think one of the best ways that demonstrates, again, Facebook's desire to crack down on some of this stuff, but also their sheer cucked inability to, can be found in their handling of the COVID vaccine. Before you leave your comments, just chill, okay? We're not even going to be talking about the efficacy or the side effects or anything else specifically. Or do, actually, now that I think about it, that's kind of the whole point, right? That's what the algorithm selects for. I say something that makes you angry, and then you leave a comment, which YouTube then takes as engagement, and so it boosts my video in the rankings. Yes, I am vaccinated, okay? You want to attack me for that? Go right ahead. That's basically what Facebook is hoping you will feel like. Anyway, Zuckerberg wanted people to get the COVID vaccine, and he saw this as an opportunity to prove to people that Facebook could be a force for good in the world. And so they implemented a policy by which vaccine misinformation would be fact-checked in real time, and strikes would be given out to both accounts and pages that repeatedly posted misinformation, with eventually those accounts and pages just getting banned. But when they implemented this policy, they were horrified to find that there was an unintended consequence. Users were spending less time on the site. No, really, yeah, that was it. People didn't spend as much time on the site, so revenue went down. So they went back to allowing that content, and not just allowing it, but again, letting their algorithm do exactly what their algorithm was designed to do with it. People always talk about, especially when it comes to the vaccine, follow the money. The people who were making the vaccines already had the money by the time the vaccines rolled out. No, the only people who made money when it came time to take the vaccines were social media companies like Facebook. You really want to follow the money? Follow that money. I do really want to drive home that, again, I don't think Facebook was like, oh, we really want to make kids' lives worse. We really want to do X or Y or Z thing. It really is just the lack of regulations and the incentive of profit that pushed them to this place. Again, not to take their culpability. At the end of the day, they still ultimately made this decision. I'm sure if you're familiar with the story at all, you're also aware that the Biden administration specifically reached out to Facebook about them not cracking down on misinformation around the vaccine. But if you read the actual documents, the story you find is way darker. I'm going to link the whole thing in the companion document because, frankly, I actually think it's a really, really interesting read, although it's hundreds and hundreds of pages. I'm going to go into this a little bit more in the second video in this series, which, by the way, subscribe if you want to see that one. But just know for right now, not good. But hey, that's just what I found from reading the documents. If you want to trust big business and politicians, you go right ahead there, champ. I'm also completely skipping over Facebook having an active genocide occur under their watch in Myanmar, where they knew that their platform was leading towards that. But
oh my God,
we only have so much time. Can't go over everything. Like, there's a ton in the story I don't have time to cram in this video. Some of it will make it into that second video I keep talking about, but not all.
Facebook only created a genocide. Can't go over everything.
But so if you have questions, check the
solid
companion doc. Feel free to ask me in the comments. I don't know, whatever. But it's very depressing, though. Trust me. Let me tell you, this is not nearly as fun as researching Roman pagan religious history. This led to a number of congressional hearings, Facebook rebranding as Meta to avoid the bad press, and eventually the introduction of KOSA, the Kids Online Safety Act. If you're curious about the specifics, companion document, but for the purposes of this video, all you really need to know is it introduced a duty of care, which essentially would remove legal protections from social media companies if children were exposed to things like self-harm, eating disorders, illegal drugs, alcohol, things like this. It also very specifically aimed to curb child sexual exploitation that occurred on these platforms. The bill had overwhelming bipartisan support, though in terms of support from the tech sector, only Snap of Snapchat and Twitter, which at this point was X, I'm like 99% sure, actively supported the legislation. There were also critics, of course, who worried that giving the government too much control over things like this could lead to rather negative outcomes. Rand Paul, by far the most consistent senator, to say the least, had a really interesting argument on this, that if children were watching a sports game on the television, they could just as easily see ads for many of those same products, and it wouldn't be considered inappropriate. Was it really right for the government to then restrict the online companies from showing the same types of ads to children? It's not a bad argument.
All
Frankly,
right,
the reason
guys,
I'm giving you both
for
sides
hour 4. We're going to get back into him in a minute here. Remember, Portable Orange. Portable Orange is what we're watching right now. Go subscribe to him on YouTube. Hit hype on the big tech is not what they want you to think video, because this guy deserves all of it. Let's get into the 4th hour of our poll. It looks like Israel finally defeated Gavin Newsom. So that's what we're going to do this hour. Who will be president in 2028? 834 days until election. And we got Mr. J.D. Vance, our lead candidate with 64 wins, up against Israel. Can Israel pull one off in the 4th hour? All right, let's get back to Mr. Portable Orange.
is because I'm not here to litigate whether or not the bill was good or bad. The point really is that social media companies and big tech more generally didn't like this bill for the very specific reason that it would cost them a lot of money to ensure compliance. Also, I know there's now a new similar law, the Kids Act. Check the companion doc for a fuller explanation. But they are different laws. Big tech lobbied for the Kids Act, and it removes the duty of care or ability to sue these companies. It instead adds mandatory age verification, which doesn't really help the problem. But again, see companion doc for more. Now we should briefly talk about how a bill becomes a law, because it's going to be important later. Most people know that it needs to pass through the House, the Senate, and then get to the president's desk where the president signs it. However, what is lesser known is that in order for a bill to reach the floor of the House or the Senate, it must first go through what's known as a committee, sometimes even a subcommittee. Once the bill is approved by a majority of the committee or subcommittee, it goes to either the Speaker of the House or the Majority Leader of the Senate, who then have the responsibility of bringing it to the full floor for a vote. Now, those who followed the release of the Epstein
and until you get something on the floor, you're not even actually voting on it. In my opinion, we shouldn't have all of these delegations in committees. They don't do anything. You want to clean up government, have them sit there and go into their fucking job every day and read off every bill and say yes or no all day long. They should be like the House especially, should be voting on 100 different bills a day. This is the United States of America, and we're supposed to be writing laws in our legislation, not having committee meetings to bring it to somebody, to see if he wants to bring it to somebody else, to see if that person might want to speak out loud, to see if we'll get a vote.
Might remember that floor vote was actually forced by getting majority of signatures from the House of Representatives. That is incredibly rare, however. I want to make that very clear. That almost never happens. So COSA is proposed in the Senate and goes to committee where it sits for 10 months, but is eventually advanced. It is given a date on the calendar, but it is when the Senate is not in session. Then 2022 comes to a close. It's time for the midterms. The 117th Congress is over, and the whole thing was reset. During that period, by the way, Facebook was lobbying like crazy. They spent almost $20 million on lobbying that year. But that cost seems to have been well worth it. With COSA finally dead, big tech, or perhaps just Facebook, breathed a sigh of relief. They had weathered the storm, made it through the worst, and they'd earned at least a few more years of rampant profit. But that relief, once again, was rather short-lived. Because the environment that these algorithms had created also gave rise to any time a news story broke, immediately it was the most catastrophic ways of thinking about that news that became so popular. Which meant at the end of 2022, when big tech found their new golden goose, the new thing that would bring them more profit than anything had before this, people weren't quite as happy about it. And they were more than willing to vote in politicians who were going to regulate AI.
Ooh, AI regulation, here we go.
When talking about AI, most people think of the public-facing apps, whether it be a chatbot like ChatGPT, some kind of agentic AI like Claude Code, or even your favorite image generator. However, what most Americans don't realize is AI is actually far older than that. The public-facing aspects by which we know the technology today in the very early stages of development really wasn't the goal. And in fact, for many companies in the space, still isn't. The value proposition of AI was actually rather straightforward. Everyone had too much data. Whether you're trying to run a healthcare company that covers several 100 million people, or if you run, for a completely unrelated example, an intelligence agency that is monitoring hundreds of millions of phone calls a year, well, there's really just no way to go through all those phone calls with humans and parse them into some sort of usable format, especially not before the data becomes outdated. AI was the solution. Give all this data you don't have time to analyze to a computer that's really good at analyzing a lot of data quickly. So AI was and remains first and foremost about parsing incredibly large data sets. Even LLMs, large language models, the models behind most of the popular chatbots, are simply token predictors using incredibly sophisticated algorithms trained on a huge data set, a large data set, if you will. To that end, though the models were different, the government was aware of AI and had been integrating it into their systems for years. Arguably all the way back during Bush, although that really depends on how you want to define AI. Certainly under Obama, though, at the absolute latest. Biden, much like Trump and Obama before him, was not opposed to AI and was integrating it right into the government. But as these chatbots spurred a lot of conversation and people started talking about the dangers AI pose, well, Biden wanted to make sure that we at least had some guardrails on this bold new frontier we were entering. So in September of 2023, Biden signed an executive order attempting to establish a framework for AI regulation. Obviously, without the approval of Congress, Biden couldn't enshrine these in law or make it akin to OSHA regulations, but at the very least, it was the first.
So that was the longest, realest conversation I've had with a Democrat?
Step on a path in the right direction. It's mostly pretty standard stuff you'd expect. They want to encourage competition, so they'll crack down on antitrust violations. They want to make sure people know if what they're looking at is AI or not, so they want to ensure standards for labeling when AI was used to create something. They also want to make sure that AI is integrated into the government responsibly, especially in such a way that it doesn't create a bunch of cybersecurity flaws. So they're going to establish guidelines and training, etc., etc. You get the picture. Fairly average stuff. But when you get to Section 4 of the executive order, ensuring security, That's where I imagine some of these companies started to get a little antsy. In Section 4.2, mandatory reporting is required for anyone developing dual-use AIs. These are AIs which can be used both for commercial purposes but also for military purposes. And that AI companies could not conduct business either in the US or abroad in such a way that US intel or classified AI training might leak to people who did not have America's best interests at heart. This was essentially a warning to all AI companies. Regulation was coming, and it was coming soon. Not wanting to be beaten to the punch, the EU passed its own AI regulation the following year. This included both a restriction on deployment, rigorous safety and permitting systems, and an outright ban on facial recognition databases from publicly available CCTV footage. Although, there was an exception carved into that for immigration. So, go figure. And what's far worse, AI wasn't a search engine or social media or an e-commerce platform. It wouldn't scale with users. No, it required an intense amount of power consumption. This meant these tech companies, in order to feed the beast they were creating, would require a ton of space, a lot more power, and a ton of construction, all of which would require permitting and a ton of time. Yet in 2024, leaks would come out of the White House that Biden was actively considering regulations to make it harder. This led to, on January 14th, just 6 days before Trump took office, issuing Executive Order 14141. I know, fun, right? Advancing United States leadership in artificial intelligence. This executive order, first and foremost, attempted to expedite permitting for AI data centers with some caveats. Notably, permits could be accelerated, but only if the centers were built to use renewables like solar, nuclear, or geothermal. To avoid a spike in electricity prices, the companies building the data centers would also be responsible for building the energy infrastructure that was needed to support the data centers. It also set standards for security that wasn't just for the AI models, but for the data centers housing those models as well. There's more, but you get the picture. Biden wanted to make sure that these companies weren't just skirting regulations in order to get these data centers up as quickly as humanly possible. He wanted to make sure that things were being done the right way, and that things were being done in such a way that it wouldn't be too much of an impact on American citizens living nearby. Now, environmental and labor groups loved these regulations, especially union heads of various construction, electric, and HVAC organizations. These regulations meant more jobs, more money, but importantly, also safety and dignity for the workers building these data centers. AI companies, on the other hand, absolutely hated this executive order. NVIDIA spent months lobbying against these regulations, as did Microsoft, who at this time owned just north of a quarter of OpenAI. And just when big tech felt like they had weathered the worst of the storm, they had kind of gotten Europe to quiet down a little bit, they had made sure that, the COSA bill didn't pass in the US, all of a sudden they were being hit with a brand new storm, where their golden goose was now getting its wings clipped before it even got off the ground. I mean, how is this fair? Keep in mind, the internet, social media, green energy, and big data, as I guess you could call them now, these were all industries that had gotten a kickstart from the government, courtesy of the American taxpayer. Big tech was used to a world where they got funded by the government to varying degrees, especially in the early stages of developing a new technology. It was clear to everyone, big tech was in big trouble. And when your opponent is not just the federal government, but the sole superpower in the world, the richest country in terms of raw GDP on Earth, and all your companies combined equal barely 2% of GDP.
That's kind of weird.
Well, then what exactly can you do?
I guess he was just so pro-union.
Who can you turn to? It's not like there's some Deus Ex Machina, some god from the machine that's going to come and save you.
That is true.
But sometimes you don't need a god. Sometimes all you need is Peter Thiel.
I was going to say Elon Musk.
Now, to properly tell the story of Thiel, we have to go back, all the way back to the beginning of this story, and we have to start with Palantir. Palantir had a long history of contracts with the US government. Between 2009 and 2013, they had contracts with the FBI, the NSA, and everyone's favorite, the CIA. Much of this data comes from a leaked client list shown to Gizmodo, though, and as we'll get into, Palantir is not exactly the most trustworthy company. But whether or not the list is completely accurate, there is at least some truth to those claims. And we know that
genuinely
because
like
Palantir apparently wasn't that well liked by the intelligence community. Leaked internal communications show CEO Alexander Karp, who co-founded the company with Peter Thiel, saying the following: "I think France may be the country where they just like us, as opposed to the US government, where they tolerate us because nothing else works." You'll notice that the two leaks I've discussed both paint Palantir in a somewhat positive light, or at least show that they were very well integrated with these prestigious US intelligence organizations. And that was a big part of the problem, because Palantir was suspiciously leaky, and always in ways that seemed to make them look good, even when
somebody
that
did
maybe
it.
wasn't
Somebody
quite the
accidentally
truth. A 2012 book called The Finish, The Killing of Osama bin Laden, claimed that Palantir had been instrumental in that operation. It had elegantly accomplished what no one else could, turning America's special forces into deadly effective hunters. Holly Finn, a later reporter writing for the Wall Street Journal, would back this up, however, when she would also claim that Palantir was instrumental in the capture of Osama bin Laden, and that further, Palantir's information gathering technology was making torture and advanced interrogation techniques obsolete. According to later reporting, the CIA was actually quite upset about this. One anonymous source said, "Of course Palantir was involved, but so are hundreds of thousands of other companies. Due to how information works in InfoSec, it's entirely possible a contractor could have contributed to the mission without even realizing it." And while you're welcome to take the most charitable interpretation of this, Palantir has been caught fudging stuff before in order to make their company look better. A good example of this would come from a leaked memo that circulated in the wake of one of their pitch meetings with Molina Healthcare. At the time, one of the single biggest Medicaid and Medicare providers in the country. According to this memo, Mario Molina, the CEO of the company, said in the meeting that their capture of Osama bin Laden was seen by him as proof of Palantir's efficacy, specifically stating, quote, "Find Osama bin Laden. Palantir didn't do that by going out to the Middle East and surveying people asking, 'Where's Osama?'" When asked later about these comments by BuzzFeed News, yes, BuzzFeed, Mario Molina wouldn't decline to comment. He would actually just outright deny these claims, saying, "First of all, we didn't go to Palantir because they found Osama bin Laden. Number two, no one at Palantir has ever told me they found Osama bin Laden. As much as government contracts are nice for the money they get you, they're also really nice because you get to say, one of my clients is the CIA, which is kind of impressive when you're talking to prospective clients. And I feel like they might still be doing that even to this day, because I went on their Wikipedia page and I found something that's either misleading at best or just an outright lie at worst. They claim Biden credited Palantir with supporting the Recovery Accountability and Transparency Board's fraud detection efforts, highlighting specific cases identified through the system. Now, since I always follow the footnotes, I actually went through the trouble of tracking this down. I'm not sure if there's any video of the
I'm too lazy to type up the full transcript, but I'll link the full audio in the companion doc.
event, but there's certainly photos and a full audio recording. And I listened to the full 40-minute recording. Biden never once mentions Palantir. In fact, no one at that meeting mentions Palantir. Biden only refers to it as a tool, and other times talks about this tool and others like it. Also at that conference, and the guy actually demoing the tool, is a guy named Peter Orszag, the OMB director at the time. Now, he also just calls it a tool, so nothing to directly tie it to Palantir, but to be fair, maybe Palantir is being used for this. Except if you then follow Peter Orszag's blog posts, because I guess the OMB director was doing blog posts back in those days, one of his last ones is talking about this specific tool. Again, he does not name the tool, doesn't say it's from Palantir or anything else, and specifically says that this tool was developed by the board. And as far as I'm aware, Palantir wasn't on this board. Now, to be fair, Biden does mention some specific cases, and the Wikipedia article very carefully claims that Biden mentions specific cases that Palantir was responsible for. Again, problem is, I can't find anything that indicates Palantir was responsible for finding these cases. Only that a tool was, a tool that may have been developed by the board. Again, I'm not claiming the Wikipedia article is dead wrong or anything like that, but to claim Biden credited Palantir is just factually incorrect. Biden never credited Palantir. He talked about a tool and others like it. That would be like if I said, oh, I really liked Halo, and someone said, wow, Port really likes Microsoft. And the intelligence agencies separately all considered severing ties with Palantir. Ultimately, the NSA decided not to pursue them. The CIA significantly scaled back the work they were giving Palantir, and only the FBI left things as they were. Although I'll note, the FBI didn't give them any new jobs either. That same leaked meeting from earlier shows Andrew Karp throwing a fit over this. The CIA was recalcitrant, and we've walked away. Or they walked away from us. Either way, I'm happy about that. With the intelligence community rapidly losing patience and the healthcare community getting oversaturated, well, Palantir was kind of running out of places to grow. But luckily for them, there was a portion of the US government Palantir hadn't been able to access yet that was the single largest amount of discretionary spending in the federal budget. I'm speaking, of course, of the Department of Defense. In 2009, Palantir approached the US Army with an offer. They wanted to help build the next Distributed Common Ground System, or DCGS for short. This is, to oversimplify, the backbone system by which all intelligence is shared, stored, and distributed, a multi-billion-dollar contract. Ultimately, the Army declined, preferring to continue to work on this system in-house. They didn't give any reason for this, but I can come up with several. I'm sure you can as well. So in 2011, Palantir hired retired Marine Corps Brigadier General Terry Paul to lobby for them in Congress. Paul had formerly served as the Marine Corps liaison to the Senate, so he was well-credentialed to say the least. He was also very good friends with one Duncan Hunter, who was the ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee, the committee in charge of overseeing military spending and oversight. Fun fact, Paul was the master of ceremonies at Hunter's portrait unveiling, and is even listed in the special thanks of the press release. But Duncan Hunter retired in 2009 after a failed bid for the presidency. His son took over his seat, who was also named Duncan Hunter. The younger Hunter would apparently be introduced to Palantir executives by Paul, and in just a few years he'd become the loudest advocate of the company on Capitol Hill. He argued Palantir should build the next DCGS, as it would ultimately save the taxpayers' money. I'll remind you that that ultimately did not carry the day. Palantir ended up having to sue to reopen that bid. Now, if you're still with me and haven't clicked off, it might seem like I just spent an awful lot of time on a very small story that ultimately shouldn't matter that much. So Palantir got one government contract. So what? But the reason I did was to show you how many ways Palantir tried to get this contract until they hit upon one that worked. First, he simply asked the Army, by far the cheapest option. When that didn't work, he hired a lobbying firm. And when that didn't work, he donated to and sweet talked to congressmen. And only when all of that didn't work, he sued. And this is very typical of Thiel's strategies. It's not that Thiel's great at picking winners. Thiel has backed many, many losers in his time. But Thiel has also just backed a lot of people. He's diligent, he's persistent, and he tries every single avenue he can think of. And so the other heads of these tech companies must have been like, wow, man, I wish we could get some of that government money. And if it worked for Thiel, well, why couldn't they do it too? Now, and stay with me here, in 2018, you have Oracle suing the Department of...
But if Thiel is doing all of that just to get Palantir one government contract, then who's to say Thiel isn't doing everything he can to get J.D. Vance as close as he can get him? Who's to say that Peter Thiel isn't literally doing everything he can for Joe Rogan to get Joe Rogan as far as he's gone? Like, if Peter Thiel's doing that just for one government contract for Palantir, what else has Peter Thiel done?
Defense over a cloud storage contract held by Amazon. Then, in 2019, you have Amazon suing the Department of Defense over a cloud storage contract held by Microsoft. Also, just as a kicker, in 2021, Microsoft sued the NSA over a cloud storage contract held by Amazon. Can't make this up, folks. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that these lawsuits didn't always work. Oracle's, as an example, didn't seem to do much. Amazon would just lose that contract to Microsoft a few years later. But that's also kind of the point and why I keep hammering this home. It's not some smoky backroom deal, it's actually rather straightforward. Thiel tried a billion things, one eventually worked, and then a bunch of other companies just did the same thing. And sometimes it worked, and sometimes it didn't. As boring as it may be, it is ultimately all about money. And I also don't want to paint the picture that Thiel only funds winners. Right. Yes, he funded J.D. Vance very famously with a record-breaking donation to his Senate campaign back in the day. And he would introduce Vance to Trump in many ways. Thiel is the reason J.D. Vance is vice president right now. But in 2022, he also funded an Arizona senator by the name of Blake Masters. Well, I should say, an Arizona Senate hopeful, because Blake Masters didn't win. He even got Trump's endorsement, but he didn't even make it out of the primary.
Literally playing safe.
Thiel spent about $30 million on this guy, and in the end, got nothing. And before we move on from Thiel, I want to cover one more story about him that I think is fairly illustrative of what we're examining. Thiel was not just known for Palantir and PayPal. He was also known.
I swear, bro, I'm not gonna lie. I read some of Peter's books, and he's like the darkest of Orwell, and looks like Tony Hawk pissed off. Looks like Tony Hawk pissed off.
As being the first outside investor.
God damn, I don't know. Now I'm starting to like get down the. I don't want to though. Because it's like almost like if it's one person and he's a billionaire. So Facebook. it's one thing to be like the Jewish media and I'm on Team Kanye West and da 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 da. It's another thing to be like there's one guy that's giving money to everyone to just be close to anything. And then I'm over here broke. It's like, well, you don't say bad things about Peter Thiel. And then if you start thinking about it, you're like, nobody says bad things about Peter Thiel. So then how close is Peter Thiel to everyone and everything? And then we know what Peter Thiel literally does. He plays house as Satan and does these weird speeches and stuff. It's just like, what is this?
Move which had netted him a
one
board
individual,
seat. But later, reports came out from other board members that there'd been a rift growing between Thiel and the rest.
It's almost like an open book, Satanist version of Epstein. Instead of using children or honeypotting or leverage or, oh, you can go to this hotel or this thing or you have the access, Peter Thiel just handed the dough. Peter Thiel just handed the dough. This is portable orange.
Of the board for well over a decade at this point. That Thiel had been pushing them over and over again to not restrict speech on the platform, to specifically allow for this inflammatory and hateful conduct. In 2022, Thiel stepped down from the board of Facebook, and rather abruptly at that. Well, technically it wasn't Facebook at the time, it was Meta, because they'd rebranded in the wake of the leak of the Facebook files, but hey, read into that what you will. Now, at the time, Facebook and Thiel released a statement saying that Thiel was stepping down voluntarily so that he could better focus on his political ventures. But here's something that might color this whole thing in a slightly different way.
We're worried about the wrong enemy. Israel is just like a whole thing tied to America with the pedophiles and the whatever. And Peter Thiel is literally Satan. And he owns everything.
Way. If you recall back to Trump's social media summit, you might recall one of the people Trump had speak was Senator Josh Hawley. And if you haven't guessed it by now, yes, one of his biggest donors in his campaign was Peter Thiel. Now, tell me, why would Thiel support a candidate?
Because he's Satan! I'm telling you, just because he's Satan! That's all it is! He's just funding everybody, and he's Satan! He's not even honeypotting anyone. I love this. Don't clip this. Nobody clip this. I love Jeffrey Epstein compared to Peter Thiel. Because Peter Thiel, literally Satan moves. Just chameleon crawling up your back being like, how much money to give you money to just, no reason. I just want to give you the money. Like, fuck, man.
Advocated for regulations that would hurt one of his companies. If you ask Thiel this question, and many
enemies,
have,
Thiel?
he'll be
Facts.
pretty straightforward with you. He'll say, I'm a free speech absolutist. I'm fighting for the type of internet that I want to see, an internet free from censorship. He'll say he's a libertarian or something close to it, and he's already a billionaire. Why does he care if he loses a few million here or there? It's not like he's gonna spend all his money.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Whenever you ask him why he's giving people money, he just goes like, well, and then it's like, but you give everybody money.
Before he dies at this point anyway. Again, that's what he'd say. But I'm going to paint a slightly different picture for you.
Come on,
and fair warning, this is speculation territory. I don't know Thiel, haven't talked to Thiel. He did not respond to my email at peterthiel@gmail.com, but I have looked into a lot. There's a lot of stuff I'm fairly convinced about with this theory I'm about to tell you.
Oh my God,
but I don't have a smoking gun. And I do think that's important to acknowledge right up front. Now, I'll admit, I do find it odd that Thiel would be the only one to care about the finances of the company. And while the leaks from insiders don't reveal anything, the Facebook files do show the board cared about revenue. The board repeatedly would choose to not censor some of this inflammatory content because of the impact it had on their revenue. So my end theory is basically this. What if Peter Thiel wanted to regulate Facebook? What if Peter Thiel actually did want this regulation to pass because it regulated Facebook in a way that he approved of? What if Thiel donated to specific politicians that wanted to regulate Facebook and social media as a whole in the specific way Thiel was okay with? Yeah, go ahead. Make sure we can't target kids with these ads. Who cares? Make sure, though, that we can keep the type of speech that keeps people on the platform for as long as possible. We'll find other advertisers. We'll find people to fill those slots. What we won't necessarily find is people spending more time on there. But I think we've spent enough time on just Thiel specifically. I think it's time to get back to the story as a whole.
Yo, it is. It's totally it. If you ban people, then they leave the platform. And what does he do? He goes and invests in counterculture platform, all this other shit. It's like, it doesn't matter. You got to keep the people. And we'll find an advertiser even if they're doing something crazy. Even if they're on Kick. Even if they're on Rumble. Even if they're on X. But we need to keep them on the apps in big tech. If we start deplatforming everybody, then there's not going to be anybody left to talk. It's more about segregating the voices for the advertisers.
Now that we understand how Thiel opened this door and how everyone else was walking through it. Because things get really interesting when we get back into what was going on with the reintroduction of COSA. The 2023 State of the Union, Biden did something that big tech wasn't expecting.
It's time to pass bipartisan legislation to stop big tech from collecting personal data on our kids.
As you can see, this got overwhelming applause from both sides of the aisle. So, inspired by a vote of confidence from the president, two versions of COSA were reintroduced, one in the Senate and one in the House. Both were referred to committees and advanced, and in order to avoid having to redo a floor vote, the Senate, led by the shockingly spine-having Chuck Schumer, voted to adopt the House bill as it had been advanced. The result was 91 for, 3 against. Overwhelming bipartisan support. Now all that was left was for the House to vote, and it would be sent to the president's desk. Early polling showed that it was clearly favored to pass in the House. Not quite by the margin it had in the Senate, but by more than enough. But if you recall from earlier, after going through committee, a House bill needed to be put on the floor by the Speaker, who at the time was the Republican from Louisiana, Mike Johnson. Now, there are 2 points to the story that are interesting. First, according to Maureen Moloch, a supporter of the bill, when she spoke to Johnson at a closed-door Republican fundraising event, he seemed very enthusiastic about passing the bill. Second, Meta chose Louisiana, Johnson's home state, as the site of their new $10 billion data center.
Oh my God.
At the time it was announced, it was to be the largest data center in the United States, which gets a little suspicious when you find that Johnson never scheduled the bill for a floor vote. He said that there was...
Right, remember we went over that before. It has to go to the committee, then the committee says, yes, it's ready, and then it comes to the floor, and then he alone basically gets to decide whether they're going to ever vote on it or not. And the fucking big tech people bought a giant $10 billion infrastructure for Meta for him in Louisiana so that he would never bring it to the vote. Even though it's bipartisan.
Wasn't enough being done to protect people's privacy, although publicly there were no specific changes to the bill he was calling for. And then 2024 would end, the 118th Congress would be over, and the whole process would end up resetting. But the fact remains, Thiel stepped down, donated to politicians in favor of this legislation, but ultimately the legislation failed to pass. And it failed to pass because Mike Johnson didn't put it on the floor. And for legal reasons, I'm just going to say, separate clause here, also Meta decided to open a $10 billion data center in Louisiana, Mike Johnson's home state. I think in general, especially after COSA, many tech people slowly realized Democrats didn't quite have their backs anymore. And so, whether this was just the straw that broke the camel's back or this had been brewing for quite some time, eventually big tech decided the Democrats weren't worth their time anymore, and they shifted. They went to supporting the Republicans. Musk very famously supported Biden in 2020, but by 2022, he was already eyeing up Republican candidates. Jeff Bezos similarly also supported Biden until around 2022, when a lot of Biden's regulations started coming through and he suddenly started supporting Trump. And Zuckerberg held on to the Democrats basically until 2024, until Johnson killed COSA dead. But here's the really annoying thing about America. We're a democracy, which means we have this pesky little idea that you can only hold office if the majority of people in your...
And I'm going to listen to it outside as well. So I'll keep letting you guys listen as well, and then I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Let's go let him outside real quick.
Or district say that you should be able to hold that office. If Republicans got elected on phone bad and then switched and suddenly started saying, actually phone good, well, their jobs might be at risk. And luckily, big tech had a great reason that they'd been censoring and why they were going to stop now. You see, it was all Joe Biden's fault. X, Meta, and even Amazon were quick to release tons of emails and documents showing the Biden administration had been reaching out to them, asking them to take down certain types of posts. Largely, these were posts that were spreading misinformation about the COVID vaccine, but we went over all this earlier, which is going to take us right up to Trump too, and basically the entire reason I started researching this video. This video is about America being for sale, and again, the thing I want you to understand is for sale is your tax dollars. Before Trump 2, tech companies were rather limited in the amount of money they could suck out of the US government. After all, the government needed a contract ready to go, they needed a project that these people could work on, and then they needed to bid for and win that contract, and then probably also fend off a lawsuit or two. But with Trump 2, all that changed. Now, there was a much, much better and far more direct way to get money from the US government. Break it, and then sell them a fix. When Trump returned to office in 2025, he was far friendlier to tech than he had been in the past, though renewable energy was still out in the cold. And nothing illustrates this quite like the new way tech has found to siphon our tax dollars: Doge. Let's start with the third rail, Social Security. The Social Security Administration cut about half its staff in 2025 and replaced many of them with AI systems. This includes a transcription system called HART, that's also coupled with an LLM for some reason I can't fathom, as well as a chatbot that you can call the Social Security office and talk to directly, although apparently it doesn't work very well and they're kind of in the process of phasing it out. As well as another chatbot for a reason I cannot possibly fathom, that has to do with facilitating content creation. And hidden away in an Excel spreadsheet is a chatbot for therapy for Social Security Administration employees. I mean, just give them health insurance and send them to a real therapist. The contracts awarded so far amount to at least $200 million, although it could be higher. And Doge claims they cut $232 million from the agency. So if indeed they saved any money, it was about $32 million. And even that number is contested. Let's next turn to NOAA, one of the incredibly boring agencies that you only hear about when a really interesting hurricane is happening, yet also one of the most crucial when it comes to anticipating weather-related events. DOGE cut again, according to their estimates, about 800 jobs and gave another 1,000 early retirement packages. In total, this means they cut about 15% of the total workforce. DOGE also claims they terminated a number of contracts, leading to a whopping $42 million saved. Weirdly, however, they didn't mention Musk's SpaceX contract that they signed back in 2020 when it was still under Biden, by which they got about $100 million to help launch a new satellite. I don't know, maybe just an oversight. Now, if you haven't guessed it yet, this is essentially the thesis of this whole video. The goal of firing all these federal workers was to replace them with AI. And I'll remind you, AI was already being integrated into various government departments under Obama, Trump, and Biden. And again, maybe Bush. Again, it kind of depends on you how you want to define AI. But what's happening now is not an integration, nor really is it a replacement of workforce. What it is privatization. I'm at heart some flavor of liberal, a very weird flavor that frankly stretches that definition to its breaking point, but ultimately that's a label that I feel comfortable with people ascribing to me. And as a result, I'm okay with paying taxes for certain things. I'm fine funding National Park Services. A park ranger getting their salary out of my tax dollars is something I wholeheartedly support. However, if you lay those people off and you have AI do their job, and now my tax dollars are going to OpenAI's bottom line, suddenly I kind of have some issues about what my taxes are being used for. But hey, just in case you were worried that that's the only way these tech companies are getting our tax dollars, now let's turn back to data centers. Almost immediately after taking office, Trump undid basically all of Biden's executive orders on AI. Well, I guess by all, I mean both, but still, you get it. But luckily, Trump passed his own executive orders. However, these gave tech companies more than they ever could have dreamed of. This included some, frankly, wild concessions, such as ordering the creation of special permits and exemptions to existing permits, as well as ordering the head of the EPA to figure out if anything might run afoul of legislation like the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act. And if so, he was ordered to modify those regulations. And of course, there's no mention whatsoever of making sure that the data center's power draw from the grid doesn't affect power pricing for other people living in the area. And hidden in the environmental reviews section, 5C, is this lovely little line. For purposes of this order, federal financial assistance representing less than 50% of total project costs shall be presumed not to constitute substantial federal control and responsibility. This has to do with NEPA, which in turn has to do with permitting. And if the government funds a project majorly, either directly with cash or in terms of tax breaks or loans or what have you, then it is required that you conduct at least 2 environmental surveys, one to assess impact and one to assess what the environment is currently. So far, the U.S. has about 3,000 to 5,000 data centers constructed, with another 3,000 currently being built. In fact, the Wall Street Journal had an article that predicted in 2026 the tax breaks, loans, and direct cash benefits to Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Google are going to total about 2% of GDP for the entire year. That's currently around $300 billion. Assuming that GDP projections hold for the year. And they've already gotten close to $100 billion just so far in 2026. Also, I love that to put that in context, the Wall Street Journal shows us the entire spending on the railroads between 1850 and 1859 was 2% of GDP. Just as an FYI, by the way, in 1860, our nominal GDP was about $4 billion. For 2026, the projection is 30 trillion. And it's not just the tech CEOs.
Whoa, 4 billion and it's 30 trillion?
That are enriching themselves off this. Don't worry, now is the time where you can start to imagine some of these shady backroom deals, because some of this kind of insider trading stuff is also enriching politicians. In fact, in May of 2026, yes, literally as I was writing the script, because why can it ever be easy? An investigation by the group Floodlight found that Louisiana State Senator John Morris had, perhaps unethically, though the ethics committee ruled that it was fine, bought and sold land around the area where Meta eventually placed its new data center. So he used the information of the ongoing negotiations to enrich both him.
Oh, you wrote dang. I speak Brian, but I have an auto translator on for me, and it just says bye in Chinese.
Himself and his business partners. And as if that's not bad enough, Morris also voted to grant Meta $3 billion in tax breaks over the course of like 10 years, not in 1 year, but still. Like, this is just wild to me. We now even have the free market being trod upon by these Republicans. This is insane. Oh, and don't you worry, by the way. Trump hasn't forgotten about plain old government contracts either. Palantir is currently contracted with the following government agencies: the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Justice, the Department of the Treasury, the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Department of the State, Department of Agriculture, the Department of Energy, the Department of Transportation.
Contract with Biden, and now they have
Securities and Exchange Commission, the Department of Commerce, the Department of the Interior, NASA, the Department of Labor, the Small Business Administration, and the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And again, just to really put a button on it, as much as Thiel opened the door itself very much is Trump.
That's what he did.
You only get access to this money. You only get access to America's books if Trump allows you to. Whatever motivated him to do so, he's still the one calling the shots. And nothing illustrates that better than some of the times tech bros didn't get their way. And nothing illustrates that better than what happened to Elon Musk. Remember, Musk was rather late to the Trump train. Early on, he'd supported Ron DeSantis to the tune of $10 million. It was only when DeSantis dropped out that Musk turned to supporting Trump, supporting his campaign to the tune of $200 million. But despite all of Musk's money, his donations, he seemed to lack the very specific influence he was trying to gain. I can only speculate as to why exactly, but in order to talk about this, we need to turn to one of Trump's overseas tours, specifically when he visited the Middle East. If you recall, about a year ago, OpenAI secured a contract with the United Arab Emirates to launch their Stargate program there. To be fair, the Stargate program was mainly focused on the US, and indeed when it launched prior to this deal being announced, it was targeted to build out data centers domestically. However, thanks to this deal, Stargate was able to partner with...
This is Portable Orange. Portable Orange with big tech is not what they want you to think. Portable Orange got 64,000 subscribers. Go subscribe to him. Hit that like button. And right now it's number 11 on the hype videos on YouTube. So if you're able to hype him up, please.
With MGX, an investment firm owned by the Abu Dhabi Emirate, which, for those who are unaware, is the emirate that's essentially in control of the UAE. Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan has de facto run the country since 2012 and has actually run the country since 2022. And the US government was a big part of this negotiation. Part of the deal with this investment was that the UAE would be allowed to purchase some of America's top-of-the-line artificial intelligence chips. Musk was reportedly furious about this. Supposedly, he joined the Middle East trip in order to try and snake the contract from OpenAI and Sam Altman. However, obviously, this didn't work. And the rivalry between OpenAI founder and CEO Sam Altman and Elon Musk is no secret. Musk was originally part of OpenAI back when it was a nonprofit focused on trying to come up with AI safety standards and regulations. However, he stepped down from that company in 2018 when he started his own AI for-profit company. After OpenAI's breakout success with ChatGPT, Musk has been relentless in his attacks on Altman and OpenAI in general, including a lawsuit against the company for creating a for-profit branch as well as a holding company to govern both. This led to the very famous falling out between Musk and Trump, which I'm sure most people know from when Musk tweeted out that Trump himself was in the Epstein files. Again, not to continuously run defense for these people that I have nothing but contempt for.
I know, right?
I don't think Trump is just opening the books up to the highest bidder. Ultimately, I wish I could sit here and tell you a much more nefarious, insidious story than the one I found. But ultimately, I am a slave to the truth. I want to tell you what I found, not necessarily what I find more interesting or what I think might secretly be going on. Now, as much as Trump is the door, I really do want to reiterate that point, placing 100% of the blame at his feet is also wrong. And honestly, that was probably the single weirdest discovery for me in my entire research of this story. And frankly, I think it's the piece that is the most important to understanding this story. And that piece is ultimately all of this regulation and fines is big tech's fault. And I don't even mean indirectly. I don't mean they were being so flagrant someone had to crack down on them. I mean they actively sought this out because big tech could not stop tattling.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? So they were reporting their own data, causing their own problem. Are we fucking for real right now?
This next section
they're so woke that they like cause their own problem.
Origins. It comes from something Mark Zuckerberg said in his 2025 Joe Rogan appearance.
Right. I mean, the EU. I pulled these numbers. The EU has fined the tech companies more than $30 billion over the last, I think it was like 10 or 20 years. If the US tech industry is going to continue being really strong, I do think that the US government has a role in basically defending it abroad.
Now that by itself wasn't that weird to me. I mean, if you own a business, yeah, probably you would like the entire might of your home government on your side to protect your interests abroad. I don't know who wouldn't want that. No, what threw me off was a different quote he said just a little while later.
Apple has a specific protocol that they've built into the iPhone that allows AirPods to basically connect to it, and it's just much more seamless because they've enabled that, but they don't let anyone else use the protocol. If they did, there would probably be much better competitors to AirPods out there. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing that they've done with iMessage, where they do this whole blue bubble, green bubble thing, and then they always wrap it in like security. Finally, I think Apple was forced to implement it
RCS.
by some... Yeah. I think it was the Chinese government that basically ended up forcing them to do it, or some other government.
And when you put that together with everything else we've looked at so far, there's really only one conclusion you can come to. Big tech doesn't hate regulation, the EU, or really any governing body. They love those governing bodies, but only when they go against their competition. Because the more
so they're all competing with each other, and the objective is basically to just use the politicians as puppets to fight with each other. That's what they're doing. They're using the politicians as puppets to fight with each other.
If you remember back in 2009, it was Microsoft that filed the complaint that led to Google getting fined. And then when SpaceX sued the Air Force, it was over them choosing to go with Blue Origin, a rival space company. These tech companies are all locked in constant combat. And the number one thing they're using to fight each other with is government. This is why Microsoft, who back in 2009 was horrified that Internet Explorer, the most popular browser, was now losing out to Google Chrome, filed that antitrust violation against them. For Google Shopping, admittedly, but still. Same with Musk and Blue Origin. I highly doubt the actual issue was that Elon Musk felt Blue Origin shouldn't get the money. In reality, it could have been anyone. He just thought he should be getting the money. This was what was such a weird part of this story for me to find. Namely, that this regulatory environment that the tech companies all hate was caused in no small part by
to fight each other.
Them. They were weaponizing governments against each other to try and make the competition suffer, give themselves a leg up, yada yada, what have you. As much as big tech tries to frame their problems as an issue of regulation, it's really an issue of, frankly, tattling. Yeah, ultimately the EU was the one that levied those fines, but they were more than happy with that when it was against their competition. It really only became a problem when it was levied against them. And I know what you're going to say, right? That makes sense. Everyone knows this already, right? Rules for thee, but not for me, that kind of stuff. But I still think it paints this whole story in a different light when you realize the scary monster they're trying to get Trump to protect them from is a monster of their own creation, and a monster that, frankly, they love. Literally, as I was writing this script, Anthropic now had their Fable 5 model taken offline because it was deemed too dangerous by the US government. And the reason they said that is because Amazon tattled, allegedly. Originally, this last section actually had way more about Anthropic. I was actually a lot more positive about them. But when I looked into them more for this specific new part of the
yeah, you found out that we bombed the girls' school and it was the Anthropic
story,
fault.
I realized they were consistently cucking out on a lot of their safety values, which was very disappointing to me. These companies are just running to the teacher to tattle about, oh, Johnny's not playing fair, while they themselves are also not playing fair. And then when someone tattles about them, suddenly they freak out, and this is a horrific injustice that must be stopped. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. It's pathetic. Remember back at the top of this video when I said I think I'm going crazy? That wasn't just for dramatic effect. Genuinely, researching all this has made me feel crazy, because I kept saying, wow, there clearly is a conspiracy here. And it took me so long to realize there isn't. It's not a conspiracy. It's not something they sat down and decided on. It's something that...
What's even crazier is that my chatbot today, like my Gemini, because I have to use Google's chatbot for like the algorithm and like putting my titles out, and then I also put my YouTube shorts into Gemini because it can read video. It's the only one of the LLMs that can read video. And it read this comment that Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden talking about how Charlie Kirk was equatable to MLK. And the Google chatbot, the Gemini, this is today, and it's like the full Pro version, like the Ultra version, like the $200 version or whatever. And it continued over and over again to insist that it would be dangerous to do any of this because Charlie Kirk isn't really dead. And we're just insinuating that this political figure, that there's no founded evidence that he's not dead. This is Google's chatbot today at its highest level. And we're using this shit for weapons. And we're wondering why we're hitting girls' schools.
If I put any civilization in all of human history into these exact same circumstances, the exact same thing would happen just by chance. It's natural human inclination. That's all it is. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people like looking at figures like Curtis Yarvin, Alain de Benoit, and even Thiel himself, and seeing some sort of codified movement, some sort of centralized, directed effort to arrive at this outcome. And again, that's a lot of what my next video is going to focus on. It's going to focus on how that's not really the case, but there is an enormous amount of effort meant to make it look like that's the case. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Again, I have a whole other video in the works about that. By the time you're watching this, I'm either researching it or it's done, in which case just go watch it. But sorry, I'm very much getting tired here. Sorry, hour 11 of filming. I'm kind of out of it here. I think this is important. It's easy to see these men as idealists trying to bring about their ideals, but they're not. They're just businessmen. Yep. Businessmen like everyone else. Businessmen like Rockefeller, who fell by the wayside. Businessmen like Big Tobacco. Businessmen like literally every other business cabal the US government has taken down in time. But there's a reason I wanted this video to focus so much on the history, the business, and the money. It's because ultimately the conclusion I came to after all my research was that this whole thing was super childish. Big tech literally cannot help but tattle. You know, Microsoft knows that Google's favoring their stuff in search results, so they tattle to the EU. And they say, oh, Google's not playing fair. But Google also knows Microsoft is favoring Edge in its own browser performances, so they go tattle to the EU. And they're just all tattling to the EU about it. And then you both go crying to Trump that the EU isn't being fair. And so he's like, well, how about we just do some random tariffs until they decide to play fair? And then they do that, and you frame yourselves as these champions of justice trying to spread free speech and idealism around the world. Like, it's just pathetic, man. You're just a stupid tattletale. It's just pathetic, honestly. And yet they sit there and claim that they're underdog heroes. It's disgusting, man. I hate this. And I hate that I'm burying this at the end of a 2-hour video. Why do I always do this? Like, I don't know, man. Maybe I just need to figure out how to make stuff shorter, because how the heck am I ever going to get a message out if I make my videos 2 hours? Like, no one's going to sit through all this.
We did! We sat through it, bro!
The more I look into the
So
story, the more I
good.
just get disgusted that this is the
He's
best
blowing up
our
right now. Go
entrepreneurial
follow Portable
visionaries
Orange.
can do. You know, the richest man in all of human history has to lie about being good at a video game because he's just like that insecure about himself. Like, God, I think people always wonder what the history books are going to
That's what
say
this is
about
all
us.
about.
I know.
It's just telling
I
on
know
each other.
exactly what they're going to say about us.
Because they're fucking
And
nerds.
honestly, this was like the worst part
Nerds
for
will
me
always
as I
tell on
kept
each other.
researching this stuff. Like, unironically,
That's what we learned today,
I
guys.
cannot wait to go back to
Nerds
history
will be nerds.
because at least that I feel like is more straightforward, and at least I can fall into the great man fallacy and live like that. But like, this is just pathetic, man.
It is
These
a
are
good one.
just
This is a
people
solid
who
video.
like, I don't know, they don't have the self-confidence, and so they just feel the need to like flex and put out these weird stories about themselves and then run around and lie and realize they can just get away with lying, so they just keep lying. It's so stupid. Look, I'm even sympathetic to that. I, to this day, have an enormous problem with self-confidence. Like, even like today, me putting out a video for a channel that currently has 50,000 subscribers, that on average, my views,
Bro, he must have blown up. This video went off 6 days ago. He's already got 65,000 subscribers. Make sure you go subscribe to him.
little under like 60, 70K
Portable
somewhere around that on
Orange.
average. Like,
Hype his video too. He's got 1
I
day
keep
left.
thinking
He's
there's
number
no way I
11 right
deserve
now.
this. I keep thinking I'm going to wake up tomorrow, my channel's going to be gone, and everyone's going to say, hey, you had one good video, but
Bro,
we
you
don't
just got
actually wanna listen to
50,000
you.
subscribers in
It's
less than a
time to
week.
stop doing this and
You got me
go back and
covering
start
you.
working on your
This is
real career
crazy.
more.
You're at
I
that
understand
moment.
feeling
I want your fucking
like
moment. I need your
inadequate,
moment. I need it.
incompetent,
Fuck, hurry
whatever.
up.
And I understand needing to make that up somehow. But not at the cost of like just sacrificing a country, man. Like, do you genuinely have no morals beyond just making money?
Facts.
Like, I don't know. Maybe they do, or maybe they realize the way the winds are blowing. I don't know, man. This is why I hate. See, I'm sorry. See, now you just have to listen to a whole ramble. This is why I normally write stuff out, because I can't. I'm shockingly very bad at communicating my ideas just by talking. Like, if I don't write them out, my ideas just are rambly. They go all over the place. They don't have like a good conclusion. Like, it's just it's bad when I don't write out a script. But like I don't know. Nothing I just said was written out, and it's like I just.
We can feel you though.
I
We hear
wish
you.
I could express this better. Maybe there's someone out there who can express
Bob
this more
Ross,
eloquently
Johnny
than
Harris.
I can. But it
Johnny
is
Harris and Bob
it is
Rawson.
so
Ross
pathetic
Jr.
to me that the people
Carrot
who are
Top Bob
tearing
Ross.
our norms, our culture, our institutions apart are just doing it because they're in.
Either this is true or Thiel is Satan and he doesn't want us knowing it. And he paid this guy?
Secure. They're not even doing it because they genuinely believe, oh, we need to bring about the new world order. It's not even that, dude. They're just doing it.
Bro! Don't do it to me. That'd be too much. That'd be too
Because
much.
they're like, oh my God, someone else has more money than me. That's scary. Like, God, there's a clip I saw in my research that had nothing to do with this, so I couldn't use the clip at all. But there was a clip I saw where Peter Thiel is being interviewed by someone. I think it's for the New York Times. And he says he was having a dinner with Elon. And one guy at the dinner was like, I'm doing the most important thing. I'm building an AI. And then Elon Musk, apparently, according to Thiel, replied, well, I'm actually doing the most important thing. I'm turning us into an interplanetary species. Which is like, bro, why are you at a dinner party interrupting someone who's making a stupid comment, admittedly, and then being like, no, actually, I'm the most important person in the world? Like, Jesus Christ, dude, how pathetic are you? Holy fucking shit. Like,
Wait,
seriously.
but did you see what he just did there? He just turned it into like a positive for Peter Thiel. This guy paid for Peter Thiel?
With Elon Musk for 2 minutes. 2 goddamn minutes. I guarantee you I will having that.
He has all of our payment information.
Well.
Yo, guys, donate to me on PayPal. GK Studio Productions. Peter Thiel will be happy.
I don't know. I
Give me your
Sorry.
PayPal
I don't
info,
know.
people. I need the money.
The algorithms are supposed to keep us angry in a way. And that's
I'm
what
not
they do.
angry today. Algorithm
They lead
helped
me to doing
today.
shit like
I had
this.
a lot of fucking TDSers today, that was nice. Those
Sorry.
are the worst ones. The ones that are just
I'll get back to
screaming
it. Sorry.
pedophile over and over again.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. See, I already, like, part of this is doing the research for this next
Imagine
video,
losing
and
your
it just,
hairline at
anyway.
college.
I don't know. Like, share, subscribe, all that stuff. I don't
what that would
care,
look like.
man. Like, well, you know what? Do share it. I want this message to get out. I don't think it's going to, because I'm small and no one cares what I have to say. And they shouldn't, frankly, because I'm just a random dude and I make myself look stupid and I do stuff like that. This took me, I'm not even kidding you, 2 days to put that wall together.
And you deserve it,
I ran
man.
out of ink halfway through and I had to go to the store.
How much did Peter Thiel give you to make this video?
Buy more ink because I couldn't wait.
You know this is gonna happen. This video is gonna blow. Like, the reason I laugh like that is because this video is gonna blow up, right? It's already number 11 on the hype. All it needs is like a Moist Critical or an Asmongold to do what I just did with it, and it's just gonna explode. And as soon as it does, the general public is gonna be like, "Oh, that was just a Peter Thiel advertisement."
For it to come on Amazon, like, it's just, I don't know, man. I am not the person who should be like talking about this right now, but no one else is doing it, so I don't know, man. Like,
No
I don't
one
know
else
what I'm
is doing
supposed
it, my
to do.
guy. Go for it. Hell yeah.
Sorry, I'm freaking out a bit. This is personal to me, if you can't tell, because I keep looking at it and I kept going like, well, I have to be wrong. I remember my code name for this video was Mania. All my scripts are like Mania V1, Mania V6, stuff like that. I kept thinking to myself, I have to be incorrect because more people would be talking about this if, you know, there's no way me, some random dude on the internet, has figured out something that people who would make millions if they could bring this story to light weren't able to figure out. But then I realized everyone has figured out this story. But for some reason, they're only figuring out like bits and pieces of it.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but no one's...
Well, no, it's because the creator mentality is to orchestrate it towards your audience. To either go, this is Trump or this is Biden or whatever. And if you do that with this story, then you miss the story. The only way to get the story is to be part of the 4%. And that's very hard to be that and a YouTuber that is able to do a really creative video essay. Props to Portable Orange. This
seems
is
to be
fucking
able to
great.
put the full picture together. But I realized a lot of it has to do with the political stuff that I don't think most of these people can see through. Because as someone who was very far right, let me tell you something.
Exactly. The thing that people can't see through. Wow, he comes from far right. That's crazy. I come from like far lib, and then I just like go in like I marched in BLM in COVID. Like, until the second weekend when they started chanting Black Trans Lives Matter. And I went, well, and I looked at my white girlfriend and I go, okay, well, I guess it's time to go back inside.
It's pretty
then
easy
we moved to Florida
to
within
look
6
at like
months.
Musk or Zuckerberg
No, I
or
live in
anyone else
Texas.
and be like, yeah, these guys aren't actually anti-immigration. These guys aren't actually for
Basically like
any
parallels,
of the
but
far-right
stops
policies
dots.
they claim to be for. They're just not. But they're using that as a cloak so that they can claim the system is broken. Idealism only gets you so far. There are ideas I want to spread in the world. There are things I want to use this channel for. But I'd also be lying to you if I tried to tell you that that's all this channel is. It's pure idealism, and I'm a perfectly idealistic person, and I would never lie to you or exaggerate or embellish.
Well, good. See, at least he already has that perspective on there, because look at what we just noticed with that Johnny Harris that we watched earlier today. It's like the Johnny Harris came out during the election. He's already winning Emmys. He has his own channel and own like collaboration with the New York Times. And so now Johnny Harris isn't even hiding his politics anymore. He's still doing his investigative pieces and doing a great job. But he is, at the end of the day, leaning inherently left-wing because he's being fed, spoon-fed stuff by the New York Times. So at least if this guy does end up, getting into the ethos, he already has the right mentality, which is like, obviously I'm not here just to fucking be moral and great, but at the same time, he has enough common sense to be able to figure out that the tech oligarchs are just a bunch of little kids telling on each other, essentially.
Oh, I do play the algorithm.
That's what this is, and that's why it seems so conspiratorial and crazy and weird.
That's sort of what scares me.
It's because they're just,
we're going to be
like, think about it. If they're all on the playground and they're all in second grade, like, yeah, Mark Zuckerberg's going and telling the teacher. And then if Mark Zuckerberg tells the teacher, guess who else is telling the teacher? Well, Elon Musk's going to go tell the gym teacher. And then Bill Gates is over here and he's talking to the vice principal because his mommy knows the vice principal. That is their personalities. That is what these tech oligarchs are.
On a lot more in the next
nerds
video.
on the playground.
I don't think it's an accident
And the politicians are the ones, the popular kids. The politicians are the ones and the celebrities. I'm just going to kiss ass. I'm going to kiss ass. What do you need? What do you need? I got all the power. I got all the influence.
3 of my top 4 videos on this channel.
Think about it as a second grade playground. It's very obvious that what Portable Orange is saying here is true, which is that they're just telling on each other with different politicians in different organizations in different countries, and they're causing their own problem for themselves on the playground, and they're all in timeout in different places because of what they fucking just keep doing to each other in order to keep in power, because they have to keep reaching out to the popular kid. Oh, hey, you. Hey, oh, well, why don't you attack me with this one?
Are like debunk style videos. They're videos which are necessarily attacking a position that I believe is popular. Anyway, don't worry, because all of this was really just laying the groundwork for the actual crazy story, which is what is coming next time. This video just answered what happened, and that's important because if you don't know that, when we get to the second video on how it happened, you're going to see nothing but conspiracies everywhere. And there are conspiracies in that video. Very real, very serious ones that people should be talking about more. But ultimately, this is very, very important, not the ones people are telling you about. And in like one of the weirdest twists and what actually made this so difficult to research, because a part of me was like, wow, I don't have to dig through ancient sources. I don't have to like learn a whole second language to figure this out. This is cool. I'll probably be able to research this in a week. I have spent more time researching this than anything probably aside from my very first video. I probably did spend more on that. Maybe also history of paganism. I don't know. It's up there though. This video is definitely up there. And in a weird twist, I've seen so many people talking about parts of this story, but I haven't really seen anyone put the pieces together yet. I haven't seen anyone zoom out and talk about the totality of what's occurring. But after digging more, I think I know why. I weirdly think someone like me is needed to see this story.
Yeah.
Because you need someone who understands.
And it feels weird experiencing this with you guys because it's like, yeah, we just stumble upon this video on a weird mobile live stream, but I'm a small creator, he's a small creator without like any kind of infrastructure, because with any kind of infrastructure, the entire story gets skewed one way or the other.
The far right is like, what their concerns are, what they think about, because it lets you spot how all of these tech bros aren't far right at all. But you also need someone who's not currently far right. And that is very, very important, because once you see what I've seen, you'll realize there is a very, very big problem barreling towards us right now. And the worst part is you, me, and everyone else actually doesn't want to solve this problem. If anything, weirdly, we seem to want it to get worse. But anyway, I mean, that's all I got. Get out of here. Love you.
Portable Orange.
Take care.
We should definitely go and hit subscribe on that guy. We're going to get into the next one. I kind of wanted to just see this, so I'm just going to go for it. This is definitely up my alley, but this is the rise, the fall, the rise, the fall, the rise, the fall of Hollywood. This came out about 5 days ago.
Tricks, Fight Club, The Sixth Sense, American Beauty, Magnolia, Being John Malkovich, Office Space, and The Iron Giant, just to name a few. Major studios were giving major money to weird movies, and it was awesome. You know what I'm talking about. Back before the suits screwed it all up with corporate slop. Back when movies were good.
Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your
What if I told you that amazing years like 1999 were just part of the same cycle Hollywood and movies has been stuck in for almost 100 years?
Rubio's won 4 times before on our
And every time the system burns itself out, people cry, cinema is dead. But there's always understand how we get out of it. We have to go back to 1945 or so. Back when 6 companies owned the entire pipeline. Real quick before we jump in here, this video is a reaction to people saying that cinema is dead and movies are dead, because people say that all the time. So I went back and looked at the history, and that turned into this. I did not mean for it to be this long, but there was a lot of things I didn't know. So what this is not, is it is not a list of the best movies ever made, so your favorite is probably not in here. I'm so sorry. What this is a timeline of all the times that Hollywood was completely beyond repair, and then how they repaired it. which is why I'm calling this movie The Rise and Fall and
Rise and fall and rise and fall.
To
And
understand the
rise and
cycle,
fall and rise of
it's
Hollywood.
helpful to know where it all started. And most people don't know this, but at its peak, Hollywood didn't just make movies, it owned the entire pipeline. The studios owned the writers under 7-year contracts at wages the studio set. They owned the actors the same way, they owned the cameras, the sound stages, the editing bays, but, and here's the odd one, they owned the actual movie theaters too. Paramount had its own chain, Warner Bros. Had its own, MGM, RKO, Fox, all of them owned theaters, and every single step from page to camera to the seat in the theater was controlled by 6 companies. If you were an independent filmmaker with an original idea in
Supreme Court ruling
1945,
on
you had
that.
no
Didn't
path to
allow
an
him to
audience.
do
The
theaters
studio
anymore.
made it, distributed it, and decided whether anyone ever saw it. And if you don't believe me, just ask Orson Welles. He caught a huge break, and at 26 got handed more creative freedom than almost any director in Hollywood history, and made what many people consider the greatest film ever. And then had to watch as the studio buried it, limited its distribution, and while he was filming the follow-up in Brazil, they cut 50 minutes they didn't like from that print and burned the footage so he couldn't put it back in the film. Not because it was bad, but because it made them uncomfortable. This is what studio control actually looked like at full power. And now here's what I want you to watch for as we go through this. Every time the machine breaks down, and it breaks down like clockwork, the same things appear right before it happens. And I want you to see them for yourself, because by the time we get to the end, I think you're going to recognize every single one.
You must remember this. A kiss is just a kiss.
Gone with the Wind, Casablanca,
Hell yeah.
Singing in the Rain, Ben-Hur, Vertigo, Sunset Boulevard. The Dream Factory was not a cynical name.
Yes.
The machine actually worked.
Love them all.
It housed directors and writers and actors in a well-funded, structured, stable environment and got world-class cinema out the other side consistently for decades. But while the Dream Factory is running at full power, something
Hollywood
arrives
is
in
pop,
American
yeah.
living rooms that scares the studios to death. Television. In 1946, 90 million Americans go to the movies every single week. But by 1969, that number is 17 million. Television doesn't compete with cinema, it dismantles the habit of going. And the studio's first instinct, and this will sound very familiar, is not to a dagger. If television can put an ordinary film in your living room for free,
left and
well,
fuck the right, yeah.
we'll make them so big that a little box
Ben-Hur's a
can't
solid
contain
one. I just rewatched that in
Enter
4K.
the widescreen format, 4-hour run.
Guys, just so you know, this is how I feel about movies as a filmmaker. I will give you this little tidbit. The best way to watch movies today is anything before the year 2013. And if you look for 4K restorations, that's kind of my deal right now. Because it's basically like experiencing the movie all over again. But anything before 2013 was shot on film. The year 2013 was the first year where digital cameras actually made up more than 50% of the movies that were produced. After that year, it's all gone. So 2000 year, cap it all the way back. And if you look for 4K restorations, it's like watching the movies all over again. I just watched Ben-Hur.
Times, the intermission, cinemas as event rather than habit. And for a moment, it really
And I just watched Singing in the
works.
Rain, too. Such a beautiful
1965, The Sound of Music, an $8 million budget, generates
That's on Disney Plus in 4K right
$285
now.
million at the box office. Adjusted for inflation, it is the 6th highest grossing film in the history of cinema. And now, if you're a studio executive watching this happen, what lesson do you take away from it? Maybe Julie Andrews is a once-in-a-generation talent. Robert Wise directed it with craft and precision. The specific story connected with a specific audience at a specific cultural moment. Nope. The lesson they walked away with was that audiences love expensive musicals. So like any self-respecting business owner, they created a template, funded it well, scaled it, and made
Every
infinite
time!
cash.
They fuck it up.
Sort of.
They're fucking it up with
Watch what happens
Obsession right
next.
now.
Fox immediately greenlights 3 enormous musicals. Dr. Dolittle, $17 million budget, one of the most expensive films
Awful
ever produced
movie.
at that point, and they lose $10 million, more than half of what they spent,
Awful
they lose.
movie.
Star, Julie Andrews, and the same director as The Sound
What
of
the
Music.
fuck is
that ought
that?
to do the trick, but they still lose $10 million. Hello Dolly, Barbra Streisand, $24 million budget. The
Still
studio
haven't watched
only
it.
makes 15 after theaters take their cut. And this is happening on top of Cleopatra, a historical epic Fox had already made in '63 for $44 million. It's the #1 movie of the year, but doesn't even come close to making enough money back to stop the bleeding. Fox is now so broke that they have to sell their production lot. That lot is in West Los Angeles, and they sell it to real estate developers who build offices and luxury condos and an upscale shopping mall, and they call it Century City. If you've ever driven through Century City, the towers, the mall, the fountains, you are driving through the physical ruins of a studio that bet everything on the wrong lesson from The Sound of Music.
Here is the perfect motion picture that touches every note.
But the financial collapse was really only half the problem. It's 1967, the Vietnam War and the Civil Rights
Why
Movement.
is it that no matter what video I click on, somehow it gets brought right back into what our channel's all about? Ain't that fucking crazy, guys?
On television,
it all
every
falls
night.
back to
Real,
politics.
raw,
It really
chaotic
does.
American
That's
life
why
broadcast
I'm not political.
directly into living rooms.
It's all just
And
politics.
inside the theaters, Hollywood is still releasing movies about boats full of nuns.
Pray the song I sing will some simple pleasure bring, that the world shall know his
You see, everything the studios made had to pass through something called the Hays Code. This was a production rulebook they enforced on themselves from 34 till 68. It said no real violence, no moral ambiguity, no profanity, no sexuality, and criminals, importantly, must be punished, and good must triumph. And the disconnect became almost surreal.
always be. Though I'm poor, said Dominique, as he spoke unto the Lord, I will be your humble servant and your
People left cinemas and the box office dropped, and as the box office dropped, studios played it safer, and so the box office dropped even further. But while the juggernaut of gold...
Guys, if you can't support me by throwing in a super chat or becoming a member, you can always support me by just searching my name, Alex R. Wagner. I put out over 15 feature films. It's what my life was supposed to be about, but instead, you know, as he says, what was the comment? It's not politics, it's just politics.
Golden Age Hollywood proper was losing its mind and most of its money. Something else was happening. The weird
Follows the money of the war every time.
were
Actually.
waiting in the wings for a chance.
It's so sad to like have a dream of like being a filmmaker and going through all this, being like, I gotta fight the woke agenda, and then realizing once you grow up and become an adult after BLM and COVID and everything, you're like, oh, Hollywood is propaganda. Oh, I went to college to learn how to make propaganda. So now I gotta decide what kind of propaganda I want to fucking... It's like, now I'm an adult. I subbed to like, appreciate you.
Film students with names like Coppola, Scorsese, Lucas, De Palma, even Spielberg. And they had spent the last few years looking across the Atlantic to France, Sweden, Italy, and Japan. They watched Godard, Truffaut, Bergman, and Kurosawa make raw, uncomfortable, deeply honest films about moral failure and human despair. Films, importantly, with no rules. And the weird ones realized something aging studio execs couldn't see from their offices. That chaos was the material. They just needed the machine to get desperate enough to let them try. And eventually, it did. In 1967, 2 films come out that break the formula completely. The Graduate, a $3 million budget, about a young man sleeping with his girlfriend's mother and running from every single thing that the adult world is trying to hand him, makes $104 million at the box office.
Oh, for $3 million. Bro, that was the obsession of the 70s. $3 million made 104? Bro, that's the obsession of the 70s.
Bonnie
That's
and Clyde,
crazy.
violence American cinema had never shown before. An ending that left audiences feeling genuinely ambushed, $2.5 million budget, $22 million.
I'm gonna tear them apart. Those punks.
Easy Rider, 1969, Peter Fonda and Jack Nicholson on motorcycles, nobody winning, America depicted as a place that destroys the things it claims to love. And that movie, which cost $375,000, turns into $50 million. And that number travels through every studio in Hollywood like an electric current. And for the first time in the history of the industry, the studios open the gate and let the outsiders in.
For the first time. Won't be the last time.
This is definitely not the end of the
Doing
story,
it again
but
right
let's
now
enjoy
with
it for a
obsession with
second.
Curry Barker.
The Godfather, 1972, Francis Ford Coppola, who Paramount executives had so little faith in, they almost fired him during production. $6 million budget, the film becomes the highest grossing movie in the history of cinema at that point, adjusted for inflation. Chinatown, Taxi Driver, American Graffiti, Annie Hall,
Taxi
Apocalypse
Driver,
Now,
bro.
Rocky, which
Taxi
Sylvester
Driver,
Stallone wrote
Rocky.
himself and refused to sell unless he could star in it, which was patently insane
That
at the
was
time.
crazy.
Made $225 million on a $1 million budget.
That's upsetting.
The executives were right to open the gate. The machine, when it stopped controlling everything, churned out better product. And before we really unpack this heyday and what happens, I just gotta mention this because so many people don't know this, and it's the coolest fact I know about this era. The directors who defined it, Coppola, Scorsese, Lucas, they were friends. Different film schools, but they found each other. They watched the same European films, argued the same ideas, red-penned each other's scripts, and became what critics would call the movie brats. They were basically the original Letterboxd bros. And two of them, Spielberg and Lucas, specifically, were about to make films so amazing that without meaning to, they were going to hand the executives the economic argument that would end the magic yet again. Because the end begins, as it usually does, with massive success. It's 1975, and 26-year-old Spielberg is in over his head on the Atlantic Ocean, where his mechanical shark keeps breaking. He's months over schedule, millions over budget, and by the time Jaws is finished, it has cost $9 million, which was triple the original plan. And it becomes the first film in history to gross $100 million domestically. But the number isn't actually the important part. What's important is how Universal released it. At a shopping mall near you.
What? I didn't realize that.
You see, before Jaws, a film opened in a handful of cities, built an audience through word of mouth and reviews, and expanded only if it caught on. It was like an organic process. But with Jaws, Universal bet big. What if they skipped the slow build-up, launched an aggressive TV campaign, and opened the film simultaneously in 464 fancy new multiplexes right next to the food court on date night in America?
It has already made more money than any motion picture in history.
That's
Jaws
why
has
it
made
did what
sharks
it
popular.
did.
The film was everywhere before anyone saw it, and it made
No wonder it was like the big summer success. And everybody remembers it as the summer. Yeah, you're sitting at the mall and then you're watching Jaws,
hundreds
bro.
of millions of dollars. And the
And no
executives
one else
gave
had
this
even
template
tried
a new
it?
name, wide release, and it worked like gangbusters. I know this sounds like boring distribution technicalities, but it's not. See, if you're going to release a movie to everybody, that movie needs to work for everybody. That means less rough edges, less moral ambiguity, less weird stuff. A little like the Hays Code, actually, come to think of it. And then 2 years later, George Lucas, $11 million budget, $775 million.
Oh my
It's
God!
called Star Wars.
Fucking A.
Capacity crowds that fill the 1,100.
Oh, what they did to that poor
A
fucking little
completely
indie.
original sci-fi epic. It took the nation by storm, making
$11
just
million.
more money than anyone ever thought was possible with a single movie. And it's an amazing movie to boot. This was not a cash grab. This was an inspired piece of art that deserves all the money it's ever made. And the studio executives can't help but learn the wrong lesson again, and it's a familiar one.
I'd be so stupid.
They should make bigger movies. You see, for a little while now,
No,
Hollywood's
they
risk
did
had
it
been
again!
diversified. If a small movie bombed, it didn't break the studio. But on the back of Star Wars, the math changed again.
Oh my God. They did it again.
And so to protect their cash, over the next few years, the studio industry quietly built 4 mechanisms designed to guarantee success. Number 1, wide release. No rough edges, less weird stuff, general appeal, good for date night, preferably with popcorn. Mechanism 2, budget increases.
Production value!
More money, more toys, more shoot days. Coppola gets $31 million for Apocalypse Now. He films his own breakdown during the production.
Are we kidding? Like, yeah, it's a cool fucking movie, and I'm glad we have that piece of art now. But give me a fucking break. Star Wars gets $11 million, so you give Apocalypse Now 33?
The machine is getting heavier. With studios spending more and more, they want data to ensure their investment. They show rough cuts to audience panels. If the ending is too ambiguous, the score drops. If the protagonist is too morally complicated, the score drops. You fix it, and hey, look, the score went up. And last,
You just keep
but
doing the
certainly
same
not
thing over and
least,
over again.
imagine Hitchcock pitching Vertigo 2. What about Singing in the Rain 2? No, episodes are for television. A film, you make it once. It says what it says. But if a film is a proof of concept for McDonald's toys, well, you make it forever.
Rocky 2, yep. Jaws 2.
The new incentive is to never actually fully end a story. And by 1980, the executives were sure they had cracked the code, and they were itching to take control back from the hotshot directors. And then finally, one day, someone gave them a reason. The film was called Heaven's Gate, and Michael Cimino had just won Best Director for his previous film, The Deer Hunter. So United Artists, one of the founding studios of Hollywood, handed him a Western epic with essentially no creative guardrails. His original work print ran 5.5 hours. The production was so far over schedule that the budget hit $44 million, the most expensive American film ever made at that point, and it grossed $3.5 million. And just like that, United Artists, one of the founding studios of Hollywood, ceased to exist because of
From
and
one
every
movie
executive
bomb.
in America looked at that number and said the same thing.
Well,
this is what happens when you let directors do what they want. And look, I want to be super clear about something. The executives are very rarely actually wrong. The data's all there in a spreadsheet. The thing is that what they took away was wildly incomplete. It was like reductive. The point is this. Studio executives learn the wrong lesson from successes and from failures, and each time they learn the wrong lesson, they use that as an excuse to take away creative control from the actual filmmakers. So we could say it this way: success makes them greedy, but failure makes them tyrannical, which is kind of worse.
Yeah. They got to control
These four
everything
mechanisms are now
whenever
the
they lose.
operating system of Hollywood,
Very
and
true.
for the next 20 years, you'll never believe it, they work. Raiders of the Lost Ark, E.T., Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, Die Hard, The Terminator, Jurassic Park. That is not cynical corporate slop. Those are films people watch 50 times.
Right, but
Films you
there's
put
a
on
lot
when
of
you're
junk
sick,
in there
you show
too.
your kids.
Especially in the
This
80s.
era produces some of the most purely entertaining, technically accomplished, genuinely awesome films in history. Studios keep hiring Spielberg to make Spielberg films, Lucas to make Lucas films, Zemeckis to make Zemeckis films, and they all rock. But because the studios become completely addicted to these massive, sure-bet cash cows, the industry starts to taper yet again. The strange fringe movies of just a decade earlier really do kind of dry up. They're just not making them anymore because the blockbusters are working so well. A blank check if you were already a legend, but a locked door if you were trying to break in.
Which is kind of
And while
what
the
we're
room is getting
in
smaller,
right now. Is the
something
80s,
arrives
so I
from
was
the
telling a lot of
outside
my
that the
friends.
studios do not see.
I was telling a lot of my friends that like we're in the 80s right now. It's like it's very hard to get a hit. We're starting to come into that 90s territory, but it's definitely not like the 60s or 70s where you can make an indie and it just blows up.
Becoming.
You're in a mess of just gobbledygook, and there's not really a lot of independent success.
Or to be more technically accurate, it's something they
random
definitely
success
see
by a
coming,
studio every once in a
correctly
while.
identify as a threat, and then fail to stop anyway. The VHS cassette.
Come on, we'll be late.
Hang on a minute. I'm just setting the VCR. Wouldn't it be nice?
Guys, you know why the VHS is the VHS, right? It's because porn always wins the battle over technology, especially on home circuit. So you had Betamax and you had VHS. And Betamax was way higher quality, okay? But a VHS, you could actually have a VHS cassette that goes into a camcorder and you could film in your home. Home movie pornos. The sex tape is invented. VHS reigns supreme over Betamax. Later on, same thing happens again. We have Blu-ray and HD DVD. We have Microsoft and Sony backing each one. This should be a very competitive race for years to come. HD DVD folds immediately when it's found out that porn has decided through Vivid and others to exclusively do the porn on the Blu-rays because the Blu-rays are 50 gigs per disc and the HD DVD is only 15 gigs per disc. And so even though that 15 gigs per disc was a higher quality if you just put through the patching, the Blu-ray won supreme because, again, porn.
nice to have a machine to
Always
record
sports.
television programs you'd otherwise miss.
Now you can automatically videotape your favorite show even when you're not home and watch.
In 1982, Jack Valenti, the head of the MPAA at the time, goes before Congress to argue.
And that's kind of my theory as to why Twitter has always had porn on it and why Elon Musk still allows porn on it, even though he's kind of on the more conservative side of things, is because, again, at the end of the day, he knows exactly what it is, which is like the only way you win a tech battle is wherever the porn goes.
Argue that the VCR
more in control of his or her life is important.
The Supreme Court sided with him. Studio execs lost the case 5-4 by 1 vote. The ruling said that recording for personal use was completely legal, and very importantly, standing right next to this ruling was an existing federal law called the First Sales Doctrine. It meant that once a studio sold a VHS to a retailer, that retailer could rent it to consumers as many times as they want without paying the studio a single additional dollar. The studios tried to strangle the VCR, and instead, they handed the rental market a totally new business model. And here's where the story turns. Again, video rental stores open everywhere. Mom and pop operations, strip mall locations, eventually chains, and they all have the same problem. The studios are only making about a dozen major movies a year, and that is nowhere near enough to fill all of those shelves. So now these stores need volume. And they'll take a chance on a $200,000 film with no stars.
Take a chance on my film in the digital era, guys. Go Google my name, Alex R. Wagner. Go watch one of my 15
The major studio would just throw in the trash because it costs almost
guys.
nothing and it fills a slot on the wall.
Political
And there it
Christmas
is
in
again.
Florida.
Hollywood declares war
Comedy,
on something new and loses.
egos in a hurricane.
But in this case, the technology they were trying to
Porn,
kill accidentally
like from the
creates the
tower.
biggest demand for independently made cinema in the entire history of the medium. And suddenly, the weird ones have the side door to Hollywood
Your penis may or may not be on the internet.
completely blown off its hinges. There's a video rental store in Manhattan Beach, California called Video Archives. You probably know where this is going. The staff arranged the films not alphabetically, but by director
of
by
all
taste,
time.
by argument. And one of the people behind the counter in the mid-'80s is a 20-something with no film school degree, no industry connections, no path to Hollywood through a sheen to notice. Miramax becomes the infrastructure, Sundance becomes the pipeline. You don't need a star, you don't need a franchise, you need a film that is undeniably good, and you need to get it to Park City, Utah in January. Robert Rodriguez funds El Mariachi by enrolling in paid medical research trials, $7,000. Kevin Smith maxes out 10 credit cards and shoots Clerks in the store where he actually works at night after closing. Both films get into Sundance, both get picked up.
I tried.
And then, while
My
Wyatt...
very first feature film was called Deer in the Headlights, and it was about a guy blanking on his SATs because he had ADHD and going on this like weird adventure. And man, did I try. We shot 43 days straight. No one got paid. It was right out of college. The summer that I was done with college, we shot in Wisconsin, Illinois, and Indiana, Chicago, and rural Illinois. People stayed over at my house, paid for hotels, all kinds of stuff. I think it was about $7,000. No one's ever really seen it. Tubi and Plex
isn't even making
Go
back
watch my
half of its
first movie.
$63 million.
He's going to talk about
You got bat
Oh my
nipples
God.
and neon and a one-liner every 30 seconds. A film that feels kind of like a confused
So
two-hour
good.
toy commercial.
So
Critics
good.
destroy it. Audiences roll
I
their
own
eyes.
it. I
The
own
machine
that
gets
movie.
so good at replicating
I
the
love
surface
this
features of
movie. I love
films.
this fucking
Well, I'm totally over, all right? Positively.
Me too, definitely.
Positively, definitely.
Excuse me. I believe I'm the one who kicked Ivy's botanical butt. Yeah, that was me.
And then, 1999. We remember it as a bright pinnacle of pure creativity in
Fucking
film.
God,
but
1999
that's actually
was the fucking year. It really was. You had Sixth Sense, Fight Club, and oh my fucking God.
not the
this is
case.
gonna-
That's selective memory. It
I
was
Am
actually
Giant.
something much, much more interesting. It was a moment where the industry
Such a
was in a
year.
rare state of balance. Plastic Bloat hitting theaters along with David Fincher and PTA. And the box office just kept growing despite TV, VHS, and bat nipples. A rare, beautiful, creative balance happening inside a commercially healthy system. It was like a
I
pressure
couldn't have
valve.
been born in the 80s.
It was total chaos.
I mean, it was
Big
great to
movies,
grow up in
small
it.
movies, weird movies
I would've liked
and
to make a
crowd
movie.
pleasers. It's all just happening, and it's all funded by the studios. I mean, the list is incredible if you go dig deep enough. It's mind-blowing what came out in the span of this year. And yet, the suits at the studios still really have no idea how to sell the weird stuff. They're just cutting checks and flying blind and hoping for the best. For instance, Fight Club premieres at Venice and gets booed by the entire room. Famously, Edward
weird?
Norton says that as everyone was booing, Brad Pitt turned to him and goes, "And that's the best movie I'm ever gonna be in." Then Fight Club opens in October and barely makes enough to cover the marketing spend. On paper, we call that a total
But when
failure.
everybody gets to sit down
Similarly,
at home.
Magnolia is just strange enough that, again, nobody knows how to sell it. It doesn't even pay back its marketing budget, and even Tom Cruise, who at this point is an absolute superstar at the height of his cruise
wanna watch
powers,
it in the theater.
can't
They wanna watch
rescue
that at
it
home.
from box office failure.
I'm so sorry, baby. I am so sorry.
And then there's the Iron Giant. Warner Brothers spends serious money, like $50 million,
brother's
and they
favorite
drop
movie
it
of
right
all time.
into a peak summer theatrical slot, going head-to-head with Disney and Star Wars. And the film gets absolutely steamrolled. It makes a little over $30 million, and once you subtract the theater's
God, it
cut
lost
and
money?
the advertising costs, estimates are that it loses Warner Brothers a cool $60 million.
Oh my God! Iron Giant lost
But
them money?
It's a beloved classic. Even though, like most of the films in this revered 1999 list, it bombed at the theater. Which is super weird, right? Logically, if these movies got booed, underperformed, and or just plain got ignored, why didn't every single one of those directors get fired and replaced with people who promised
Because
not to
they
lose
made
$60
money
million
in
every time they picked up a
VHS
camera? Like, here we are, and they all go on to make legendary work for the big studios. It's almost like they got bailed out by something. If you've been paying attention, and I know you have, so thank you for that, you're probably confused. Because this is the moment where, according to the pattern, your stomach should drop a little bit. Like, historically, this is the moment when the machine should collapse, and the entire system should force like a reset of itself.
Yep.
And you're right, something does come from the outside that takes everyone completely by surprise, but in this case, it actually just gives them 2 more decades to screw around and do whatever they want.
Yep. One movie.
I'm talking about these things.
Yep. Discs. DVDs.
DVD. See it. Buy it. Watch it.
Very first DVD I ever got, I was 10 years, no, I was fucking 8 years old for Christmas, and I begged for a DVD player, and I got it. And when I got my DVD player, the first DVD I ever put in, Lilo and Stitch.
Watch it twice.
2 years later, got my portable DVD player.
These
and I had
shiny little
Euro
guys
Trip on
pour
repeat.
rocket fuel on something the
That was
execs
my middle
call
school.
the long tail. If you think of opening weekend as a big bang of cash, the long tail is the ringing
Watch
in
a
your ears.
fucking movie
The
on your
years of
fucking
DVD
device,
sales
guys.
and late night cable
Watch it in your
reruns
car.
that just keep bringing
You
money
watch it when
in.
you wanted to watch it.
Fight Club barely makes its money back in theaters, but, and this is a direct quote from David Fincher, Fight Club sold
Girls Gone
13
Wild
million
for
DVDs.
DVDs?
It paid for itself. That is the long tail. Even if a film studio didn't know how to market a beautiful movie theatrically, a few brave or...
It was hard, and the reason is because it was very hard with VHS to sell it at volume, because a VHS costs between like $4 to $7. So if you sold it for $15, you're only making a 50% profit. The disc, fuck it, dude.
more likely bored
Burning
people
discs,
rent it on a
fucking
whim,
extra,
and if it's a hidden
LimeWire,
gem,
everything, bro.
those
They
people
all
turn into sidewalk evangelists. They lend the disc to friends, they quote lines, they keep it alive one living room at a time.
It all just blew up.
And by 2006, home revenue peaks at $16.3 billion. To put that in context, all of the theatrical box office that year was like $9 billion. So studios were technically making more money from the disc you bought at Best Buy
Still not out yet.
than from the tickets sold in
First
every
movie
theater
was
in
my
America
senior year.
combined. As crazy as it sounds, DVDs made failure almost impossible, which means studios could spend more on more films, on bigger stars, on longer shoots, and on more sequels.
Could just make whatever the fuck they want.
And to be fair, the early years of this era were genuinely excellent. Gladiator, Black Hawk Down, Memento, Minority Report, Catch Me If You Can, The Royal Tenenbaums, National Treasure, which should not work and absolutely does, and then, to cap it all off, in 2003, Gore Verbinski directs a film doomed to fail because it's based on a theme park ride, which sounds like the most cynical IP sell toys play imaginable, and it's somehow one of the most purely entertaining adventure films ever made. Johnny Depp almost gets fired because his character is so specific and strange, but the studio doesn't cut him, and they go on to make $654 million on a $140 million budget. And simultaneously, and don't forget this, Hollywood slips on a banana peel and stumbles into one of the greatest comedy runs in cinema history. You got Napoleon Dynamite, $400,000 budget, $46 million domestic. Anchorman, 40-year-old.
This is what I grew up with. This is what I became. This is what built me as a filmmaker. If you ever do watch one of my movies, these are the films that inspired me.
Virgin, Talladega Nights, Buzz and Shaun of the Dead are showing up to them because they recognize the IP or the franchise. They're showing up because someone funny made something funny and the word got out. And for a window of about 8 years, it produces an extraordinary body of work.
And Superbad
But the machine eventually kills this too, because a joke is the one thing that really doesn't survive shipping. An explosion plays the same in Ohio and Shanghai. A punchline sort of dies at the border. And you're not supposed to sell a McDonald's toy of an angry elf. Then when the DVD money dries up, the comedy's insurance policy dies with it. So the specific, strange, personality-driven stuff quietly gets erased from the theatrical calendar.
Me too, my guy.
But there's always an upside, and this time, the system realizes nothing on Earth scales globally quite like a digital puppet.
The power of computers.
You can re-lip sync its mouth in 40 languages. You can swap the jokes per country. For instance, and I'm getting a little ahead of myself, so I'm sorry, but Zootopia, the news reporter, was actually changed based on the country you were watching the movie in.
Oh, wow.
So China got a panda, we got a moose. But come on, we can't be mad because the weird ones bust in and they're not picky. They will use whatever side door was left ajar.
Solid movie.
DreamWorks actually gives Disney real competition, while Pixar was churning out a flawless run of masterpieces that print so much cash. Disney eventually just buys the whole darn company for over $7 billion. Then, in 2008, Iron Man launches something nobody ever expected. A serialized, interconnected cinematic universe. This era, to me, is a bridge. The Dark Knight, Inception, No Country for Old Men, Mad Max Fury Road, but the ratio tapers. Slots in the release calendar slowly skew towards franchise installments with bigger and bigger budgets. They made 5 total Pirates of the Caribbean movies in almost 15 years, and the final one grossed almost $800 million, but the American audience wasn't showing up, just a fraction of what it was for the first movie. And then you have Transformers, and another Transformers, and another, and another, and another. That's 7 films with an 8th on the way, but who's counting? Except in this case, the final film is considered to be a financial failure because it doesn't even make back its budget domestically. And to be honest, they did soak up the spare change internationally and make a ton of money and all of that, but I still think the trend is undeniable. People care less now than they did 5 movies ago. But credit where credit is due, franchise logic is working, the story is never over, the sequels keep showing up to theaters, and audiences do too, for the most part. Wider releases, bigger budgets, more test screenings, more sequels. The empire in full swing is a thing of beauty. And in the early 2000s, a little company named Netflix came up with something really cool. They would mail you any movie you wanted.
So I guess that was weird. They switched my audio on me.
You what?
What the fuck? There we go.
Watch it, send it back, and they just mail you the next one on your list. It's a great idea.
God,
and
dude.
Unfortunately for Blockbuster,
I literally had subscribed. My Netflix had double Blu-ray and 3 DVD at a time. I had a double. I had HD DVD when it first came out, but then I ended my Netflix mailer when they finally canceled the mailers. I was getting 3 DVD and 2 Blu-ray at a time.
They were way too comfortable to take it seriously. Now, you have to understand at this point that Blockbuster Video is an absolute titan. It's the largest home video rental chain in the world.
I went Netflix.
59 million members, 9,000 stores, $6 billion in total annual revenue. And Netflix, this
20
tiny
or 30 minutes just to get to the Blockbuster.
company,
My mom also
approaches
owned a
them
video
and asks
store
if they
in
would
Illinois,
acquire
like,
them for
when I was in
$50 million.
fifth grade,
and Blockbuster laughs them out of the room, which should sound familiar. In 1948, remember the studios fought the Paramount ruling? They lost. Then in 69, television was going to destroy movies. They lobbied Congress, and they lost. In 82, Jack Valenti told Congress to outlaw the VCR, and they lost. And then in 2000, Blockbuster laughs Netflix out of the room. And they didn't know it at the time, but again, they lost. By 2007, Netflix launches streaming, and 3 years later, Blockbuster files for bankruptcy.
Competition from the likes of Netflix and Redbox weighed on the retailer.
The company filed for bankruptcy 6 months ago, and now,
as you can see at this Easttown store, it just could not survive.
And now the studios all make the same mistake in slow motion. They spend 5 years feeding Netflix their content, their libraries, their mid-budget films and TV shows, and they help build Netflix as the most powerful distribution platform in entertainment history. In the beginning, the studios see the licensing fees from Netflix as basically like free money, which is pretty sweet, until Netflix gets 30 million subscribers and no longer needs the studios at all.
Exactly.
So frantically, they all become streamers. Disney Plus, Paramount Plus, Apple TV Plus, HBO Max.
So we started our own independent app at this point. It was called Envy, and we were competing with them. And then when we realized that like Disney and these guys, like they're not even making money on the apps. They're using the apps to make money on their theme parks and their toys and their other shit. And that the streaming app is actually just a big money pit for them. And so we fucking sold like all 75 of the feature films. Me and my ex got divorced, and we got out in 2022, and I sold most of the films, including mine, to Tubi and Plex. And I still have
and when a global pandemic briefly locked everyone in their living rooms, the studios doubled down. And it becomes an arms race that accidentally trains their audience to do one thing. Wait for it to hit streaming. But, like always, here's what's also happening. Simultaneously inside the same years, Get Out, Hereditary, Parasite, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Lady Bird, The Witch, Uncut Gems, La La Land. The weird people are suddenly back, and they found a new side door, but this time, it's called A24. I didn't mean to make that rhyme, but I'm just gonna leave it in. And companies like A24 and Neon didn't invent this. They rediscovered it. Because yet again, the studios forgot there is always an audience for the weird stuff. But A24 was still a gate. A cool gate.
Let's party.
An indie gate. A beautifully curated gate. But still, if you wanted through, they still had to say yes. And just to add to the chaos, a couple billion people download an app that serves you a free infinite scroll of 10-second videos. And suddenly the question shifts from why go to a theater to something more unsettling. More like, why watch 12 hours of Alfred Hitchcock films when you can just watch a 20-minute video essay with all the best parts already pulled out? Why experience a thing when someone's already distilled it?
Here we are.
For the studios, the online landscape doesn't get
Here we are, guys.
mechanisms. It just sort of shifts them subtly.
The trend
for
is
example,
the trend of
wide
the trend.
releases dissolve into niche releases for weird internet fandoms. Budgets get smaller, but also bigger at the same time, and test
Giant
screenings become how many Instagram followers does your lead actress have? And sequels, well, I guess some things never change, right? So one day, the internet decided that maybe it didn't need a gate at all.
Yeah.
Yep. YouTube's now the non-gate. YouTube's now the non-gate.
2026. We get 3 films in the first half of the year.
That's why we're
Iron
here every
Lung,
fucking day,
Obsession,
y'all.
And Backrooms. Only
We're not letting this
$15 million
motherfucker
in
go
combined
this
production
time.
costs, but $625 million at the box office, with 3
damn,
completely
Curry
different
Barker, fuck
distribution
yeah.
paths, each one helmed by a multi-hyphenate filmmaker, also doing things like editing,
Honestly,
writing.
guys, we're already in the 1860s, and that's about the end of the video anyway, so let's just jump into it. I want to see, like, check this out. If you guys have never seen a Curry Barker video to understand why this motherfucker is the greatest genius that ever fucking existed, let's grab one real quick. We don't need to get into those. Let's do a montage of like some of the best shit. Here we go. It's 2024. Yeah, 2025.
Luck, I hope that works out.
She means if
Don't!
All right, man. I'll see you later.
Cool, man. Just text me when you get home. Safe.
What?
Just text me when you're home.
You mean text you?
Ugh, I guess.
You wanted me to text you?
Yeah, or just a fat dick pic. Just a big fat dick pic so I know you helped me at home safe.
Couldn't I just text you I'm home safe?
Could you? Yes. Should you? I'd rather a big fat dick pic.
Is there a reason you want my genitals sent to you?
Safety, man. You get in a huge car accident on the way home. Guy that hit your car, you die, starts going through your phone. Texting all your contacts, I'm home safe, I'm home safe, I'm home safe. Big fat dick pic seals the deal.
Can I just send you a selfie with my tongue out, thumbs up? That's pretty specific.
Okay, I like this. It's safe, it's reasonable.
Yeah.
Or peace sign, eyes up like this, big fat dick in the pic.
What the fuck?
I've got the dick memorized. If I see the dick, I'll know it's you.
You know my face.
It's AI.
You know my
it could be
face.
AI nowadays.
No.
It could be
AI nowadays.
No, you know my face.
They don't know your dick like I do. They don't have the intricacies down.
How do you even know?
Remember your pen pal in high school, Rachel?
Wait, Rachel Redford.
From the ocean
To the sand. You son of a bitch. And a grilled cheese pork rib, that'll be awesome.
All right, well, you let me know if you ever catch that baby bandit.
I will.
Here's your receipt, order 58. Don't forget, all right?
Thanks.
All right, we're number 56.
Hey.
Israel wins tonight, guys.
Sorry, man. No
First
dice.
win for Israel.
Guess I'll just dig through the trash then.
Number 57.
All right, yeah, sounds good.
Call me the treasure man. I always find treasure in the trash.
Okay.
Order number 58.
That's me.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you doing?
I'm order number 58.
Oh, okay, sorry. Can't see your receipt.
That's right. I forgot about the one. Blockbuster's still open. I think I could see a resurgence mainly from video that gave us some hope today. There probably is. There's probably some sort of analog thing that'll probably come along to like recategorize.
I threw it away in the trash.
Give us
That's okay, sir. You
community back
don't need to
video
keep
again.
your receipt.
Or it's this.
Thank God. You scared me for a
Order
second.
number
live stream,
58.
This.
Still me.
Oh, this is your meal.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have to see that receipt.
You just said I didn't have to keep my receipt.
Well, yeah, you don't have to keep. It's not. I mean, some people keep their receipts for tax season. It's not required by the government to keep your receipt. But
So
if
you
you
got the
want
bag
order
tonight.
number 58,
Dude,
you're gonna have to show me
it's
proof
me.
that
I was
this is your
just
meal.
here. We just talked.
That's what they all try to do, sir.
I'll try to do. Remember Baby Bandits?
That sounds made up.
Catch
That
My
sounds
Baby?
extremely
We
made
just talked about this.
Admit it's made up.
Fine, it's made up. It's from a novel.
I knew it.
It's pretend. It's not real.
It's a shitty premise for a novel. Nobody.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
Even when you were pretending like it was a true story that happened to you, I was falling asleep.
So you admit you remember the conversation?
I vaguely remember your face. You could be 52. You could be number 12. You could be 58 from last week. I don't know.
You know what?
Order number 58.
Right here.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's mine.
No,
what?
he's got the receipt. He's got the receipt, not
this
you.
guy paid for the meal?
Yeah, he's a fine man. He's a normal guy. Fine man.
Come on. Really? He picked my receipt out of the trash. He calls himself the treasure man.
That sounds made up. You made
Tell
it
him.
up. It's part of your probably novel. Your stupid
No, he
novel.
does. Tell him. Tell him.
One man's trash, another man's treasure.
See, this guy's homeless.
He's not homeless.
He smells like shit.
You're projecting, sir.
What do you got against the
No!
He stole my receipt.
Don't tell me Curry Barker is Thiel.
It's my receipt.
You look more homeless than him.
No, I don't. What are you talking about?
He smells like shit.
Hey, don't worry. My manager's coming.
What are you talking about, man?
My manager's coming.
Trump will win. Welcome to the Mod Club. You've been in here for a while.
Alert!
Good
Alert!
job.
That's when I figured out she was my cousin.
That is unfortunato. Want some crack?
What?
You know, Coke, Pepsi, 7-Up.
You mean what I like, a soda?
Oh, you call it soda? Yep. Some people call it soda. Some people call it pop.
Yeah.
Where I'm from, we call it crack.
Where do they say that?
Over down yonder.
I don't think anyone calls it crack.
No, people call it crack. Some people say caramel. Some people say caramel. Some people say soda. Some people say crack cocaine.
Right there, that's the entire drug.
Whatever, man. Pineapple, pineapple. You want some soda? You guys finally ready to order?
Yeah, I'll get the chicken tenders.
All right, fan favorite. Good choice.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'll take the grilled cheese pork rib.
Okay.
And I'll take a turkey
Top
sandwich.
seller. Good
Oh, yeah?
choice. Hey, you'll like that.
Wait.
You're gonna like that. Yes, sir.
I noticed you didn't say anything about my menu item.
Overdone, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great choice. Fine choice.
The grilled cheese with pork rib?
Yeah.
You just gagged when I said what I was getting.
I don't know. I don't know.
Grilled cheese pork rib.
Oh!
What you did, man? Look what you did. What? You made a bad choice. You made an awful choice. I threw up. I vomited on this table because of how
What's wrong
awful.
with the grilled cheese?
Yeah, you've already done it.
What's wrong with it? It sounds like it can be a fine lunch.
Nobody gets the grilled cheese pork rib.
Fine. You know what? Then I would like to change my
Can't do
order,
that. I already
please.
wrote it down. Sharpie.
Just
can't do
erase
that.
it.
Nope. Can't change it.
scribble
Once
it
it's
out.
written, it's smitten, it's eaten just by you.
If it's that
You
bad,
gotta
I
eat
don't want it.
I threw up already.
Well, how does that constitute that I have to eat it?
Bring it out.
What the fuck? What the? No,
No,
I'm not eating it.
eat it or it goes to waste.
should eat it.
It's gonna be wasteful.
Maybe you shouldn't have made me order it then, because I ain't
There's
eating it.
starving children in Africa.
There's starving children
right
in
now.
Africa. Order
Africa.
some food you don't like, you can't take it back. That's how food gets wasted. I'm not doing it. I'm not eating it.
Yeah,
Eat it.
we're
You ordered it.
gatekeepers.
You have to eat it. You ordered it. What the fuck? You're the manager?
Yeah, you ordered it, you have to eat it. They all want you to eat it. Eat it. Eat it.
No, I'm not. I'm not eating it. I'm not eating it. Okay.
Fuck. I'm tealed. Though I can't pay my rent, so I'm not tealed yet. Once I pay my rent, I'll be tealed.
It's not even that
It's
bad.
horrible.
Because the grilled cheese has fucking sesame.
You're lying. It's like gas station food. It's not up to standard of this restaurant.
No, it's tolerable.
It's horrible.
Why is it on the menu?
It's on the do not order list. You're not supposed to order.
I told her, man, if we're gonna make it official, she's got to get that DNA check. I'm not gonna date a cousin again.
Hey, man, do you mind if we stop at a coffee shop real quick?
Yeah, sure, man.
Please?
Sure.
Oh,
I'll
it's one
tip
of
you
my
real
favorites.
well. I'll even get you something.
Oh, thanks, man. All right.
Awesome.
Sweet deal. Sweet deal.
All right, I'll just be a second. What do you want?
Oh yeah, thanks, man. I'll just do like a iced caramel macchiato, upside down, poured over, double shot of espresso, iced with no ice, blind a cup of caramel.
I got it. 3:30. I got to sleep. It's been fun, guys. Time is real. Peace. See you later. We'll be back live at 1 p.m. or probably I would say like 12:45 Central Time tomorrow afternoon. Daddy Trump's got some weird speech he's doing where he's giving somebody a gift.
No whipped cream, ristretto.
Ristretto?
Yeah, all three.
All three of what?
All three of the shots, man. Just make them ristretto.
Okay. I'm gonna leave my bags in here, okay?
That's totally fine, sir. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Next up. Hey, can I get a black coffee and can I get an iced caramel macchiato, upside down, ristretto?
Ristretto?
Yeah, all three of them ristretto.
Three, okay. Okay, so that'll be $14.90.
Oh, and ice, but no ice.
I already put in the order. I can't undo the order.
No, just do it the way it is. Just do it the way it is, okay? Quick.
I'm almost done. I'm just giving him tips. Hurry up.
Fuck.
Your drink is the one that's taking forever.
Hey, how's that order coming along?
Dude, you just ordered.
Just fucking go. My fucking Uber's gonna leave.
Fuck your Uber.
Here's your double, triple, whatever the fuck.
All right, thank you, sir. That was fast. Efficient time.
Yeah, I guess. Pretty quick, normal amount of time.
Thanks for doing that, sir. Being quick.
Kind of stressing me out the whole time. Your drink took the longest.
What is this?
What? It's your drink.
There's ice in this.
What's going on? What's happening?
I'm allergic.
To what?
It's the wrong drink. I don't know.
What are you doing?
I'm not in control.
Slow down.
I'm not in control. Oh, no.
Slow the car down. Holy shit.
It's the wrong drink. I don't know. It's the wrong drink. It's the wrong drink.
It's fucking high coffee. What the fuck? Stop.
Need help with anything?
Yeah, you guys have these in red?
Yeah, sure. What's your size? We'll see if we have them in the back.
What?
I'll see if they're in stock. What's your size?
Why do you need my size?
That's just how we measure now. What are you, a 4? Maybe even a 3?
Stop, what?
Sir, do you want the shoes or not? I'm running a business I got to do.
7 or an 8.
No.
Yes,
not
I am.
you.
I am.
Not
yes,
that.
I am.
Okay, I'll go get them.
How did he measure me so well?
Here you go.
They fit great.
They're way too big. That's exactly what I was saying. They're going to be way too big.
No, they fit really good.
They're way too big. I can see.
No, I know my foot. I know my foot.
I'm
and I know
a
they
shoe
fit great.
master, dude.
I know they fit great.
I can see your imprint.
They're right. They're perfect.
Okay, you want to buy them? You want to take them?
Nah, I'm just looking.
Because they're way too big. Because
looking.
they're big.
No,
you're not going to buy them.
No, they are. They're perfect.
Oh, really? Really?
I know my feet. I've been walking in them for years.
Then buy them. Purchase them. I'll ring you up.
Fine, 5.
I'll bring a 4.
How do you know?
Honestly, because your pants are super tight.
All right, see you, brother.
Peace out, man.
Good hang, man.
Later. All right, man. See you
Get
later.
like a few more of these and we'll jump into something else.
Whoa, what the fuck?
What?
You guys just fucking kiss?
Yeah? Why?
You guys always kiss when you say goodbye?
Yeah, it's just a thing.
We do that. It's just something we do.
Why?
We f on the side.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, are you guys like gay?
No, what?
No, we're friends.
What are you talking about? Why do you have to make it into a gay thing? It's not a gay thing.
Is your wife okay with this?
She doesn't know.
Yeah. What?
Don't go telling her now.
The fuck?
Seriously, don't go tell her.
Guys, I'm in shock.
Whatever, man. Don't make it weird. All right. We'll see you later.
What? Chill. Okay. Yeah.
Don't do that.
Fuck off.
What? Why are you yelling at me?
Unbelievable, this guy.
Happy Valentine's Day. Don't forget to kiss your friend, if you got one. Love who you love. I have one.
Oh yeah, man.
Totally,
I love
yeah.
this game, man. I love this game.
Would you rather always be able to know when someone else is lying but never be able to lie yourself, or always be able to lie but never know when someone else is lying?
Okay, which one? Which one? You gotta pick one.
I don't know, Curry. That's the question. Which one?
All right, answer. Answer.
No, I'm not answering you. I'm asking y'all.
He doesn't have to answer. It's for us. It's for you. I mean.
Oh, okay. I got one.
Curry,
I got one.
no, you gotta answer
No,
mine.
this is good. This is a good one. I got one.
No, we didn't
All right,
finish.
Would you rather have $1 billion? I'm talking $1 billion, or die the most painful death, just like the most painful death you've ever died, just like horrible death.
Take the $1 billion.
Oh, you take the $1 billion? Okay. Okay.
They put that in his movie.
Yeah, I'd also take the $1 billion for sure.
Okay, you both taking the $1 billion. You greedy savages. All right.
That was not difficult.
You gave us
to
the
answer
option
at all.
between $1 billion or a painful death.
That's the game, man. That's the game. You can't have both.
Actually, Curry,
you're
that's
supposed to
not
come
the
up with 2 equally good or 2 equally bad choices. That makes it harder for us to answer.
Okay. All right. That makes more sense anyway. All right. All right. I got one then. I got one. Would you rather have the ability to fly, but you can only fly for like 5 seconds, or
Good. Okay.
Right, good. Okay.
you're in the Twin Towers, but it's on 9/11 right before the plane, before that plane hits.
See then, speaks Brian.
Fucking flying.
Cooper.
For 5
okay,
seconds.
Fine. Malcolm.
You know I had family in the towers.
I'm in the towers.
We're probably going to go for, I would say, maybe about another hour, and that's it. But if you guys want to stick with me and have a chat, we will. If we stay up on viewers. If not, we'll end the stream. But right now, I'm just having fun with y'all.
Okay, you want to be there?
No, I'd love to fly.
So you
No,
wanna
I'll
be
see
there.
you speaks Brian
no,
tomorrow.
I would fly for 5 seconds.
Or
That's-
anybody
that's
else
better.
for that matter that wants to drop out because we're late night. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time is the next stream for Daddy Trump. Let me see what exactly it is, just so that we got it on the docket real quick, and then we'll go into this. But it is at 12:55, and it will be the president views drag race and vehicle demolition trucks and praises drag racing. All right, so Donald Trump praising drag racing at 1 p.m. tomorrow, guys.
Way better.
That's the game.
Let's go.
That is the game.
I don't think you get the fucking game.
Okay,
dude.
I got one. This is it.
No,
I got
you don't.
One. Go to the store to get a sandwich. Make a sandwich at home.
Yo, I got supplies in the fridge.
Let's say you do.
Now I'm gonna make it at home.
Okay, Malcolm.
this isn't even creative, Curry. There's nothing to it. I mean, it's closer. It's closer,
Okay,
I guess.
it's closer. That's the game. That's the game.
Do you even
Sometimes I
understand
feel like you're not
anything that's happening in your
self-aware.
life? Anything, right now.
I'm here, you're here. We're playing What Would I Do? What would you do?
Sometimes I feel like you're not very self-aware.
Would you rather
This better be good.
have the ability to learn any skill immediately, but you have to give up a skill that you already know?
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Okay.
this isn't bad. This is pretty good, actually.
Or
what? Or what? Curry.
Or
what?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. Whoa!
Jessica? Knock him dead. I'm sorry.
There she is. There she goes.
Curry? What are you doing here?
Oh, you know, man. Sometimes life throws you that curveball, you know?
Oh, okay. You're here with a woman? You already inside?
Oh, man, I'm here for me. I'm here for number one. Just checking on me, checking on number one.
What do you mean? Why do you need to be at Planned Parenthood?
I'm pregnant, bro.
No, you're not.
All right, fine. I'm not pregnant, though.
No shit.
I'm here for number one, man. I'm here for me.
Why do you keep saying that?
The chicks, man. The chicks.
What?
Remember when I told you about that dope spot I was gonna take you to on your birthday?
Yeah?
It's here, bro.
What? I thought you were gonna take me to like a bar.
No, dude. Bars suck. Coffee shops, horrible. I pick up more chicks here than a farmer in a hen house.
You come to a Planned Parenthood to pick up chicks?
This place is popping on a weekday, bro. They're all single hot babes, and for some reason they're super emotional. They're just looking for a good guy.
And you're the good guy.
I'm a great guy. And if you knock them up, they just come right back. It's perfect. That way I don't end up, well, like you.
You don't know why I'm here.
Jessica's pregnant. She's gonna keep it, probably.
Yeah.
Man, you went for the wrong type, am I right? I am uninterested.
At least I don't objectify women.
Dude, I'm just offering emotional support.
At least I don't come to a place just to take advantage of a woman's mental state when she's vulnerable, confused, and going through something real. Women deserve better than to be treated like some quick opportunity because it's convenient for you.
Oh, yeah? How'd you meet Jessica?
At a bar, like a normal person. She was upset. I was there to comfort her.
You did kind of take advantage of me.
What? No.
Yeah, you did.
What?
You did.
No, what the fuck do you know?
I don't even want this baby anymore.
You mean that?
I do.
Come on, Jessica.
Whoa,
Let's
wait,
get outta
wait,
here.
what the
like
fuck? Hey. Fuck yourself.
Hey, you guys busy tonight or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
man. Yeah, we are.
Oh, that really sucks because I actually got 3 Lakers tickets courtside.
Get the fuck out of
Yeah,
here.
this rich guy just handed me his 3 tickets for free, but since you guys are busy, I'll ask other people.
I think we could change our plans to make that work,
Yeah,
actually.
I think we can move some stuff around, so we should probably start heading over there, huh?
Unfortunately, it's too late. You said you had plans. I wouldn't want you to alter your plans.
Why'd you ask us like that?
Yeah, what is this,
leave?
a friendship test?
Yes, it is, and you failed.
Fuck you.
Out of curiosity, what were your original plans tonight?
We didn't have any fucking plans!
No plans.
Well, the truth comes out. You guys didn't want to hang out with me.
We didn't want to hang out with anyone because we're tired. It's been a long week, but courtside Lakers tickets, we'll make an exception.
Yeah.
We'll make an exception to that.
Yeah, that calls for an exception.
That'd make my whole fucking week.
Well, clearly you're not too good of friends.
Maybe you're not a good fucking friend for misleading us and asking us questions like the fucking Riddler.
Oh, all right, guys, relax. You don't have to get all emo about it. Anyway, you think this girl's hot, Cooper?
Sydney Sweeney?
Yeah, she's hot. What?
Yeah, no,
What is
Sweeney.
Sure,
yeah.
a generic hot celebrity, I guess.
Generic.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Why?
Why'd you ask him that?
Well, I've actually struck up a friendship with her recently, Malcolm, and she said she was interested in
What?
Cooper.
What?
In
But I just
Cooper?
told her you thought she looked generic, so it's probably over now.
No! No, Sid, no!
Yep, it's over.
What the fuck?
Drag Race. That's tomorrow afternoon.
What the fuck?
Hello?
Oh, I don't mean to frighten you. I'm a friend from work.
Who are you?
Look, I know to you I might just be some random stranger, but I figured maybe we could pick up where we left off.
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? Who the fuck are you, and what the fuck are you doing at my house?
Oh my God. Fuck, I knew this might happen.
What the fuck is going on?
You work at Lumen, Microdata Refinement, Severed Floor?
Yeah?
We work together. It's me, Kevin. I'm in the overtime contingency so I can find you in the real world.
Why?
I thought we could run away together. Or something.
Why the fuck would I want to run away with you?
Because you love me, Greg. You love me.
What?
We're lovers. We touch parts.
The fuck? No, we don't.
Oh yeah, the fuck we do. We do.
I'm straight. I am straight.
If you're straight, then I'm Kier himself.
What the fuck are you talking about, man? What the fuck goes on down there?
Oh, we're like rabbits, man. We're like rabbits down there. I've never had so much fun in my life.
God, I have a wife. I'm married.
You have a wife? Oh man, that's never stopped us. That doesn't stop you, man.
God. Oh, God.
You ever come home from a long day's work, pecker not smelling right?
Oh, God, no. Yeah.
That's me. That's us.
I know how I can get.
When's the last time you made love to your wife?
Oh, that's none of your business.
Because you're getting your fix at work. You're satisfied.
What the fuck is going on down there, man?
All day, giving each other cold harbors.
I don't understand. I'm straight. I'm straight.
You keep telling yourself that, man. Look in the mirror and tell yourself that. Because you've taught me stuff that, like, I never would have thought of.
I am creative.
The goats. Like, I would have never included the goats, but that was all you.
Goats?
Oh. What the fuck? Who the fuck are you?
No one.
Okay. And what am I doing right here? What is that?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, I gotta find my wife. I gotta go. Have a good rest of your Tuesday, guys.
Thanks, you too. What's this?
Oh, that's an asshole fee.
Why?
For being an asshole tonight.
It's a good one. Good one.
No, that's what we do now.
Wait, I wasn't an asshole.
Wasn't he?
Don't bring her into this. No, don't answer. Don't answer. When was I an asshole?
Right when you came up, you had a stigma to you.
Stigma? I didn't have a stigma. What?
You were rude.
I wasn't. What?
I tried to conversate with you. You wouldn't engage.
I was with my girlfriend. I wanted to talk to her.
Sure.
You walk in, you didn't say please. You didn't say thank you.
I just said thank you when you gave me the bill.
You made me ask for your ID. Just have it ready. You've been to a bar. You know the rules.
That doesn't make me an asshole.
You asked me what drink you should get between the Spicy Marg and the Very Berry Blast. I said the Very Berry Blast, and then you ordered the Spicy Marg.
Because I wanted your opinion. I don't know.
You gaslit me.
What? I didn't gaslight you. That's not something you gaslight
he will do that.
Why'd you ask for my opinion? Bring me down.
Because I wasn't sure at the time. Because I just explained it to you.
Because you're an asshole.
I knew you were an asshole.
What the fuck,
It says it right there on the receipt. Asshole.
It's not definitive. It's not like this is a document that proves I'm an asshole. This is a bar receipt.
You used me.
He was an asshole. It's all right. It's okay.
Wait, Janine, wait.
No. You gotta pay it.
I'm not paying it. I'm not paying it.
What's going on?
Guy's being an asshole.
Oh, okay. Did you charge him the fee?
Yes, sir.
I'm not paying the fee.
Oh, no, you're gonna have to.
Just
You
pay
have
it,
to,
asshole.
bitch.
Jesus, everyone's gotta pay it here. I
What the
paid it,
fuck?
you pay it.
What?
He knows. He pays it every day.
God damn it.
I will ban you from this
You have to
fucking
pay or
bar.
you'll go to jail.
It's okay to be an asshole. Just pay the fee.
We'll arrest you.
Fuck, I do love
you
this
love
bar.
this bar. It's 9 a.m. That's the part you can't tell. It's 9 a.m. right
Fine,
now.
fuck it, I'll pay it. I'm paying the fucking bill. But you know what? I ain't tipping.
No, I know. That's why there's a cheap piece of shit fee included.
Motherfucker. It's doing my taxes.
Oh yeah, fuck that, man. I can't imagine.
Yeah. You done yours yet this year?
Oh, I don't really do that.
Let's move on for a minute. Let's see if we can get something else real quick. I had another one here that was pretty interesting. I wanted to look at real quick, which was, this might be our last video of the day, guys.
President who personally saddled up to crush a rebellion, to a wave of 49ers striking gold, to an astronaut who planted a flag 240,000 miles from home. This is every decade of American history explained. But how did this country go from muskets to the moon? Well, to answer that, we gotta go all the way back to the 1770s, where it all begins. 'Cause on July 4th, 1776, a group of farmers, lawyers, and printers signed a piece of paper telling the most powerful empire on Earth to get lost. And that was the easy part. The hard part was the war that followed, because George Washington's army was outnumbered, unpaid, and at one point literally barefoot in the snow. But after years of brutal fighting, the impossible happened. The British surrendered at Yorktown, and America was born. But here's the part the textbooks skip. America almost died in its very first decade. 'Cause the country's first rulebook, the Articles of Confederation, was a disaster. The government couldn't tax, couldn't pay its soldiers, and couldn't stop 13 states from acting like 13 tiny countries. So in 1786, broke war veterans in Massachusetts grabbed their guns and rose up, eventually marching on a federal armory. It was called Shays' Rebellion, and it scared the founders so badly they scrapped the whole system. In the summer of 1787, they locked themselves in a Philadelphia room and wrote the Constitution. America didn't just survive its first crisis, it got an upgrade. But that new Constitution needed a stress test, and it arrived in a bottle. 'Cause in 1794, farmers in western Pennsylvania refused to pay a new tax on whiskey and started tarring and feathering the tax collectors. So President George Washington did something no sitting president has done before or since. He saddled up and personally led 13,000 troops into the field. And the rebels took one look at the George Washington riding toward them and ran. Not a single battle was fought. Yeah, I wouldn't fight him either. But speaking of problems you can solve without firing a shot, in 1803, Thomas Jefferson bought the entire middle of the continent from France. The Louisiana Purchase. $15 million for about 3 cents an acre, doubling the size of America overnight. Then he sent Lewis and Clark to go find out what on earth he just bought. Best deal ever, sir! But Britain wasn't done with us. 'Cause by 1812, they were kidnapping American sailors and forcing them into the Royal Navy. So we declared war. And round 2 did not start off well. 'Cause on August 24th, 1814, British troops marched into Washington and torched the White House. How dare you? Let me at 'em! But 3 weeks later, at Baltimore's Fort McHenry, British bombs fell at night. And at dawn, the flag was still there. A lawyer named Francis Scott Key watched it happen from a ship in the harbor and scribbled down a little poem called the Star-Spangled Banner. And just like that, our national anthem was born. But the next threat wasn't coming from overseas. It was already inside the house. 'Cause in 1820, the Missouri Compromise drew a line across the map. Slavery was allowed below it and banned above it. And from his mountaintop in Virginia, an aging Thomas Jefferson called the news a fire bell in the night. Translation? This line is gonna tear the country apart! But while Congress argued over lines on a map, Americans down in Texas were drawing a line of their own. 'Cause in 1836, Texas declared independence from Mexico. So Mexican General Santa Anna marched thousands of troops to a small mission in San Antonio called the Alamo. Inside, roughly 200 defenders, including legends like Davy Crockett and Jim Bowie. They held out for 13 days. And when the final assault came, every last defender was killed. But their sacrifice lit a fire. 6 weeks later, screaming, "Remember the Alamo!" Sam Houston's army routed Santa Anna's force at San Jacinto in just 18 minutes. They even captured Santa Anna himself. And Texas won its independence. Now that's how you avenge the fallen. But Texas came with a catch. 'Cause when America annexed it in 1845, Mexico was furious. And with a fever called Manifest Destiny sweeping the nation, which was the belief that America was destined to stretch from ocean to ocean, war broke out. We beat Mexico and won California and the entire Southwest. But here's the crazy part. On January 24th, 1848, 9 days before Mexico even signed the treaty, a carpenter found gold in a California riverbed. Mexico handed over the golden ticket without even knowing it. And within a year, tens of thousands of 49ers stampeded west to strike.
Oh, the U.S. attacked Canada in 1811 and lost. So the Brits came over in 1812 to teach the U.S. a lesson and burnt Washington, D.C. down to the ground.
Get rich. Finders keepers? But all that new land forced the question America kept dodging. Freedom or slavery? Jefferson's fire bell was ringing off the hook, and in Kansas, pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers began killing each other in a bloodbath nicknamed Bleeding Kansas. In 1857, the Supreme Court's Dred Scott decision declared that Black Americans could never be citizens. And in 1859, an abolitionist named John Brown raided a federal armory, trying to spark a slave uprising. By the end of the decade, the country wasn't arguing anymore. It was loading. And in April 1861, it was shooting. The Civil War. 11 southern states seceded. Confederate cannons opened fire on Fort Sumter. And for 4 years, Americans killed other Americans. Brothers literally fought brothers. And quiet farm towns like Antietam, Gettysburg, and Shiloh became the bloodiest ground in the Western Hemisphere. But in the middle of the carnage, the war changed meaning. Cause on January 1st, 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, which meant this was no longer just a fight to save the Union. It was a fight to end slavery. So the Union fought on, and on April 9th, 1865, Confederate General Robert E. Lee...
This one is from Agent Flappy, and it's called Every Decade of American History Explained in 20 Minutes. Came out 2 days ago.
He surrendered at Appomattox. The war was over. 4 million slaves were free. And the exhausted man who steered it all, Abraham Lincoln, finally allowed himself a night off, and he went to see a play. Good on you, sir. You deserve it. But just 5 days after the surrender, an assassin shot Lincoln in the back of the head. The Civil War killed over 620,000 Americans, more than any other war in our history. And the man who won it never got to see the peace he paid for. Man, that still makes me shed a tear. 'Cause Reconstruction, the plan to rebuild the South, died in a back room. The election of 1876 was disputed, so the parties cut a secret deal. Republicans kept the White House, and in exchange, federal troops pulled out of the South, abandoning millions of newly freed Americans to decades of Jim Crow. Meanwhile, up north, the Gilded Age was minting millionaires, right up until the Panic of 1873 wiped out banks, railroads, and jobs overnight. So write these 3 words down, because America is gonna live them on repeat. Boom, bust, rebuild. But man, was the rebuild glorious. 'Cause in the 1880s, electric lights switched on, the Brooklyn Bridge opened, and France shipped us the Statue of Liberty, with some assembly required. And hey, if a 305-foot Lady Liberty isn't worth subscribing, I don't know what is. Hit the button. I'm working hard here. But speaking of Americans building incredible things in record time, let me show you what I built with today's sponsor, Gamma. Because here's my... But speaking of Lady Liberty...
Make sure you go and subscribe to Agent Floppy, Every Decade of American History Explained in 20 Minutes. Let's get the second half.
She got busy fast, 'cause in 1892, Ellis Island opened its doors, and millions of immigrants poured through chasing the American dream. And that same decade had reached the edge of the map through westward expansion, so it looked overseas. And in 1898, we crushed Spain in a war that lasted barely 10 weeks, and woke up owning Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines. Just like that, America went from ex-colony to empire. But the new century opened with a punch to the gut. Cause on September 8, 1900, a hurricane swallowed Galveston, Texas whole. A 15-foot wall of water erased the city and killed around 8,000 people.
Whoa.
To this day, it remains the deadliest natural disaster in American history.
Whoa.
Horrifying.
In Galveston?
But barely 3 years later, on December 17, 1903, two bicycle mechanics named Orville and Wilbur Wright flew a homemade machine over the sands of Kitty Hawk. 12 seconds. That's all it took to change everything. From a city underwater to men in the sky in just 3 years. Buckle up, partner. The American century is taking off. But the sky brought war with it. Cause in 1917, America was pulled into World War I, shipping 2 million doughboys to the trenches of France. And over 116,000 never came home. But here's what nobody saw coming. The deadliest enemy of the decade wasn't Germany. It was the 1918 flu. Cause the pandemic killed around 675,000 Americans. Roughly 6 times more than the entire war did. Man, did we invent antibiotics yet? I'm dying out here. So what did America do with all that grief? It threw the biggest party in its history. The Roaring 20s. Jazz, flappers, radios, and Model Ts rolling off the assembly line. Prohibition banned alcohol in 1920. Which mostly just made drinking cooler and made gangsters like Al Capone filthy rich. The stock market went straight up, and regular folks bet their life savings on it. But take another look at that sign. Boom always means bust. And in October 1929, the market didn't dip. It fell off a cliff. As a result, the 1930s became the hardest decade in modern American life. Banks failed by the thousands. By 1933, 1 in 4 American workers had no job. And just when it seemed like things couldn't get worse, the sky itself turned on us. Drought and dust storms buried the Great Plains, blotting out the sun on Black Sunday in April 1935. Families packed their whole lives into trucks and drove west with nothing. But America didn't quit. It rebuilt. Dams, bridges, parks, and an entire safety net. But just as America got off the mat, the world caught fire. Cause on the quiet Sunday morning on December 7th, 1941, Japanese planes screamed out of the clouds over Pearl Harbor. In under 2 hours, 2,403 Americans were dead. And the US was in World War II. So the whole country mobilized. Factories that build cars started building bombers. Millions of women went to work on the assembly lines, and 16 million Americans put on the uniform. Then came the longest day, D-Day, where over 150,000 Allied troops stormed the beaches of Normandy through walls of machine gun fire and began the march toward Berlin. Less than a year later, Hitler was dead and Germany surrendered. But Japan fought on. So in August 1945, America dropped 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the deadliest war in human history was finally over. More than 400,000 Americans never came home. But the country that entered this war, still limping from the Depression, walked out of it as the most powerful nation on earth. To every single one of them, thank you for your service. But if you think America's wildest swings are behind us, buckle up, cause the next 20 years delivered the suburbs, the space race, and the single darkest afternoon of the century. Cause the 1950s looked perfect on the surface. Fresh suburbs, brand new highways, rock and roll, and a TV glowing in every living room. But 1957 shook America twice. On October 4th, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, and Americans stared up at an enemy satellite blinking across the night sky. And down in Little Rock, Arkansas, 9 black teenagers needed soldiers of the 101st Airborne just to walk into a high school. The space race had begun. So had the fight for civil rights. and both were about to define the next decade. Cause the 1960s hit America like whiplash. On November 22, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in broad daylight in Dallas. The country watched his funeral on live television, frozen in grief. But the decade pressed forward. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. led marches that shamed the nation into passing the Civil Rights Act. Then, on April 4th, 1968, he was assassinated too. 2 months later, so was Bobby Kennedy. Cities burned. Vietnam raged on the evening news every single night. It felt like the country was ripping apart at the seams. But then, on the night of July 20th, 1969, the whole planet stopped and looked up. Neil Armstrong climbed down a ladder 240,000 miles from home and stepped onto the moon. A goal set by a president who never lived to see it. Reached with computers weaker than a pocket calculator. Watched live by 600 million human beings. The same decade, the same country, the darkest valleys, and the highest peak our species had ever touched. And that flag is still up there, baby! But back on Earth, America's trust was about to crater, cause a burglary at the Watergate office complex unraveled into a cover-up that reached the Oval Office. And on August 9th, 1974, Richard Nixon became the first president in history to resign. 8 months later, Saigon fell, ending a Vietnam War that had cost 58,000 American lives. Gas lines, inflation, disco. Okay, disco was kind of fun, but still. Then America got its swagger back, cause the 1980s were loud. Big hair, bigger malls, and a Cold War heading into its final round. On June 12, 1987, President Reagan stood at the Berlin Wall and demanded, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." And in 1989, the wall actually came down. Berliners danced on top of it with sledgehammers and champagne. And the 45-year staring contest with the Soviet Union was ending. Oh yeah, baby! You know what that means? Time to party! Cause the 1990s were one big victory lap. The Soviet Union dissolved in 1991. The US economy boomed. And a strange new thing called the internet crawled out of university basements and into living rooms, one screeching dial-up tone at a time. America was on top of the world. But the party ended on a Tuesday morning, September 11th, 2001, when hijacked planes struck the Twin Towers and the Pentagon and killed nearly 3,000 people. It was the deadliest attack on American soil in history, and it pulled the country into 2 long wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. And before the decade could heal, we took another hit. On September 15th, 2008, Lehman Brothers collapsed, and the entire financial system nearly went down with it. Boom, bust. And you already know what comes next. Yup, America rebuilt again. And in May 2011, Navy SEALs finally got the man behind 9/11. Meanwhile, a little device called the smartphone rewired daily life. And by decade's end, half the country was arguing with the other half inside a glowing rectangle. Sir, please touch grass. But the 2020s wasted no time testing us, cause a global pandemic shut down daily life. And on January 6, 2021, a mob stormed the US Capitol. Kind of a crazy way to start the decade. But zoom out with me for a second. This country has survived a revolution, a civil war, 2 world wars, a depression, and a dozen busts that were supposed to finish us for good. Boom, bust, rebuild. And the first 2 words aren't the point. It was always about the rebuild. Cause that might just be the most American word there is. But speaking of rebuilding from tough times, this is every US state's darkest day. From the deadliest natural disaster in American history, to a massive airship blowing up over New Jersey, to an angry mob that overthrew the government and gunned down everyone in sight. Some of these were so devastating, they actually tried to erase them from our memory. So click this video right here, cause you will not believe what happened in your state.
All right, guys, that's the end of it. That's the end of our show. One last time, let me go through it if you guys want to see it. Remember, tomorrow we will be live again at 12:45 Central Time for Daddy Trump's speech on drag racing and to go check out the cars and shit. These are our third-party nominees and winners so far in our poll. We have, for third parties, percentage-wise, Westmore, Mark Zuckerberg, and Vivek Ramaswamy, 6%. Olivia Rodrigo, Melania Trump, 7%. Dave Portnoy, Andrew Yang, J.D. Pritzker, 8%. Ron DeSantis, Thomas Massey, Alex Jones, John Fetterman, Theo Vaughn, Donald Trump Jr., Gretchen Whitmer, Ted Cruz, all at 9%. Josh Shapiro, RFK, 10%. Dana White, Tulsi Gabbard, Ben Shapiro, Bernie Sanders, 11%. Tom Hanks, Bobby Lee, Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, Asmongold, The Rock, Pete Buttigieg, Mark Kelly, 12%. AOC, 14%. Shane Gillis, Joe Rogan, 15%. Mark Cuban, 16%. Michelle Obama, 17%. Taylor Swift, 19%. Afro Man, 20%. Donald Trump, if he did a third term, 20%. Tucker Carlson, 21%. Mr. Beast, Jon Stewart, Kamala Harris, and Matthew McConaughey, 22%. And the highest third-party percentage from a third party was Mr. Snoop Dogg at 25%. We have one win tonight for Israel. Israel is the President of the United States. 4 wins for Marco Rubio. 20 wins for Gavin Newsom. And 64 wins for J.D. Vance. I will see you all tomorrow afternoon for Daddy Trump playing with some drag racing cars. Until then, have a good night. Peace!